anything? Can I hear anything? Huh? 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 I mean, barely. Barely I can. If I talk real close to the mic. Oh my god. If I talk real close to the mic. Oh my god. Let me turn the gain up a bit. Dude, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When I try and record my like music reactions, it was fine for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, it like my voice would be much louder than the music, and I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" Let me paste this. Okay, it's that. Oh, hey. Hey, what up, Warhite? What's going on? Legit Gupta, what's going on? It's news time. I know. Dude, I know. I had an internal debate this morning on whether I just stream some some Crimson Desert all day, or I go through some of the videos I've been meaning to watch all day. And it seems like I chose this one. I can't stop. I'm playing various games today to distract myself from the fact that I'm not playing Crimson Desert. That's what I'm doing today. Dude, so far Trump's policies couldn't achieve peace without rant. No, you're right. What up, Pinker? How you doing? Sarah, nice to say hi. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Over on YouTube. That's another thing. I can stream on Twitch and YouTube over on the computer. I can't do that on PS5. I know, War. I'm actively having withdrawals. Knowing I can play Crimson Desert and I'm choosing not to is giving me the shakes like fucking heroin. So I understand. Then again, you know, it might get to a critical point sometime during the day and I'll just be like, all right, I'm switching over and come forward with it. No, I'm not done. Come on. I'm also actively working. I literally have to sign in. I start at 11. But yeah, there's a bunch of videos and shit that I've been meaning to catch up on, and I'm like, why not do it with y'all? Why not do it with y'all? And then some games. Like I haven't played Enter the Gungeon in quite a while, so I'm like, let me get back into that. Which, you know, I might play for 5 minutes and then switch. I've been meaning to play my ROMs again because it's been a while. So we might play a little bit Donkey Kong Country, a little bit of Crash Bandicoot, you know, maybe some Tony Hawk. We'll see. We'll see. Also, again, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? Because, like, again, I record my album reactions and my music reactions, and the sound is fine. And then all of a sudden, I'm much louder than the music. And I'm like, I didn't change any settings, I don't think. And then sometimes I'll go on this space and they're like, dude, you're way too quiet. You gotta turn it up. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what the fuck is happening. So, yeah. What are we gonna start with? Thanks, Pinker. Sounds great to you. Okay. Sounds great to you. Sounds great to Warhite over on Twitch. So, seemingly, both sides are okay. Everyone's turning. Okay, so I wanted to do some comedian stuff. This is about Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is doing some interviews. I actually had these pulled up for this space. And matter of fact, why don't we just start with this then? Because they're gonna talk about it, react to it. But this is NPR talking to Dave Chappelle. You're not a trans person. What do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down? He says, if you're a person that feels like you have to police comedy to get your points across, you should assess your point. Who's policing comedy? Dave. People are saying, I don't find that funny. The end. The end of statement. Maybe Netflix should give a sweetheart deal like you have to actually funny comics. Maybe your time has come and gone. You don't see Andrew Dice Clay getting a lot of specials anymore. Right? The real test when we start a video. Alright, well, let's give it a try.
But what about people who feel like you're punching down? Like you're not.
I also have the air conditioner on. So if you hear a murmur in the background, it's because it's fucking 80 degrees in New York City right now.
You are not a trans person. And there are people who feel like it's different when you are part of the group that has been attacked, hurt, demeaned, etc. And then if you're outside of that group and you're having commentary about it, it causes feelings. And what do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down?
Well, okay, this is a conversation that I'm,
You're bored by, sick of.
Nah, yeah, I'm not sick of it. I don't want to be dismissive to that sentiment, but I don't know. That's a tough one for me because so much of that was a media phenomenon. What was happening in actual life versus how the media was reporting on my show. And I feel like the way they reported on that show was rage baiting to some degree. And there's so many different branches to talk about it. But I would say that, not every...
The way they reported on it was rage baity. I mean, what's the difference between rage bait and clickbait? You know what I mean? It's 42 degrees Celsius in India. That sounds high. That sounds high to me. I don't know the conversion rate. I know that... I know 0 degrees Celsius is freezing, right? So I can only imagine 42 is quite warm. And I can only imagine India generally is hotter than it is here. So I understand. I'm complaining. I understand. But there you go. It is hot for me, okay? Especially because like a week or two ago, we're wearing winter coats. It changed super fast.
Everything is for everybody. I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show.
I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to see a country show. But so by that logic, if I am going to see a comedy show, I can tell what comedians what they should talk about. That your argument's already flawed, Dave. Look, I should also explain. I've never really been a Dave Chappelle fan. Okay, the first time I saw Dave Chappelle was in The Nutty Professor, where he played a stand-up comedian who was roasting the audience, and he was brutal and cruel. And because I was a kid, I was like, I couldn't tell that he was an actor and that this wasn't real and whatever. And I hated him. And I hated him because he was fucking mean to our sympathetic main character. Then I saw Robin Hood Men in Tights. I saw Half Baked, and I was like, okay, I get it. He's an actor. I like it. He's funny, blah, blah, blah. Then Chappelle Show. And my history with the Chappelle Show is like, oh, I got to post that I'm live everywhere. I still forgot to do that. The Chappelle Show, I didn't watch it. I didn't care when it came out. It was on after South Park. I'd watch South Park and then I'd hop out. I'd change the channel. It's not like I hated him or anything by that point. I was just like uninterested. I walk into school one day. I'm very angry in general, but I walk into school one day and a friend of mine goes, it's fucking 8 in the morning. Remember how early we had to be at school? It's fucking like 7:30, 8 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm angry in general. He goes, "What did the five fingers say to the face?" I said, "What?" And he smacked me across the face. And I was like, "Oh, you're going to give me an excuse to unleash my rage?" So I literally just like, without saying a word, just went to try to attack him and beat the shit out of him. And 2-3 of my other friends held me back and was like, no, dude, you didn't see Chappelle show last night? And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like so angry. I just got slapped in the face first thing in the morning, walking into school. And I'm so angry. I'm like, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. And they're like, no. On the Chappelle show, they did a whole sketch, like Rick James and blah, blah, blah. So, okay, whatever. I guess I won't murder you right now. It's Thursday, because South Park airs on Wednesdays. Chappelle show airs after South Park. So I know that they're going to repeat the rerun, the new episodes of both South Park and Chappelle. And I'm like, I'm going to watch this shit, I guess, because I just got slapped in the face for it. So that night I watch it, and I'm like, this is fine. This is fine. And then I keep watching some episodes, and again, I'm not really jiving with it. I find a lot of it racist. And I didn't find anything racist. Again, South Park is my favorite show. But the way he's doing it, I find highly racist towards black people, towards white people, just all around. Asian people. I'm really thinking of like the racial draft episode. Like that was really one that I bumped up against me, and I was like, I don't like this. This isn't funny. This doesn't seem like any kind of humor other than, oh man, we get to say like slurs and like make the lowest hanging fruit jokes. This is the same problem I have with like Kanye, and you can check out my Kanye West album reactions over on my channel here. I just made a reaction to Graduation, but it's fine. It's fine comedy. Kanye West is fine music. It's fine like party music, whatever. I don't think he's saying anything deep. I think anyone saying he's saying something deep is kind of reaching. Same thing with Dave. Matter of fact, we should watch the FD Signifier thing on Dave Chappelle too. I'm gonna pull that up. Because that's a good explainer for like why he's been acting the way he's acting, why a lot of people feel disappointed, and why maybe they shouldn't be surprised. So I'm going to do that in a second, y'all. Alright, so I posted everything. Oh my god. This shit's crazy. Did you see this? I had a Wiener Schnitzel today. Hell yeah, dude. I love Wiener Schnitzel. So fucking Clash of Clans. This is off topic, but Clash of Clans, the mobile game for children, saying live like a queen. The Foot Tribute Bundle is now live. Cast in perfect detail, bare and unapologetically regal, a decadent indulgence for the truly refined. Judgment fades, elegance lingers, the shop awaits your most cultured decision. This is 4chan language. This is like, Gooner language and shit. And here's a good point. Is this rage bait or clickbait? I think this is rage bait. Look, even Opera GX is like feeding into it. Like another brand is going like, hey, I haven't seen any hot chick in a month. I need to go. All right, bro. Dude, the internet's free. Porn is free, man. That's what I mean. Porn is free. Go jerk off to porn. Why are you jerking off in the middle of a game? That's like, you don't have any attention span. I remember years ago, again, this same friend who slapped me watching the Dave Chappelle show. This same friend, I remember going to his house once, and he was like, dude, check this out. It's Dead or Alive, the fighting game. But there's a volleyball mode where all the girls are in bikinis and they have like jiggle titties. And I'm like, again, porn exists, dude. Why are you jerking off to video games? Yeah, okay, so yeah. He's got several videos on Dave Chappelle, but I think this is the one I'm thinking of. We'll get to that in a second. Let's finish this this video. I don't know why I just suddenly saw the Clash of Clans thing. Hey, Latino, what's going on? Chappelle bullies down councils at town halls. Yeah, threatening to take his businesses out of their town and lay off workers when he doesn't get his way. People used to like Kanye for his Beats Brothers. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I said in my reaction video. But someone commented, I can't understand how you don't think he has deep lyrics, or how you just say he has party music. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. This is me growing up when he comes out. You know what I mean? Like, I was there. And yes, the style, I remember my friends changing up their wardrobes because of Kanye, wearing polo shirts and the slatted 80s sunglasses and shit. And I'm like, you're just copying him. He just came out with this, and now you're copying him. You're fucking followers. But yeah, like Gold Digger, Touch the Sky, Stronger even. Like, those are like danceable songs. And those are the ones that I would hear. Jesus Walks is about Jesus. Touch the Sky is also about Jesus. But it's danceable. And it's got those horns and Lupe Fiasco. Lupe the Third. I mean, come on. Speaking of which, I gotta get to Lupe Fiasco. I might actually see him in like June, July. Big Yahoo wants to destroy Iran. He will pay a heavy price. Yeah, he will. So will we, unfortunately. But we deserve it.
I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show. If they bought tickets ever, maybe I'd listen. I don't know. They're just never there. I don't even know who's telling them I say these things. Who?
Do you feel like your jokes are misrepresented, or you think they're misrepresented for a purpose, which is to?
It's almost. Well,
get
some
clicks,
reporting
whatever.
was as if they almost reported on it as if I was doing something other than a comedy show. You know, I could go on and on about this, but I got to be
Interesting.
careful.
So in a way, like you're saying, look, I'm a comedian. Everybody knows that I'm a comedian. So if you don't like my humor, don't buy a ticket.
Reading a joke is a lot different than sitting in a room.
He doesn't even say that, because like she's saying like, oh yeah, don't buy a ticket. It's like, yeah, don't buy a fucking ticket to his show if you don't want to go. And again, I was just talking to Boston Brian. Shout out Boston Brian on his show on Wednesday, and we're talking about Chappelle and a little bit about and like Rogan and them. And I brought up Bill Burr, and he was like, he's watching the Vanguard, and I'm watching the Vanguard too. And I love the Vanguard boys. I want to talk to them. I want to be on the show. But dude, I've been listening to Bill Burr's podcast for like 15 years. I stopped listening to all podcasts pretty much in like 2020, 2021. But I'll tell you this, Burr does not give a fuck the YouTube numbers or YouTube comments or comments on anything. He only he's like Eminem. He only tweets if he's watching a football game. If he's watching sports, then he'll be like, that was a bad call. Man, that play was great. But that's it. It's the only time he's tweeting. It's the only time he's interacting with social media. Other than that, it's his wife posting shit on Instagram, and that's it. And yes, I'm under his wife's post. There are a lot of people who are like, fuck you, the Riyadh Comedy Festival, blah, blah, blah. He's going on tour this year. I want to see his ticket sales. I'm not saying, like, I hope he has great sales. I'm not saying, like, there should be a consequence to that. And unfortunately, we live in fucking capitalism where one of the only ways you can make your voice heard is by spending money or not spending money. It sucks. All right, let me get signed in here. Okay, that's good. Dude, send some food with chicks, please.
and hearing it, and part of the sitting in the room.
I liked looking up Lupe Fiasco's Muhammad Walks and Kanye's song Jesus Walks comparatively. I didn't know that he meant. Again, I gotta go through Lupe's albums. Yeah, no. I watched this Emily Signifier video about Lupe Fiasco, and I'm like, I gotta get into this guy's music. He seems like legit. I mean, just a great lyricist, number one, but also like coming from a real place, real revolutionary, real gangster. Maybe the only real gangster in all of like gangster rap. And also just again like incredible lyrics. So I'm very interested to start that journey. But I have so many albums I want to get through. You know what I mean? Like the next one I'm telling you right now is T.I. because I don't know when his new album is gonna drop, but I'm gonna have an old album reaction out before the new one drops. I was gonna make a Olivia Rodrigo song reaction today, but I don't care. Turns out I don't care, so I'll just wait for her album to drop in the summer or a couple of weeks from now. I think like 2 months from now, and I'll do that because I do want to do like different kinds of music. Right? I have my Taylor Swift reaction. I have a Sabrina Carpenter reaction. I have 2 Demi Lovato reactions because weirdly those videos did really well. So I was like, I'll do another one. I'll do more. I got Rage Against the Machine. I got like, Dury, Vile. I want to do more than just hip hop, but I definitely want to get to Lupe. I also have like classic, like Lupe, but even older classic albums I want to get to, like Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, The Roots, Common, people like that who I just never like sat down and listened to their stuff. And De La Soul came out with an album last year that I made a reaction to, and I loved that album. So I'm like, I got to go back and listen to their old stuff. But anyways,
The sitting in the room part of one of the reasons comedy works is because everyone that bought a ticket, clearly they want it to work. They want to have a good time. They want to have fun. But if you're a person that is very angry or passionate about something, and you're afraid that you're going to be misrepresented or misconstrued, and you feel like you have to police comedy to get your point across, you should assess your point.
yeah, that was his spiel there on NPR. I mean, here's Jesselnick, just a good reply. And then I'm going to play that FD video because that's a good primer for this whole conversation.
People think like, oh, as a comic, your job is to get in trouble. And so, but they don't want to get yelled at. It's like, it's okay to make people mad, but they don't want any pushback. And I think that's wrong. As a comedian, you want to make people laugh. This is a quote attributed to Andy Warhol that I love. It's just, art is getting away with it. If you put out a special and everyone's pissed, like you didn't get away with it. You need to make everyone laugh that they're like, yeah, he talked about some fucked up stuff, but we're all happy. That's art. Otherwise, you're just a troll. People think like,
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Now, fuck Andy Warhol. He's a thief and whatnot.
But what about people who feel like...
That's a good quote. That's a good quote. So, yeah. We're going to get to Potty Mouth in a second. We're going to get to American Redact in a second. But, yeah, this is the Chappelle thing.
Probably as of now.
So, again, he has multiple videos on Chappelle. But this is the latest one, and it's about specifically why he's a sellout, why he doesn't care. And, like, it just kind of illuminates his character a little bit. Latino says, in the 90s... Most Def and Talib Kweli formed Black Star. Right, yeah. They're on my list, too. The collaborations were important to hip-hop. Yeah. Jesselnick is funny as fuck. Thank you, R-worded. I appreciate you. Hi, welcome. And understands the assignment. Absolutely, he does. Justin Lake's one of the best.
A few weeks back, probably as of now, on a night where people witnessed the classic, beautiful image of a gifted black boxer breaking the jaw of an obnoxious symbol of white privilege. The world was surprised with a brand new special from one Dave Chappelle in the aftermath. Chappelle being the legendary comedian who has over recent years seen his universal love slowly turn into controversial appreciation from a distance. I've made a few videos about Dave over the years, first in response to his controversial special The Closer a few years back when he made failed attempts to defend his lazy use of trans jokes. I also engaged with Dave probably a year ago after he released The Dreamer, mostly just explaining why my take on Dave and his weak defense of his trans jokes has aged incredibly well. However, today, after watching Dave's most recent special, The Unstoppable, I realized there are some flaws in the way I've spoken about Dave in these last few years.
Legit,
I was
you said
really
you'll come
being
back
too
in a
nice
bit?
today.
All right. We'll see you in a bit. Always
Dave
appreciate
Chappelle
you.
is one of the greatest comedians of all time. One of the few comedians from the 90s who can
I
still
know.
tell good jokes halfway.
I still have to log in. What am I doing? I'm already playing the game. I haven't logged into work yet. I haven't played Gungeon in quite a while, so forgive me if I'm not great at it. We're gonna have put our training wheels back on.
Through the 2020s. This is not up for debate. I want to start there just to level set.
No, but see, that's where I would disagree.
Of
One
all
of the
time.
greatest comedians of all time. Of all time? What's the metric? Just success and money? Because comedy-wise, he's like as good as... He's a less good version of prior Chris Rock, Eddie Murphy. That's the conversation he wants to be in, and that is the conversation that he's in. He is compared to those. On the Black Mount Rushmore of comedians, it's those four, right? Because everybody disregards like Cedric the Entertainer and Steve Harvey and D.L. Hughley and the kings of comedy because cheesy, I guess. But dude, to me, Sinbad is one of the fucking greatest comedians of all time. Black comedians of all time, for sure. He's up there, dude. And Chappelle is, again, just kind of quick and lazy with it. He'll get a laugh out of you, and that's all he cares about. And it should be, as a comedian. But then, when you are criticized and you double down, it gets a little wonky.
One of the few comedians from the 90s who can still tell good jokes halfway through the 2020s. This is not up for debate. I want to start there just to level set. The Unstoppable isn't Dave's best work, but that doesn't mean it's not funny. It suffers from being compared to Dave's early work nearly 30 years ago that still holds up to this day.
I will say, the earlier stuff is funnier. I have watched some of the more recent specials. They're okay. There is like some, snortable bits where you go, okay, But look, I just watched a special with my wife, Pete Holmes. We were laughing hysterically at Pete Holmes. Pete Holmes is fucking great. Stavi did a special. That shit was great. Dan Soder is fucking hilarious. Matter of fact, we might watch some Dan Soder today.
I had a few good laughs, but nothing compared to any of that stuff from 30 years ago, let alone some of his other work on Netflix. I say all of this to undermine anybody new coming here that thinks I'm here to cancel Dave or to undermine the talent that Dave has. Although he will probably get some flack for his anti-Israel statements, I'll come back to that. My goal in this video isn't to get you to stop enjoying Dave's work or to imagine a world where what I have to say will change the way that people regard Dave. I'm just presenting a critique of Dave in this special to enrich your own thinking and maybe entertain you. My goal is for you to reevaluate your perception of what Dave Chappelle is and has been doing in his comedy.
Chappelle's work was highly regarded until he started becoming fixated on punching down at trans people. Yeah, exactly. Here's what I think. Here's my Dave Chappelle theory. My Dave Chappelle theory is he has this narrative. I left my successful Comedy Central show because I started noticing that white people were coming to my stand-up shows and or I was getting congratulated on telling these jokes, but it was for the wrong reasons. They were congratulating me because they agreed with the premise that, like, yeah, black people would just do dumb shit with reparations, so they shouldn't get it, or something like that. So he had like a principled stance of why he left Comedy Central and left the show at the height of its popularity. Whereas I think, because later, when Netflix bought the rights to it and it was playing it, he started coming out and being like, hey, stop watching my show on Netflix. I don't get any benefit from it. That's owned by Comedy Central, the people who fucked me over. I think it was, he didn't get the contract that he wanted. He wanted to renegotiate. He said, this is my theory, that he wanted to renegotiate his contract. He said, oh my God, I'm super popular. I deserve maybe as much money as South Park or Jon Stewart or whatever. And they were like, go fuck yourself. No, we own the show. Keep making it. Or, you know, we have a contract. We have a contract for you to keep making it at this price. Go fuck yourself. And then he ran to Africa. Like, that's my guess. That's my guess. And he only cares about money. And that's a lot of this video. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. It's weird that he couldn't apply that same logic to his trans jokes. Yeah. You know what I heard last night for the first time? Happy Friday Eve. On Thursday night, it's Friday Eve. And isn't that cute? And I asked the dude, it was a streamer I was watching, very cool guy, Django Boy. I'm going to show you his channel. He's got far more subscribers than me, but let me see. This dude. He's very, very kind and nice and sweet, and like, he was like, yeah, I do that so that I have a holiday every week. You know what I mean? Happy Friday, it's my dad's birthday, and I've got like 20,000 things to do but first coffee. Hey, happy birthday, Pinker Pops. What's this?
We are ending the decades-long era of trash bags on our streets in New York City.
Oh, shit.
Others have talked about containerizing the city's trash.
Sorry, I just saw this live.
We are getting it done.
I just saw this live, and I'm like, what is this? So, Dave Chappelle intermission.
Well, businesses and low-density residential buildings,
goodness.
those with 9 or fewer units, are already required to put their trash in smaller wheelie bins. Today's announcement covers higher-density buildings with 10 or more units, where building managers will put their trash in Empire bins.
Dude, literally, the
These
other
Empire
day, I
bins
think
are
Dieter
assigned
was
to
like, what
individual
about all the
buildings
trash
and
bags still on the
accessible by building
street?
managers
And I'm like, I think
with
Zoran
Piker
has a plan for that.
and coming
Boom!
soon, an app.
Look at that.
Building managers, by the way, love these bins. They can fill up the bins
Latino,
with trash
exactly.
according to their own
He's
schedule,
got that Jay-Z
rather than
shit
specific schedule, 3 days.
I'm a
2 days
businessman before I'm a black man.
And they can also
And
free
we will
up
get
space
some of that when we
inside
get
their
to Culture
buildings
United
that was once
a little bit
dedicated
later.
to the accumulating piles of trash. So the mayor already went through the list, so I won't do it again. But by the end of next year, you'll see these Empire bins right here in Community Board 8, as well as Bronx Community Districts 2 and 5.
I mean, because
Manhattan
Eric
Community
Adams
District
didn't
2,
care about it, because
my home district,
de Blasio was
Queens
neutered
Community
by the
District 2,
NYPD,
and also
because
Staten Island
Bloomberg
Community
didn't
District
care
1.
about. I don't know.
That means at least
My
one
building has
fully
bins.
containerized district.
We have
in
a
every
cage
borough of New York
outside
City
on all
by the
4
end of
sides of the
2027.
block, where you use a key,
And during
you
the course
open
of
it
next
up, you
year,
got your trash
we will work
bins,
with
and
our
they go in
partner
there.
agencies
But
and
even
property
then,
owners to assign these bins to
before
every building
pickup,
in these districts
they have
with
to be
30 or more
pulled
units.
out so that
We'll
the
also be doing
garbage
extensive
trucks can
outreach
actually take
to
them,
buildings
and then
with
they'll
10
be
to
sitting
30
on the
units,
sidewalk.
offering them the option of an Empire bin or the smaller wheelie bins that properties with 1 to 9 units are already using. And when the next phase of expansion is complete, the city could have nearly 10,000 Empire bins on our streets. Thank you.
One person. Woo!
And we are not stopping there. As you heard the mayor say, we are committed to full containerization in every district just 5 years from now.
Let's
So if your neighborhood is
go.
not part of today's announcement, fear not. Cleaner streets are coming your way soon. This is a challenging logistics undertaking, but it is not rocket science. It just took the will to get it done. Now I'm pleased to announce the chair of the City Council Committee on Sanitation and the very proud host of forthcoming Empire Bins, Justin Sanchez.
Okay. Do that, do this. Oh, shit. The fuck?
When
good, the
I ran
stream's
for
good?
city council, and I apologize in advance, Mr. Mayor, I ran on 4 simple words: clean the damn streets. And through the partnership with this mayoral administration and the leadership of someone that actually knows how to get things done, and our Commissioner Greg Anderson, I am so excited to be here announcing this rollout of containerization. For far too long,
Rollout,
the Bronx
get it?
sites have seen dirty streets and have seen that we don't get the pilot programs as they're being implemented. We don't get being put on the front side. In this mayoral administration, the Bronx is being seen, and we are so grateful. We will continue to do everything that we can and need to continue cleaning our streets. I look forward to working in partnership not only with the commissioner and this administration, but all of my colleagues across the city council to making sure that we're bringing containerization and a successful and clean city to all New Yorkers.
Man.
Thank you.
Zoran's doing sewer socialism. That's a term I just learned about. That's good shit.
And now we
Material
have
shit that we
councilmember who
can do
represents
fast.
this very
and
block,
improve shit
Chiose.
dramatically to show people, oh my god.
Good morning, Crown Heights.
We could have done this the whole time.
Well, first
Why
and
haven't
foremost,
we?
shout out our DSNY
Fuck those
workers. Thank you
politicians.
so much for your
Yay,
service in
these
the city.
politicians more of
They're
this.
my personal favorite uniformed
That's that socialism shit.
individuals here in New
Show
York.
people it works.
You know, I was complaining about Con Edison yesterday on the internet, and someone wrote to me, "You're complaining about Con Edison, but why don't you do something more about containerized trash?" And then I got a call from the mayor's office saying we were going to have this press conference. So at Jake4127, look at me now. There's an amazing book written by Robert Sullivan. It's called
Yo, Jake
Rats. It's an amazing
4127
book
is
on
fucking
the history
sweating
of how
right now.
rats came to New York City.
Speaking
and one of the
Jay-Z,
most
I think
defining
you
lines
should
in that
seriously
book is he
start
relates
an
that
online
our
campaign to
mirror
pressure Nas to make
species
Ether
as
Part
human
2.
beings are
Yeah,
rodents.
dude.
You know, wherever we go,
I'm on
there
that.
they are.
I'm on that.
And I know everyone knows
agree.
that rats like to reproduce. They like to have a lot of fun. And they also arrive where we leave our trash and leave our food and leave our water. So for us to take this massive
water.
step in
Speaking
containerizing
of
trash
water.
across the 5 boroughs is exceptional, not only in the war against rats, but in terms of keeping our city nice and clean. You know,
telling
when
you,
the last
it is a
mayor
war,
was in office, he
and we are
wasn't too
not
fond of me. And I asked him time and time again, I was like, I really want these containerized bins. And he never responded. And, you know, I think this mayor likes me a little bit more. So I really want to thank this administration for providing me with something that...
Also, can I just say, like, Chiose was going to run against Hakeem Jeffries. Zoran showed up to the DSA to be like, I don't think that's a good idea. No bad blood. No bad blood. They're still working together. Still friends. It's all good.
Hey now, this is what dreams are made of.
Alright, we'll take some on-topic questions first, and we've got our deputy mayor and commissioner who can answer more details on containerization as well. Juliet, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, how are you?
Okay, thank you. So, 2 questions.
Please.
Being that this is expected
Flex
to
on them
mitigate
haters.
rat consumption, picking up the trash, are you still or at all considering a rat czar? Is that not necessary?
A
Or
rat
what else
czar?
are you doing for rat mitigation? And second question,
That's
being that
hilarious.
those aren't the most attractive things,
Whoa.
I think they're beautiful.
are you going to have a contest to, like, decorate them or paint them or, you know, do something with it?
That's a good
Quite
idea.
nice. But I think what you're sharing is the classic New York need for us to always improve on what it is that we're delivering. And so we'll keep
Like,
that
those
in mind.
bins aren't that
I
great
think just to
looking.
your
Maybe we
first
can
question,
graffiti them.
this is
Yeah, Mom
it's
Donnie's
not
showing the
just
people that
about,
socialists
as
can get
my
shit
colleagues
done.
have said,
Exactly.
bringing our city in line
so that's
with
good.
cities across the world. It's also about actually tackling the rat population in a way that has been proven to have a tangible effect. I'd just like to invite our commissioner up to share some of what we've seen in Morningside Heights, which is the one district that we've seen containerization thus far.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in Morningside Heights in West Harlem, Community District 9 in Manhattan, we have seen not only that the streets are cleaner, but that rat complaints on 311 are down substantially. They're down, I just got the numbers this morning, I think as much as 25% in that district compared to this time last year. And this time last year, they were already down substantially compared to the same time the year prior. So we are making big progress in fighting the rats, and we think this program is part of that.
Those are 311 complaints? Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How's it going, Dave?
Good. Next playoff starts soon, so you know. I had a couple of questions about this. One is, we're very impatient here at Streets Blog, so we're curious why this will take until the end of 2031, maybe not, maybe the end of 2030 instead. What's the deal with the timeline? And the other thing is, we're curious, do you think that there is a possibility of, in the future when these are going forward, getting smaller buildings to share these as opposed to limiting them to only large unit buildings?
So I think on the first piece, when we started having meetings about this as an administration, one of the driving questions was, what is the fastest that we can deliver this across the city? Because what we've seen is a conversation around containerization over many years that has yielded a single community district.
Can I just okay, so Clinton famously had the thumb and the lower lip bite. I care about your concerns, right? Obama had the point. He's got the point. He's got the kind of light hand movements, conductor almost. Hakeem Jeffries tries to do that, and you see how it fails. Zoran's got his own. He's got this. When we try, when we first started putting this into place, we do it, and he brings you in. He brings you into it. Body language expert Alex over here.
2 years ago. And so the process of getting North American manufacturers to work with European body manufacturers, so the chassis is North American, the body is European, marry them together, make sure that the centimeters and the inches match up.
I feel you. I see you.
Space Station had some issues with that at one point.
Who's Epstein?
That's a complicated task. So we are now building a new supply chain that crosses the Atlantic Ocean to get those trucks here, built, and ready to use. That takes time. We did one district last year. We're doing one district this year. That was the commitment from the previous administration. 6 districts next year, 51 districts over the course of 28, 29, 30, and 31. Oh. That's an ambitious timeline, and we are committed to meeting it.
Getting the smaller buildings to share them maybe as opposed to having these only be 10 to 30 units.
Yeah, that's something we're definitely open to and looking at. Clearly we want to make sure that people are maintaining the bins and that they're not abusing the bins. So we need to maintain the access control while also looking at sharing the bins. It's something that we're looking at, and hopefully in Brooklyn 2 this fall we'll be able to test that out.
Other on topics. Yes, go ahead. Hi, Darla Miles. Good to see you.
How's it going, Darla? Good to see you.
Good to see you. 2 questions.
Please.
Why people other than Clinton do that?
The cost of this and how the city was able to navigate.
I mean, any politician trying to
allocate
do that white man's overbite is their main dance.
To your second question about the process for high density residential buildings. I know that's further down the line, but can you just speak to those 2 things, please?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll let the sanitation commissioner add a little bit more to the process for high density, but I think just to lay it out, we have about, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, 70% of trash in New York City is containerized at this point. This is addressing the remaining 30%. These are the larger scale residential buildings that right now are putting their trash out in bags. And as growing up in New York City, we've become accustomed to this. But I think, frankly, there's too much in our politics that we exceptionalize, saying that this is just how it is in New York City. It doesn't have to be this way. We look at cities across the world. This is not how they live. And though this isn't how we have to live either. And to your first point, we are adding about $15 million in the city's expense budget for next year. We're adding about $35.5 million in capital funding over the course of both this fiscal year and next fiscal year. Now, we are facing, as you brought up, a generational fiscal crisis. We are facing right now a $5.4 billion fiscal deficit. We are encouraged by the nature of conversations that we're having with Albany. We've already seen that yield a new revenue proposal of a pied-à-terre tax that would tax the wealthiest of the wealthy across this city. as I think you can see, everyone who's clapping here doesn't own a second home worth more than $5 million while they reside somewhere else outside of the city. And we know that as we tackle that, we also are doing so while ensuring we're fulfilling our commitment to New Yorkers that we are never going to
everyone here
compromise
doesn't own a
essential
home
services.
more than $5
Trash
million.
is one
I
of the
love
things
the
that New
fucking
Yorkers wake
shots,
up in the
bro.
morning and expect city government to be able to respond to. You've heard from our council members the deep appreciation that New Yorkers have for the hardworking men and women of DSNY. We want their jobs to also be a little bit easier. They don't need to be picking up every single trash bag. They can also be dealing with modern technology for a modern city. And Commissioner, I'll pass it over to you on the question about high-intensity residency.
Yeah, so these bins will be used by every building with 30 or more units.
Give me 1 second, I'm gonna hit the
10 to
bathroom.
30 units. Clearly, there are some buildings that are very, very, very large, where we start to see the number of bins get pretty big, is around 300 units.
Also,
so
I
think what we're going
appreciate you
to do
guys,
in
everybody
Brooklyn,
being here.
too,
Over on
which we're
Twitch,
rolling out to this
over
fall,
on
is a great place to
YouTube,
test this. Has a number
especially
of
on
large
YouTube
buildings.
where it's vertical. I
Is
wish I could do
what are the approaches that we
horizontal
can
on
take
both
to limit
too.
the number of containers that are
But it's
necessary?
just it won't let
Do
me.
we have to increase the
I have to
frequency of
buy
collection
Streamlabs
in
Ultra
order
and
to
I'm
reduce the number of containers? Are there other models of containerization that we can use? So we're looking at all the options on the table.
All right. Thank you so much to our Deputy Mayor, Commissioner, and Council members. All right, Catherine, we'll start with you and then Timmy.
Okay, I have two off-topic questions. The first one is wondering if you can react to the Truth Social post from President Trump last night saying that you're destroying New York with the pied-à-terre tax. And then also if you've spoken to him recently in the last 24 hours or ever about that tax or taxing the rich in New York.
So what I'll say is that I'm interested in what New Yorkers have to say about our policies, and 93% approve of the pied-à-terre tax. This is a tax that will raise $500 million every year, and it will raise money to fund essential city services like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. The president and I both want this city to succeed. This is how you do it. And in terms of the person here who's spoken most recently, the president, I would point everyone to Timmy Faciola of the Judge Street Journal.
Timmy, go ahead.
Just to drill down, had you spoken about that tax with him at all since the governor announced it?
I've made it clear to the president and to the public that I am deeply supportive of taxing the rich, and taxing non-resident secondary homes worth more than $5 million falls right within that. How was your conversation with the president?
It was very brief, all too brief. Do you have any regret that he gave me an exclusive interview?
No, I think it's...
No. I have a comptroller question, actually. That's the thing about the judge. We talked to the president. We also are interested in the comptrollers. Your meeting with Tom DiNapoli later, there's a lot of progressive incumbent or progressive challengers in that race. Are you eyeing anyone? Are you going to endorse DiNapoli?
So I have made a few endorsements thus far, and those are all ones that I'm very, very excited about. When I have anything else to share, I'll be sure to do so publicly. But I'm looking forward to going back up to Albany this evening for Somos and to attend a number of receptions, including Controller DiNapoli's.
Hey, Mayor.
Hey, Jeff. How's it going?
Good. I'm wondering if you have any more details on the pied-à-terre tax, like, will it?
I just want him to
live
say
in a
who
city
gives
with
a shit.
your own
He's in
second
Florida.
home here? Will it apply to you? How will you value the properties? It feels like there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked out, and I'm wondering, are any of those details ready to share?
So those are exactly the details that our teams have been hard at work at, and the reason that we have even spoken about this publicly is not just a belief in the kind of tax, but also in the administration of the tax. Our administration is confident in the tax's ability to raise $500 million on an annual basis, and to do so by collecting these increased taxes on properties worth more than $5 million. The additional details of that we will be sure to share with you as they have them.
Ebony believes that it might be technically difficult to actually enforce this pied-à-terre tax. I'm wondering, do you think it's possible, in terms of developing the values? A lot of these are owned by LLCs.
I do think it is possible. I think there are times when technical concerns are spoken of, but I think they also mask political disagreements.
Kelly, go ahead. And then
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Kelly, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
I wanted to ask you, about what Trump said about you in relation to this new tax. Do you feel like it put some bad blood between you and him? And why do you feel like you were targeted versus the governor? Because it's both of your proposals. And then I have one other question unrelated.
Only three? Okay.
It's Friday. I'm giving you a break.
Thank you. Okay. I'll leave the president to answer why he writes his posts the way that he does and who he directs them to. What I will tell you is, I think we saw in the Judge Street Journal's reporting that the president's description of his opposition to this as a policy. And I'll be honest with you, it's not a surprise given the fact that the president and I have many deep policy differences, and I am not shy about airing them both publicly and privately. I've spoken to the president about my deep disagreement with him about ICE. I believe that ICE is a cruel and inhumane agency that does nothing to serve in the interests of public safety. Even the previous time that I met with the president at the Oval Office, I was there to speak to him about the prospect of the city working with the federal administration to deliver the most amount of housing delivered in a single housing project since the early 1970s. 12,000 homes, 30,000 jobs. In the process of having that conversation, I brought up that just that morning, a Columbia University student had been detained by ICE. And I gave the president a list of 5 individuals who had been detained in or around Columbia University. And I asked that those charges be dropped. 30 minutes after the meeting, he called me to say he'd made the decision to drop the charges when it came to that Columbia University student. And so these differences of opinion, they will continue. They are sincere. And also the thing that we have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. And so when I speak to the president, I always bring it back to the city and what I think will help the city.
And then just to go back, yesterday
All reflexes aren't too bad.
Program for affordable and rent-stabilized buildings. How much of that is to grease the wheels when it comes to getting your rent free? Get them to back your rent?
I've always said that I am committed in leading our administration to confront the cost of living crisis wherever we find it. And we've also seen that landlords of affordable housing units have seen their insurance costs skyrocket. And so for me, if you're a landlord, if you're a tenant, so long as you're a New Yorker and you're facing a cost of living crisis, it's the administration's responsibility to have an answer to that. We're very excited by this proposal because we think it could not only save the city more than $500 million, but it could also make it easier to steward affordable housing across the 5
What we have to do in this game is
Hey,
find a secret boss fight with the rat, and I'm not doing that. I just want to play.
Concerned at all about the Tier 6 pension being passed, which could nearly...
Sorry,
Are you concerned at all about the Tier 6 pension being passed, which could basically wipe out the gains from the unitarian tax? And I have a follow-up.
No. I think it's critically important that we advance a vision that makes it easier for working people to live in New York City, and that we also do so while tackling this generational fiscal crisis. And I'm encouraged by the conversations we've been having with the governor and legislative leaders, and we've already seen the progress of that, and that is all working backwards from the fiscal responsibility we have to balance New York City's budget.
And also, the CSOs, you said that you only needed to find $2 billion.
1.7, yeah. What's 300 million amongst friends?
Has the governor, is that like an indication that the governor has given you a number that she wants you to get the budget to?
That 1.7 was something that we outlined many months ago as part of our preliminary budget on February 17th. And it was part of our commitment to finding inefficiencies, fraud, waste, wherever we could in our city budget, and eliminating that as we deliver the most efficient city budget possible. And that is how we reduce the deficit to a point where we are now, $5.4 billion. Then those conversations continue with the governor. That 5.4 is obviously then reduced through the implementation of a pied-à-terre tax, through the additional kinds of savings that we're talking about.
Hey.
Hey.
Yes.
Are you going to push again for higher income taxes and corporate taxes, or is it your understanding that this pied-à-terre tax is all you're getting this session or maybe next year?
I will always be myself wherever I go, and I'm someone who believes in the importance of taxing the wealthiest to ensure that everyone in the city can actually afford to live here. And I'm also be celebrating the pied-à-terre tax because I think that this proposal that we've worked on with the governor is one that speaks exactly to that need and does so while funding the kind of essential city services that New Yorkers cannot go without.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
How do I do this again? Tab? Q? Alright, is that it? I think that's it. Cool. That was cool. Cool little impromptu press conference there. I'm sure Majority Report will talk about it. And we will get to Majority Report at 12. We'll be watching it live. Again, I'm live all day today. I have work from 11 to 7. I have a show that I'm going to starts at 10 p.m. tonight. So I'll probably be streaming until like 8, maybe. Maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later. I don't know. But like, I'm going all day, baby. I'm going all day. But yeah, let's get back to this Dave Chappelle shit. So, yeah, I get this preface that FD is giving of like, I'm not trying to cancel him, whatever, because he wants whoever might click on this video to actually listen to what he's saying. But I would disagree that he's one of the greatest comedians of all time. That's me.
Even if you decide to continue to support and celebrate him, which is your prerogative, at least you'll be better informed and less easily manipulated about what's actually being happened. Because talented, rich people are not cancelable unless they do some type of heinous sex crime, and even then, it's a toss-up. So understand up front, Dave Chappelle has not and will not lose a penny for anything I or anyone else has said. I'm just engaging with ideas, so please don't throw that out there as a deflection or whataboutism, all right? Don't waste your time with the he's entitled to his opinion defense.
Which show will be on tonight? So I made a reaction. I should just have this up always. I usually do. I usually just have my channel up always. I made a reaction 2 weeks ago to Marlon Craft, rapper I had never heard of until I saw a cipher trending on Twitter, and he was one of the members of that cipher, and I was like, that's some good shit. And he's got an album coming out, so all right, I'm gonna put it on my calendar, and when the album comes out, I'll make a reaction to it. And oh boy, I fucking loved it. It's called The Internet Killed the Neighborhood. A lot of what we've been talking about, the atomization of media, the siloed nature of how we all feel, the social media, making it feel like you have community, but it's all digital, it's all online. You don't actually go out and touch grass. If you go to a bar, Boston Brian was telling me, like, in the UK, pub culture is kind of going away. And that was like the meeting place for a lot of people. And now people just aren't going out as much. The male loneliness epidemic. I was just talking to my friend about it last night. We're playing some Borderlands. He was like, "Yeah, man, I get it. When people don't want to be the first one. Like in class, if the teacher calls on the class to say, "Can anybody answer this question?" Most of the class might know the answer, but it's who wants to put their hand up and speak. Because if they get it wrong, then they'll be talked about and laughed at. But you have to be the first. Sometimes you have to be the first to walk into a room and say, "Hey, what's going on?" Or be the first to start dancing and get everybody feeling comfortable enough to dance. You know what I mean? And Marlon Craft had this great moment in an interview. Where is it? This is Zoran just getting his hand shaken walking down the street. Here, I'll show you the clip. I played this on Boston Brian's show. Yeah, so this is the idea here. I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted from the Chappelle thing. This is a good quote. This is a good sentiment here.
Internet Killed the Neighborhood. Can you talk about the title and just maybe the moment that you landed on it and knew that this was going to be the direction?
Yeah, man. I mean, the older that I get in this and the more I kind of think about legacy and what matters to me, the more I realize that sort of the apex or the size of wherever your career lands when it's all said and done, the highest height, I don't think is really what defines you. I think it's about the people in your immediate community or your neighborhood or your family or whatever that you affect and that you share that time with. And I feel like community and neighborhood now has been kind of stripped away and like bastardized a bit and commodified and sold back to us via these kind of like addictions and compulsions and these customized algorithms that feel kind of similar to what a neighborhood was, like this narrower perspective of shared proximity, but you're not actually sharing proximity with nobody. You're like being sold to and being, you know, hooked on things that usually just lead to like consumption. So the line came naturally on the song Trust. I wrote that bar right there. That's kind of like in the middle of the album. The internet killed the neighborhood, nihilism leave you broken, but the paper's good. And after I came up with that, I just sort of, obviously it's kind of in the lineage of TV killed the radio star and whatever. Right. I came up with that and I was just like, damn, that's kind of it.
Yeah, so like that's the sentiment, and that's a sentiment that a lot of us been talking about on this space, just in different ways. A lot of different industries been talking about that, right? Like we don't all watch, you know, Game of Thrones is kind of like one of the last shows that everybody watched on Sunday when it came out, and then would talk about it Monday, right? On Grass is where free people stand together. That's good shit. So yeah, I'm going to see him live. That's what I'm going to see. And even the idea of a show starting at 10 p.m., I'm exhausted. I'm an old man. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I got a friend going with me, so it's going to be a good time. But yeah, let's finish up this. So yeah, I want to get this primer out about Dave Chappelle and like what he sees as his job, what he sees as like what his goals are, and why it seems like people have been let down and maybe they shouldn't be that surprised.
Because whenever you say that, you're basically just admitting that you don't have an argument to go against what's being said. So you're arguing for the validity of saying something, which is stupid, but it is what it is. I say all this to say, feel free to click away if you don't want your perception to be challenged. And if you decide to stay and engage with that, don't be a fucking baby in my comments, all right? So to explain what I'm sure will be an inflammatory title for this video, let's look at this old joke from Dave Chappelle.
I'll say anything, nigga. I've done commercials for Coke and Pepsi. I don't give a fuck what comes out of my mouth. I just say what it takes. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm saying.
I want to shout out to the brothers at Waving the Red Flag podcast. We talked about this in their podcast, maybe like the night after it came out. But this...
Yeah, that's a great podcast. I love them. Shout out Waving the Red Flag.
Joke from like 20 years ago is honestly the most telling and clarifying joke about Dave that he's ever given the world. Dave Chappelle is full of shit. He's a bullshitter. And the thing that I need to fully engage with is that Dave knows he's a bullshitter, but he also knows that most of us don't know he's a bullshitter. To be fair to him, he's tried to tell us numerous times, right? But despite that, people still hold him up as a truth teller, as the opposite of being full of shit. When in reality, his main focus has always been bullshitting to get his money. Dave, as he says in his special, is a capitalist, and as any highly talented comedian, bullshitting is their job. So I kind of get it. But what I want to do here is make sure that from here on, if you've watched this video, that you get it too, so you can stop treating Dave with a reverence he does not deserve. I've already talked at length about the trans jokes and how they're lazy and poorly thought out along with being offensive, so I'm not going to rehash that. But again, I tended to think that maybe like most people, Dave just didn't know how off he was with the trans jokes. So his offensive jokes could be interpreted as mistakes of understanding. However, now it's very clear and more egregious that Dave knows he's doing things that he deserves criticism for. He just doesn't care.
Right. He is
but he
no
does
Dick
care
Gregory.
enough to not like being criticized.
Dick Gregory
Dave
is
is
great.
not unaware of how harmful what he's saying and doing is. And if his previous behavior and ideological positions are to be taken seriously, he should know what he knows that he acts like he doesn't know. Does that make sense? To clarify, around halfway through this special, Dave talks about how he's been criticized for going to the Riyadh Festival in Saudi Arabia, and he has this to say.
I've been getting a lot of grief, again, because I did comedy festival in Saudi Arabia. They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist, and rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous. Also, Israel killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months. So I didn't know y'all was still counting.
So this is a classic whataboutism, and I know for a fact that I need to explain it, so sit tight for a second. The Riyadh Comedy Festival was a special event held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it was a controversial and in many ways disappointing example as to why you should believe Dave's words in that snippet I showed earlier, because it shows that Dave, much like most celebrities, is only as principled as he is well paid. Many of you may not know this, but Saudi Arabia is not a great place for a multitude of reasons. They've participated in more than a few human atrocities over the years. They have extremely repressive laws around women and sexuality that are legitimately more oppressive than other Muslim nations and not actually rooted in a true practice of Islam. Their government is corrupt and despotic. Dave mentions how they murdered a journalist a few years back for criticizing the royal family. Yes, but that's not where this begins or ends, and again, Dave knows this. Saudi Arabia also has what essentially amounts to legal slavery right now in 2025, 2026, probably when you're watching this. They have an estimated 700,000 plus people in a variety of exploitative conditions, which amount to slavery, many of which are Africans. Speaking of Africa, the Saudi government has treated them much like America has treated its imperial neo-colonies, which includes an influx of Ethiopians who often immigrate to Saudi Arabia because of the things Saudi Arabia is doing in East Africa, and those Ethiopians were subject to a mass killing just a couple of years ago. Saudi Arabia is also currently funding one half of the Sudanese civil war that's creating a massive humanitarian crisis in Africa. I've had a few people point out that Saudi Arabia is not explicitly funding the more brutal Rapid Support or RSF forces, which is true, but they're still greatly responsible for the neocolonial state of Sudan, and they are engaged in what amounts to a proxy war with them and the United Arab Emirates, who are allegedly funding the RSF. And this is all with the goal of controlling the resources of Sudan, not supporting the self-determination of Sudan or anything that's actually helpful to Africans. I am glossing over a lot. Global politics is not my bag. Feel free to elaborate or correct me in the comments. I'm working on something to fix my lack of understanding there. But here's the point. Dave pointing out how awful America is with its support of Israel or legacy of empire does not make it the same, does not make it any less bad that he went there to perform. This wasn't like Dave had a homie with the comedy club in Saudi Arabia and he went there for a private event. He performed for those in power to whitewash what they're really doing in that country and abroad. And much like with every other person that is forced to perform there, I guarantee Dave had to sign a contract to censor himself to not criticize the Saudi government or say anything bad about what they're doing. Which is something, if you let Dave tell you, he would never do, because freedom of speech and his ability to say what he wants is so important to him. But it's not if the check is right. It's a complete betrayal of what many perceive Dave to stand for. It's the definition of selling out. Performing at this festival at the behest of the Saudi government for their king and their prince or whatever would be like somebody from Saudi Arabia coming here to perform for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump made him promise not to talk about racism or issues with queer people or ICE terrorizing the cities and all kinds of shit. The same stuff he's complaining about with Donald Trump, if he were a Saudi Arabian person coming here, they'll be like, I don't see anything wrong happening in DC. That's who Dave Chappelle is right now, and I need people to recognize that. And Dave is literally joking about his role in that process and how well they paid him to tap dance for those people.
Every article said the comedians hoard themselves out to a dictator, but all the articles...
Hey, what up, Etch? Welcome, welcome. How you doing, brother? Yes, we are live early. We're going to be live all day. I am having Crimson Desert withdrawal. I made the decision to stream over here instead of over there so that I can catch up on some of these videos that I've been meaning to watch. Happy Friday to you too. What's the occasion? Oh, no ads. Oh, the ads are coming. Multi-stream. Let me know when the ads are over.
how well they paid him to tap dance for those people.
Every article said the comedians hoard themselves out to a dictator, but all the articles have my picture on it. And you know what? I can't even get mad because you know, to be fair, I did make more money than all of those comedians. You know what my new job is? I sit by the phone and wait for them Arabs to call me. Can I help you guys?
When Dave does the whataboutism comparing them to the US or Israel, it's some bullshit and he knows it. But he knows most of y'all don't know this. He knows he can tell a few jokes, bring up something that everyone would be on his side about, which is the genocide in Gaza, points at a shitbird nobody likes like Bill Maher, and then moves on as if he's really addressed the issue, but he hasn't. There really is no excuse for Dave performing over there except for him just saying, look, I wanted the money and I'm greedy. And he's kind of said that, just not fully. What's clear now, going back to the closer where Dave famously promised he wouldn't make any more trans jokes. Remember that? Remember when Dave Chappelle said, no more trans jokes until we're all on one accord? This nigga. It shows that Dave doesn't have a lot of respect for his audience because he knows at the end of the day, enough people will either be misinformed or not care about him talking out his ass without consequence. When Dave says it's easier to talk in Saudi Arabia, he really means it's easier for him. And that's only because he has no desire to criticize the fact that the people that cut that check are also murdering African immigrants and funding a genocide in Sudan. And I bet he doesn't like that. In fact, I'd argue that he probably doesn't even agree with the treatment of gay people in Saudi Arabia, but
I don't give a fuck what comes out of my mouth. I just say what it takes. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm saying.
And I wouldn't be so bothered if it weren't for the mythological role that Dave plays in black culture as some type of righteous truth teller.
See, this is the important part. By the way, Etched, ads are done. I think the occasion is just, I'm working. I decided, what am I going to do? I'm going to spend 7 hours streaming Crimson Desert, or come on here, play various different games, because I haven't played Gungeon in a while, and catch up on some of the videos I've been wanting to watch. So I'm going to do that. I decided to do that. But believe me, I can't stop thinking about Crimson Desert. I can't stop. Pinkerbell, there's like 300 toadstools in a small patch in my yard. Is that bad? I don't know. I don't know Latino. Like mushrooms? Like little like... Is that bad? Are they harmful to the garden? I don't know. But this is the part where it's like, yeah, he is held up as some kind of like luminary. Much like Kanye, much like Jay-Z. And they shouldn't be. Remember James Baldwin? That famous quote of like, white people have leaders who are politicians, who are church leaders, who are made great change. Black people have leaders who are musicians, actors. What leaders are there? What leaders are there? He's not my leader. He's not one of my leaders. Kanye is not one of my leaders. Now, my leaders are Kevin Smith, Weird Al Yankovic, George Lucas, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, Eminem, Bam Margera, maybe Bill Burr. So I personally don't have like luminaries as my inspirations. But as a people, black people still are offered, here's actors, here's rappers, here's athletes. And I think it should be more like, here's Ayanna Pressley, here's AOC, here's, Zohran Mamdani. Better people who actually make change. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, but like Marcus Garvey, some of these other people. You know what I'm talking about? Hell, FD is one of my leaders right now.
I don't think Dave lies per se, right? But as I said in my video, he only tells half-truths. He says the part people will appreciate and leaves out the parts where he's taking blood money or doing things he knows he shouldn't be doing to offend folks because he knows he can get away with it. And that's what really frustrates me about certain black folks right now beyond Dave Chappelle. We are severely lacking in our capacity to analyze a situation beyond a racial frame. I understandably feel the need to protect, uplift, and celebrate our icons and luminaries who make great art and comedy and music, much like all of us are rooting for Anthony Joshua to knock out Jake Paul or whichever Paul brother that is in that fight. That I'm still with. But if Anthony Joshua comes out and does some fuck shit about black people, then it's fuck Anthony Joshua until he apologizes for the shit. We really gotta be recognizing when we're being played, when folks are using their connection to black.
I know a little bit about Dick Gregory. I know his comedy, for sure. I've seen his comedy, but I didn't know about his activism.
Blackness to avoid substantive criticism, because it happens all the time, and so many of us keep letting these Negroes get away with it. If people talked about Dave Chappelle the way they do Kevin Hart, who also performed at the festival, because of course he did, I wouldn't even bother talking about it, because nobody's running around saying Kevin Hart is some type of radical truth teller. In fact, I probably wouldn't even say anything about Dave if he hadn't put out this half-ass horrible whataboutism of an excuse. If he just did a special and not even addressed it, I'd have maybe made a post, but like, I wouldn't think to break it down even further, because at least that's an acknowledgement that he knows he was wrong and doesn't want to engage in it. But
that's the thing too. Like, I keep bringing up Gabriel Iglesias. Gabriel Iglesias, who also went to the Riyadh Festival. Big fat Mexican comedian. I say that because a lot of his jokes are about being fat and being Mexican. Very funny, you know, totally apolitical humor for the most part, a little bit here and there, and also just the choice to be apolitical is a political choice in and of itself, as we know. But he got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and he goes, he made a joke about Riyadh. He's like, I'm getting a lot of criticism for going to Riyadh, and Fluffy sold out. It's like, you're damn right Fluffy sold out. I got a house to pay for. I got kids to put through school. And that was it. And then moved on. And like, yeah, I don't expect him to be a truth teller, talking truth to power. Matter of fact, I don't think Bill Burr thought he was doing that either. Bill Burr has been saying the same shit for the last, as long as I've been listening to him, about how bosses screw you over. Dick Gregory was very active in the civil rights. All right, we're going to check out some Dick Gregory clips after this. But Bill Burr has been talking the same shit, and especially on his podcast. Billy Bugbath, what do you think of interracial same-sex relationships? That's totally fine. Bugbath, I got no problem with that. That's a weird question on Twitch. By the way, welcome. I appreciate you. Come on in. Water's fine. What was I saying? Oh, Bill Burr, I feel like, was kind of again, didn't realize that, like, people were championing him recently for the anti-capitalism shit that he's been saying. You know, the like, yeah, Luigi, of course Luigi. You know, all this kind of shit. And so then when he went to Riyadh and all these like new leftist fans of his are like, how could you do that? It's like, he's Bill Burr, dude. He does not care. This is yet another foreign country that he gets to visit that he still feels like is a treat for him to go get to visit. Again, I've been listening to this motherfucker for years. Luigi is innocent until proven guilty. It's still alleged. It's still alleged. We don't know. He has not gone to trial yet. But yeah, I think, and again, I love the Vanguard boys, but their analysis of like, he is unpopular. It's like, maybe to the, again, more recent far lefties who have become fans of his because of his rhetoric on like Saturday Night Live monologue when he said, hey, white women, y'all were calling, you know, y'all moved to the front of the line of oppression. He's trying to tell jokes. He's not trying to be like a philosopher or a political leader or whatever. And we'll see. We'll see if his ticket sales are harmed by his involvement. We'll see. I doubt it. Much like Dave Chappelle's fans, I think they're locked in. They don't care. They either don't care or they don't know that what he said is actually harmful. Like FD is saying here.
Acknowledgement that he knows he was wrong and doesn't want to engage in it. But because Dave is on this pedestal, I feel the need to make sure people understand why they need to knock him off. For the longest, Dave has done little to nothing to agitate against
Obsessive Bean, welcome. How you doing? We're covering a little bit of comedy Crashouts, and then we're gonna go into like Majority Report, and then we're gonna do some Culture United, some rap stuff. And of course, we're going to be playing various games. I'm playing some Enter the Gungeon because it's been quite a while. I've been stuck on Ball Pit since October. Do you think people are wanting some spicy political content in the comedy these days? Yeah, of course. Like always. But again, it depends who you're watching. If you're watching Gabriel Iglesias, you're not expecting to come away with some like George Carlin-esque takes on society and stuff. You're just going in to get some laughs about like Mexican stuff. He is essentially a more authentic, more funny, more clever Carlos Mencia. And I don't want to diss fucking Gabriel Iglesias like that, but he's not trying to like be on the bleeding edge of comedy. You know, he's not like Nathan Fielder, who I can't even watch Nathan Fielder. He does shit that's so uncomfortable to me. I'll get secondhand embarrassment. I can't. But again, that's his lane. Different flavors. And I get it, you know. Again, like he said, no one's attacking Kevin Hart because no one expects better of Kevin Hart. The reason people expect better of Dave Chappelle is this like weird mythologizing that black people have done and he's fed into. Of like, I left Comedy Central over principled reasons. It's like, you probably left because you weren't getting paid as much as you thought you were.
Or the systems that harm us, and even in his comedy. We got a few Charlie Kirk jokes, but they were pulled punches if you ask me. And if you think about it, we haven't heard hardly anything in terms of our political reality from Dave for almost 10 years of Trump and Biden and Trump again. He talks about it at the end of this video, but considering where he really stands, I just can't follow him there. I just wish folks would expect and demand more from people we proclaim to be powerful thinkers. The bar is too low right now, and Dave himself is proof. I get it. I was there when the story broke that Dave left the Chappelle show and went to get his mind right in Africa, leaving $30 million on the table and sacrificing.
Yeah, hold on. This is important, so we're going to get to this in a second. Iglesias is closer to Sinbad than type of comedy. Yes, for sure. That's a better example. Carlos Mencia was not, because Carlos sucks and steals jokes. Sinbad is better, yes. And you don't see Sinbad coming out here being like, and let me tell you the truth about socialism and how it's great. You know, he's just doing his fucking jokes. And that's okay. I love Sinbad, dude. One of the first specials I ever saw was a Sinbad special. Billy Bugbeth on Twitch says, do you think Joe Rogan spins a low-key political narrative in the guise of Popular Guy Show? You get these apolitical comments that shill a political... Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, we've been new about Joe Rogan, and we're going to get to Rogan in a second. And Andrew Schultz as well, actually. But yeah, I want this explanation of Chappelle to come through. Like, this is the myth of Dave Chappelle right here.
It's too low right now, and Dave himself is proof. I get it. I was there when the story broke that Dave left the Chappelle show and went to get his mind right in Africa, leaving $30 million on the table and sacrificing his show, allegedly off the principle of holding on to his integrity as a black man. That was an amazing and inspiring moment to witness, and I still find that story inspiring, but that was 20 years ago. Barack Obama was about to be president, Kanye West was still dating black women, and cell phones chirped. The preceding years have not been kind to Dave's principles. It's hard to believe that the same man who fled to Africa just came back from Saudi Arabia. But here we are. It's still perfectly fine to find Dave's comedy enjoyable. I laughed several times, although not as much as other specials. Dave is not responsible for the system he participates in. We all have to make compromises at different times because that's the reality of the situation.
See,
but
like, FD remembers that. I remember that. And to him, it's still an inspiring story. And to me, I question the validity of it now. I go, was it really that you felt uncomfortable with the white people laughing at the racist jokes that you were putting in your own show? Look, you put out art, you can't control how people absorb it, right? I talk about this in my Boys review of the premiere of The Boys this season. A lot of right-wingers love Homelander. They didn't get that he was a fucking, like, pastiche on their ideology. They got, he was cruel, but they thought he was badass. They thought he was cool. Season 4, the writers clearly saw that and were like, no. We have to make him worse and stupid and bad, and we have to get this theme into their fucking heads. It's hard to tell if you're laughing at or laughing about something. Yeah. Exactly. And so, I could see him like, okay, you put art into the world, racists come back and say we like it, then you adjust what you put out. And again, The Boys did that, and it suffered for it because it wasn't very subtle to begin with. It was very overt to begin with, but they made it even more overt. And the story suffered from that. Now, it also could have just been the story was going to suffer anyway in season 4, but I buy into, like, I think he wanted more money. And it wasn't about, like, oh, I'm so principled, I'm going to walk away from $30 million. The thing is like, no, I'm worth more than $30 million, and I can go make it on my own. I think that's my conspiracy theory. I don't know. It's not proven. Back when All in the Family was on TV, it went over Chud's heads that Archie Bunker was the writer's way of making fun of them. And there's a great video, I think it was from Sean or Blue Jay on YouTube. I watched it years ago. It was like 2 hours long. And it was like, they had a good mission, which was to try and, like, appeal to those people and be like, you should change. Because every episode he learns a lesson. But the format of episodic television, hang on. Listen. Rune knows how to get on the bed. He knows how to jump on the couch. But he wants help a lot of the time. So he'll go over there and he'll stand by the couch and just bark. And so until I go over and help him. Jose, that's the one. Thank you, Latino. I think of Blue Jay because that's the avatar, but it's Jose. Thank you. Yeah, he made the All in the Family thing. That explains, because of episodic television, it has to, the status quo has to be reset at the beginning of each episode. So he may learn a lesson by the end of an episode, but the next episode he's back to being, straight bigot, and it doesn't absorb, right? And the fact that he's effectively the protagonist, because while it is an ensemble cast, everything revolves around him. He's the dad. It's the first of those kind of shows where it's the dad who's married to the wife and he got the kids, and it's kind of the dad's show. So because he's the protagonist, naturally, as a story and an audience listening to a story, we're going to identify with the protagonist, and it lends us to feeling empathy for them where maybe we shouldn't. This is also the problem with, like, the movie Taxi Driver, Goodfellas, Wolf of Wall Street, American Psycho, Fight Club, like, because The Sopranos, and because the protagonist of the story is not even an anti-hero, is a villain, a bad person, right? They are a villain. But they're the way that we, the audience, are entering this world. They're the person whose emotions we feel, who is going on the hero's journey, quote unquote, Was just watching the Angry Ginger. Angry Ginger's back. This space contributor, and I hope he comes back to this space. I'm pretty sure he's going to once he gets up and running. But he was just talking about last night in his like I'm back video that he's reading the hero's journey. The hero, what's it called? The Hero with 1,000 Faces, Joseph Campbell's book that explains that every story has been told and blah blah blah. Because of that natural feeling of identity with the protagonist of a story, you may forgive actions that they take. And again, yes, you know, when we're watching Sopranos, we embody Tony, and we're like, yeah, these fucking cops won't get off his back. Come on. He's got to be a dad to Meadow and AJ, the best character in The Sopranos. And, you know, it's Always Sunny. Exactly. Why is Always Sunny better at making its protagonist unsympathetic? Well, that gets into the American Psycho of it. Like, American Psycho, you do identify with him, I guess, but up until he starts just straight murdering people. But even then, it's because Dexter exists, right? So, like, that's an entire series that's about a serial killer. And we're, like, hoping he gets away with it because he's going after, like, the right targets or whatever, right? But I think Always Sunny does it by now, we still like these characters, and we still want them to, like, win a lot of the times. Especially early seasons, where they're not as, like, cartoonishly bad on Always Sunny. But it's also a comedy. It's a different genre, so that also lends us to not care so much about the protagonist. If it's a drama, then we feel that drama. It's an emotional fucking roller coaster. We want them to win. If it's a comedy, it doesn't matter, because the comedy can come from the protagonist being a piece of shit, like a lot of, like, I was gonna say Jerry Lewis movies, but more like, I mean, Jerry Lewis movies in that his protagonists are usually idiots and someone the audience wouldn't want to be, you know what I mean? But we feel bad for them. Or what's a good one? Like the American Pie movies were like, look, at the time a lot of dudes were probably like, oh, these are perfectly sympathetic dudes, except for maybe Stifler. But in retrospect, all of them were pieces of shit. You know what? There's a movie called, well, Clerks. Clerks is also a good one. Now, that's Kevin Smith, like, talking about himself and his life and whatnot. But Dante's not a very good character. And Randall certainly isn't. But it's about their friendship and about, like, you know, what they think are important struggles for them. And then other people in the movie will tell them, no, you're the asshole here. You know what I mean? Gotta love the Donkey Show. Bro. I have a Clerks 2 poster right above my computer, man. It says, it's Jay and Silent Bob, of course, and it says, standing for truth, standing for justice, standing around. Matter of fact, I can find that poster. Let me see. There it is. Yeah, this is the poster I have literally on my wall. Gigantic. Vintage. Oh, I'm old. Dude, signed. I've gone to see Kevin Smith's Hollywood Babylon podcast live. I've seen him just come out and talk live. He's great. Well, again, one of my pillars. Now let's finish up this FD thing.
Compromising, and then there's transgressing. And I don't know about y'all, but to me, performing for a government that's committing a genocide in Africa is a transgression. I don't know, maybe I'm weird for that shit. But I don't know Dave. Dave is only accountable to his community and his own conscience and his family. But I know that my conscience and my community will probably look elsewhere for real truth-telling and righteous behavior, because Dave hasn't shown that to me for a while now. I'm FD Signifier, and this has been Light Work.
Latino Mufuna says, I don't think we're supposed to like the characters on a... yeah, exactly. The show's humor works by making us feel contempt for the protagonist, so we feel good when we point and laugh at them. Exactly, when bad things happen, yes. The original idea for It's Always Sunny, the idea was Seinfeld, right? Like, they would watch in Seinfeld, and they were like, we feel sympathy for these characters because the show portrays them like they're us, like they're the everyman, and we should, like, root for them and whatnot. But if you look at their actions, they're actually horrible fucking people. Now, if you talk to Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld, they're like, yeah, no, that was the purpose. It's like our insecurities. This is what we would wish we could do in these moments, even though those things are like wild and angry. I remember watching comedians in cars getting coffee with Jerry Seinfeld and Bill Burr chit-chatting, and they were having cigars, and Burr was like, you know, a lot of people think you're just kind of like, what's the deal with airplane food? Like the silly kind of pastiche of a comedian. But I saw the anger. I saw the rage in you, because as someone who has a lot of rage, I could see that. No, you're not just talking about what's the deal with airline food. And you go, why the fuck is this airline food so goddamn shitty when I got to pay this much to get on the fucking plane and I got to show up to the place 10 hours in advance? Like, there is rage behind it. You know what I mean? So the idea of Always Sunny was, let's do Seinfeld, but make it more obvious that these characters are like pieces of shit and irredeemable. And then it just, spun out from there. How much time we got? We got 17 minutes before Majority Report starts. So, and we don't have to watch all Majority Report. We can. But I always like to check in if I feel like it. I have been taking like a lot of breaks from Majority Report recently. I can't. The news is too much, and now I have a show where I get to talk about the news every week, twice a week, and so I'm like, let me take a break when I can, and then because I'm gonna have to look into it before Tuesday and Wednesday anyway. But yeah, so let's check out this. These guys are Potty Mouth Podcast. They're really funny. They're young. They're like Gen Z. And I think I first came across him when I think he was on like an episode of Olay and Friends, Olay Yarmi Olurin's show that hasn't been updated in like 4 months. And I'm like, hey, where's Olay and Friends? I like those shows. And she was also on his show. She did his show, and FD did his show. And that's where I first came across him. He was a big Drake fan, and the battle was happening, right, with Kendrick. And he had a discussion with FD Signifier, because they like talked about each other back and forth in videos, and then they had, they talked. And he's super cool, and he's evolved. And he did like a couple episodes of Gen Z Jeopardy, where he would ask older people, Gen Y / millennials and like Gen X people, quizzes on Gen Z slang and stuff, and see how with it they were. And he did it with FD, and he did it with Olay. And I don't know if he did it anymore, but he should, because that was a good idea. But anyways, this is them talking about Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle is back talking again. I saw 2 different pieces of Dave Chappelle media doing interviews. One was with NPR.
Latino Mofuna. In Jay Silent Bob reboot, Kevin Smith took criticism of his work to inform the humor in the film's script, in which was hilariously made fun of his own works. Many comedians need to learn from this. Yeah. Yes. I didn't particularly like that one. I was like, this is... I like Clerks 3. And again, that's something I want to talk to the Vanguard boys about. If I ever talk to the Vanguard boys, I want to talk about Bill Burr, and I want to talk about Bill Burr. I want to talk about Andrew Schultz, because I fucking know Andrew Schultz, and I want to talk about Jay and Silent Bob and Kevin Smith. Because I know they shit on Clerks 3, and I'm like, Clerks 3 made me fucking cry, dude. I haven't watched it since because it's made me cry. I haven't watched Jay and Silent Reboot since because I didn't like it.
Which is a longer conversation. We're going to get into that. But the first thing I saw was like a local news story he did where Dave Chappelle was spreading to come back. Dave Chappelle says he considered bringing back the Chappelle show. This is the Associated Press, by the way. I thought it was local news with Associated Press.
Well, the way it looks, like this looks like a set, like a
like CBS on,
Save those DVDs, watch those episodes over and over and over. Is that something that you think that you would ever revisit, or you move past it?
Man, if you would ask me that question,
that format of show doesn't work anymore. SNL is proof of that. SNL, I watch SNL by watching the YouTube clips the next day. And also, like, if he did make the Chappelle show again, people would be expecting stuff, and it would be lame. Hell, he already does make more Chappelle show whenever he hosts SNL. They bring back some of those characters, and it's as funny as it would be. You know what I mean?
I'd have told you absolutely not. But in the last few weeks, you know, it's come up a lot, and I'm considering it.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Drewski, man. Drewski got him ready to come out of retirement.
Bro, it's hey man.
That Erica Kurtzka, she said I could have did something for that.
He said that should have been me. I could have done that.
I'm not gonna lie. Don't need the Chappelle show where Dave Chappelle dressing up in drag. And doing trans jokes.
God, bro.
Don't need Dave Chappelle to come back and fucking dress up as some kind of sheik and do some Saudi Arabia shit. Don't need that. Because if you look at Dave Chappelle's last few specials, I feel like that will be the content of the show. And I don't need that acted out. I don't even need you to say into a microphone. We don't need that, Dave. That was a fucking threat. That nigga said, yo, I got a weapon of mass destruction, nigga. I said, word. You right, big brother. What you want? I negotiate with terrorists if it mean you gonna terrorize my timeline. Don't need a bunch of Gen X unks being like, yo, look at this trans skit. Don't need that. We don't need to give Facebook any content. We need to starve the Facebook aunties and uncles. He could keep that shit to himself, dog. The second thing he did was he did a sit-down interview with NPR. 38 minutes. It was a really good conversation.
This is why I like this motherfucker, because I'm like, he's got the finger on the fucking pulse. And if I need to tap in and be like, what's going on with the youths? I check them. I check Vanguard. I check Aaron and Joe. Aaron and Joe do a lot of reactions to like Love is Blind and 90 Day Fiance and shit like that. They got the fucking finger on the pulse too. Atomic Twins, there are a couple girls who do the same thing, literally twins.
I saw a clip this weekend of this lady who does a podcast, which I've never heard of, but she talked about how the difference between like an actual interviewer who was based in journalism versus a podcast who gets up there and kiki. And this was a real journalistic interview.
Hot take. I think we have lost the plot on what skilled interviewing looks like versus just kikiing. And dare I say, we are all suffering for it. Okay, so quick background. My girlfriend Mona and I have a podcast called Off the Record, and she and I have a combined 25 years experience in
By the way, when the last black girl I dated, 2021, she's the one who taught me what the word kiki meant. I didn't know what it meant when she said it, and she was like, kiki means to like chit chat or to like laugh and giggle and like have a good time. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I know.
Journalism. So she was an ABC News anchor and correspondent. I worked in local news from Philly to DC. And so in this podcast a few weeks ago, we talked to Jay Manuel from America's Next Top Model. From the onset, it was clear between my co-host and I that we were going to talk about sexual misconduct, bullying, consent, etc. We do approach our interviews like journalists, which means a couple of things. One, we do not give our guests any kind of editorial control. So post-interview, you don't get to say, I want this, that, and the other taken out. The second thing is, we are going to be looking at as many interviews of your past interviews as we can, because I want to know what your talking points are. I want to get you off of your talking points. I want to prepare my follow-up in anticipation of you saying that talking point. And third, for something particularly like this, our opinions on the issue are irrelevant. So I thought it was really interesting. While overwhelmingly, I mean, the comments, people appreciated the interview and all of that, but there was a small minority of people who felt that we were being like aggressive or mean or bullying him, while there was another group of people who I noticed were older, who appreciated the follow-ups, the questions asking for clarity or to elaborate or explain or back up this claim that you're making. And it hit me that I think people are so used to hosts just kind of kikiing with their guests, no matter the topic, that to ask someone, hey, this actually doesn't make sense, or this isn't consistent with what you've said before, particularly on a serious topic. I think we view that as combative. And it's like, no, like as a journalist, that's my job. I don't pick a side on this, but I feel like people assume to take that approach means not only you being combative, but you're siding with whoever the person is on the other side of the equation.
I saw that the other day and I thought to myself, you know, she's right. A lot of the interviews that we be consuming, whether it be Call Her Daddy or whatever it is, do just be like niggas like Foreign Eye who have no experience out journalism, talking to people and not giving sufficient pushback to the things.
Yes, because people in power recognize, look, when Twitter came out, Twitter is a fucking internet comment forum. It is commentary. It is commentary on real life. When people say Twitter is not real life, they're correct. Twitter can affect real life, but it is not real life. Like what Marlon Kraft said earlier, the internet killed the neighborhood. It makes you feel like there's community, but it's better to actually have community in your real life. Now, that's not to say there is no utility to social media and the internet. You can organize mass protests, right? There can be revolutions organized using the internet. And messages spread far further. Hell, this whole Hasan bullshit that we're going to talk about in a bit is relevant to that, right? They think they can, like, cancel Hasan. It's like, dude, you can't turn off his mic. He's too popular. You could have tried 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Max right if you Max left. Gupta. But like this style of interviewing, they are just random people. It's me, guys. Like when it's Joe Rogan talking, when it's hell, like Jon Stewart even, like he has had like experts on his show to explain to him because he felt a responsibility to try and learn something and try and be able to push back on guests. But he's still just, I'm a comedian. He's a comedian. And people are used to that. I mean, hell, I made fun of that on this space a little while ago. The CNN changing their sets to look more podcasty, quote unquote. What does that fucking mean? Putting wood paneling up and like a bunch of posters and shit and Funko Pops. It's like, oh, we're just chatting here. That's a talk show. You're talking about a talk show. You're talking about Johnny Carson or someone or fucking Conan O'Brien. But these people also have scripts and things that they're okay to talk about, okay not to talk about. It's all phony. Podcasting was authentic and is authentic a lot of the times. People are aware now of how far it reaches. A lot of the early comedians, like I remember Bert Kreischer talking to Joe Rogan and talking about, like, you know, he would get a phone call the day after doing a podcast from a comic being like, what the fuck? I thought we were friends. And he's like, what are you talking about? And then realized, oh shit, they heard me say this on a podcast and didn't realize like how far podcasting was spreading. It still happens, and that's what I mean. Like, Theo Vaughn cannot interview JD Vance. He does not have the tools or skills to interview JD Vance. He should say no when those requests come in. He should say no. Now, if he's genuinely interested in talking to him on a person-to-person level, okay. But you need an assistant with you. You need a co-host in that moment. Dude, motherfucking Joe Rogan knew this when he interviewed Jack Dorsey from Twitter because he was hearing about conservatives getting shadow banned. This is the episode that made me go, oh, Joe doesn't know what he's doing. But watch. So Joe knew he needed a co-host in that. And I'm like, that's a smart decision. Because you're hearing this from a lot of dubious sources. Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, who I didn't really know the depths of how bad some of these people were at the time. But I knew they were fucked up. Like, they agreed with, like, Fox News shit. So I knew it was bad. Right? But then the person he brought on, like, Jack Dorsey came with the, like, head of terms and services or whatever. Right? To explain to him and the audience in clear terms what's happening and how the shadow banning isn't a thing, right? And Joe Rogan's expert that he brought with him was Tim Pool. So I was like, oh, you're an idiot. You did have a good idea of I need an expert here to ask these questions. But really, it wasn't I need an expert. For Joe Rogan in that moment, it was I need someone the audience is going to trust, is going to ask the questions we want to know. And is also going to like yell at Jack Dorsey and shit. You know what I mean?
They say whenever niggas call foreign out journalists, I'm like, when we're not that. When we were covering hip hop and doing hip hop talks, niggas used to say that shit in our comment section all the time. I'm like, Twin, at best, I'm a cultural commentator. Really though, I'm a spectator with a microphone. But too many of us are getting confused with what like real journalism looks like versus hanging out and kikiing. This Dave Chappelle interview was not hanging out and kikiing. Dave Chappelle had just recently made a big donation or save the local NPR station inside his little town in Ohio. So I think that in doing that, they were like, oh, well you want to come and sit down and we sit down interview about and talk about some shit. And Dave agreed. The whole thing is 38 minutes. We're not going to watch something, but I do got some time I want to show you. There was a few things that hit the timeline that were the headlines. Dave Chappelle says he resents how the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. That was one of the first things he said. And I thought, well, isn't that the
time that Ben Shapiro was being interviewed on the BBC by a conservative journalist, asking him challenging questions, and then Shapiro accused him of being a leftist. Yeah. Exactly. Shapiro wasn't ready. Shapiro was like, I'm in the bubble of YouTube drama, internet world, debate bro shit, you know. He forgot, oh no, there's like real journalists. There's real journalists who investigate things and ask hard questions because that's the job. Because we're trying to get to the heart. Again, that guy is a fucking right-winger piece of shit in the UK, but Ben Shapiro was unfamiliar with him. So he was like, what the fuck? You're on the BBC, you're a leftist, blah, blah, blah. And the guy was like, I've never been accused of that in my life. That's very hilarious. Anyways, why'd you say that Arab people are human sewage or whatever?
Questions of your actions. Dave Chappelle's fired back at backlash over Saudi Arabia show says no one ever had a problem with Saudi money until a black man made money off the plantation. So those are the two big things I saw.
Hold up. What? Dave Chappelle fires back. He said no one ever had a problem with Saudi money till a black man made money off the plantation. That's the same thing that Jay-Z said not 2 fucking weeks ago in an interview. Jay-Z said, let me find the quote. Jay-Z capitalism. Jay-Z on being labeled a capitalist. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people. During an interview, Jay was asked about the implication of being deemed a capitalist, especially as a black man and an artist. Oh, shit. What the fuck? See, this is what I mean, man. My computer is fucking getting slow. That guilt trip ain't gonna work. Don't put your luggage on we. You ain't gonna keep the same energy for the DuPonts and the Carnegies. We was in your cotton fields, now we sitting on the bees on me. So this is a line from one of his songs. Which was what? I don't know. It was a line from his songs quoted by the journalist. And he said, so this is the quote. I think that in that verse specifically, the only thing I heard coming up was the American dream until we started being successful. And it was like, wait a minute, you're selling out because you're making money. That was the first thing that was put on musicians. People had this law for the struggling artist. You have to be struggling if you're an artist, right? That's a mind game. What we would call back in the day, tricknology. It was like, nah, I'm not going for that. Like, no, I make art first, and then I make sure I'm compensated for my art. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people. That's not my reputation. That's not what I do. Questionable. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people, taking advantage of loopholes in the system or some wrinkle in a capitalist structure. That structure exists. He's saying, I didn't do anything. I didn't break the law. He's still talking like a criminal. I get it. I get why Bill O'Reilly always introduced him whenever he talked about him, which was a lot back in the day, as former crack dealer Jay-Z. And like, yeah, he's like, I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not like taking advantage of a loophole. This is just the structure. And he's right. And we should change that structure. And I just see the world for what it is, not for what I want it to be. I'm a realist, not an idealist. And it's like, well, you're an artist. How can you not be an idealist? People speak about the world, how they want to see it. You're never going to win like that. And again, so fucking here, Dave Chappelle's saying the same fucking thing.
A problem with Saudi money until a black man made money off the plantation. So those are the two big things.
Yeah, the former drug dealer turned billionaire and never took advantage of people. Yeah. Did Bill O'Reilly pull that card or Jay-Z? Bill O'Reilly really used to always say, like, former drug dealer, Jay-Z, former crack dealer. But Jay-Z, yes, of course. And so is Dave Chappelle right here.
I'm gonna pull up the clips now so we can react to them.
I got all that flack for doing that festival in Saudi Arabia, but in Saudi, I don't think that festival would have been legitimate if I wasn't there.
His first thoughts was he legitimized it. His argument is that, which has always been, he's fighting for free speech, for everybody to say jokes, no matter where they are or who they are.
That's his
brand. But the problem with that is, in his mind, he's fighting the ethical fight of, like, I believe in free speech. So I'm going to go be a free speech advocate for wherever there are people to speak, I'm going to go there. But the problem is, in doing that, you're now performing for the wealthy elites who are oppressing the people who don't have the right to free speech. So while your thought is in a good place.
Right, again, he's not just going to, like, yes, there are citizens there. I realize this screen is a little cut off by me. Sorry about that. Here, let me put them. I realize, like, fuck.
Or you believe is in
a... They're not just going to Saudi Arabia and just performing in comedy clubs. They're going to perform specifically for the royal family. There are civilians there, but those are rich, wealthy civilians who are there because they're friendly with the royal family. You know what I mean? It's a UFC event. That's a good way to describe it. Like, Trump is there. Trump and the Trump family, the Trump crime family, and, people in the administration, they're there. The show is for them, but there's also civilians in the stands.
The place you believe you're fighting a righteous fight. That fight is less righteous now because of who you're doing it for.
I agree with you. I think he's trying to be like this shepherd of like free speech, but I don't know if he realizes how much of a fool or puppet he's become. He's too old to realize how he's being puppeted.
Right before I went on stage, they gave me a list of all the things I wasn't supposed to address. It was like right before I went on stage. So I took the list on stage, and that was the show. I just did the list. Don't talk about the royal family. Is that y'all or not? Just made fun of them. Man, they were screaming. Ah. Then after the show, I'm backstage at a meet and greet, and there was all these young comedians from all over the Middle East. They were looking at me like I wouldn't even know that they'd know who I am. They couldn't believe I was there. They kept saying, "You just say that? You just say that stuff?" Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not a big deal in my mind.
Like I said, he believes he's fighting a good fight. Yeah. He truly believes that what he does is influencing what free speech could be.
Also, he's being,
inside countries where the definition of free speech is different. But I think where Dave Chappelle is lacking in thought is that he is a guest inside that country. And you are Dave Chappelle, ultra famous American.
Yeah, and he's either truly ignorant and naive and is like, I'm surprised they even know who I am. What are you talking about? You're international famous, dude. Fuck out of here. Ooh, a music video from Momo Boyd. Check out my review of her album, Miss Michigan, right here, 4 days ago. Fantastic. Fantastic album. But yeah, let's get to Majority Report, folks.
Zegrid releases immediately
It's
and
time.
blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
My brother, he's violent, unafraid.
I know there's some people.
Tort conference,
I'm not gonna point
baby.
fingers, Matt, who celebrate 420 pretty hard, although every day is 420. Matt's got one clock, and it's broken, and it says 420. But check it out. They have great products. They never use pesticides in their growing, and you're buying direct from the farmers. Head on over to sunsetlakesabadell.com. Use the coupon code 420. That's the numbers 420 to save 30% site-wide. The sale ends April 22nd at midnight Eastern Time. See their site for additional terms and restrictions. And now time for the show.
Hell yeah, bro.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
You know, it's so nice to actually... so nice to actually be watching this with people who know what this is. You know, I would just stream this, and I would be talking to usually just Warhype or Larry. Would pop in, say what up. Sometimes Taz, Barbara Ed, if you've been here a long time.
Cedar.
It is Friday, April 17th, 2026. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA, and from a conference room in Las Vegas.
You like what you
a
heard
Las
so far,
Vegas
Momo?
Casino.
Boy? Yeah, cool, good.
For the
I'm
Mass
glad.
Sports Conference.
It's very good. It's
Also
country,
on the program
it's folk,
today, Iran declares
but
the
there's
Strait of
also some R&B
Hormuz open.
and soul in there.
There's a
I love it.
10-day ceasefire supposedly to go into effect between
You're used to
Israel
watching
and
the clips.
Lebanon.
You seldom watch it
See
live.
if
We're
Israel
welcome.
can stop bombing. Organizer, former Sanders campaign director, and Aliyah Mieha coasts in New Jersey 11th special election.
Yes, the New
House
Jersey
votes to
person
protect
won.
Temporary protected status for Haitian immigrants. Reports that U.S. naval ships are running out of basic supplies for their sailors. Federal judge once again limits Trump's dreams of a beautiful ballroom. UN reports that Israel killed an average of 47 women and girls daily.
Damn.
Between October 2023 and December 2025.
You know what?
House, in a last minute.
I suggest I hate the fact that Israel engineered the name October 7th to be like their 9/11, but I think we should keep that and be like October 7th is when the genocide started. That's what happened. That's what October 7th means.
Who revolted. And lastly,
give me
the Congressional Progressive Caucus has begun to push for a War Powers Act vote every day in the House going forward. All this and more on today's Majority Report. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is
Casual Friday.
I am not casual. This is probably the most dressed up I've ever been on a Friday. Really, frankly, the most dressed up I am on any day of the week.
You are wearing a non-soft collared shirt. With
I'm wearing, and
a suit jacket.
a suit jacket.
Yeah. You're not doing the Fetterman with the hoodie under the suit jacket and then the tie
The
just
Fred Flintstone tie just
around his
the
neck.
Well, I have shorts on, so if that's
Oh, no one
No.
wants to think about that.
no, I don't. So, folks, yesterday I had was it 4 interviews with tort lawyers here, and I had 2 today that were scheduled, and they both canceled. We'll probably just go through the news. There's a chance we might get one of them. One of the big things I wanted to talk about with an attorney that was here was the big Meta ruling the other day, because one of the lead attorneys was here, and I just was not able to get a time. But we'll talk about that in the future because it's a fascinating case, and there's going to be more of this. Last time we were out here, we were talking about social media cases and gaming cases. There was a couple of people here who are working on gambling addiction cases that are a function of the, sort of just explosion of gambling and market, what is it? Predictive markets opportunities, which I went to the predictive markets thing here and placed a $25 bet on the Celtics to win the championship.
Ooh, a predictive market. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not betting, honey. It's predictive markets that I'm spending $1,000 a month on.
Exactly. I made it. I just wanted to get there's a 4-to-1 chance that the Celtics will win the championship. Just FYI. But there is a chance over the course of the next hour or so, I may get a guest may show up. But if not, let's just go through the news because there's a significant amount of it. Donald Trump had this to, what do you call it? To truth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, truth it out.
And it is the case, according to the Iranians as well, that the Strait of Hormuz is open. Donald Trump says the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force in effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100%. I don't know what that means. 100% complete. I don't know what the transaction is. Maybe
there's
the 20 billion that they're giving them.
There was an Iranian official that spoke to Reuters and told them that their assets being unfrozen is a part of this agreement, which is what the Republicans said was basically aiding and abetting terrorism materially when that was a part of Obama's deal with the JCPOA.
Traitor.
Which was a successful deal that capped Iran's uranium enrichment at single-digit levels, not the 90% that they would need to make a nuclear weapon. And Trump tore that up to get a worse deal, give Iran more leverage, give them more power in the international market now that they control the strait. And so here we are.
And I would also add, not just all of those things that Trump didn't achieve. Like, everybody's celebrating because we're almost back to where we were a month and a half ago. But of course, there's a jet fuel shortage that is hitting various places, Europe and other places around the world. We're going to probably have some food shocks in the coming year because of the break in supply of fertilizer. We may see inflation in chip manufacturing because of while we try and build back the capacity to create helium. There's a whole host of sort of like downstream ripple effects of this that we are only going to see, and probably there will be very little written or talked about how this was an impact of this war. And of course, we killed thousands of innocent people. And this is all to assume that it ends today or ends in the next week or two. And there's no guarantee on that either. It is still baffling in my mind why Trump did this. I mean, there's some obvious reasons. He's not very bright, and there was clearly, people advocating on this behalf. Certainly, Netanyahu did, and
I think Hegseth too. And you hear it's notorious that he is the kind of guy that can be influenced by the last person that's in the room with him, specifically if the last person in the room with him is flattering him. And I think Netanyahu is very strategic in when he approached Trump about this. One, with the midterms approaching, and we saw, even though there's still these horrific, traitorous, fascist enabler Democratic senators, the 7 that voted not to block bombs or bulldozers to Israel, and the 11 that voted not to block 1,000-pound bombs to Israel the other day. Netanyahu still recognizes the sea change in the Democratic Party, that over 70% of Democrats think Israel is committing genocide, for example. So the time was now, getting Trump when he was feeling himself after kidnapping Maduro, saying you can do the exact same thing to Iran, and understanding that Netanyahu felt like he had a 10-month window. So
I was got a call.
I do think, I mean, you raise a good point in that Netanyahu probably knew on some level this was his last bite at the apple with Trump, or at least that there's a chance of that, because the midterms could be so devastating for the Republicans that if the Democrats take the Senate, it is not hard to imagine that Donald Trump gets impeached by this time next year. And
again, he's been impeached like 3 times.
Or at the very least, a Hegseth
Who gives a fuck?
or someone like that could get impeached. Articles of impeachment came up for him the other day. But let's see what else we got.
Yeah, number 3 is really important, but we can go chronologically if we want. Did we finish that first truth? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is number 2. Iran has never agreed.
No, it wasn't a tech issue.
Has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world. President Donald J.
Which
Trump.
it wasn't until now.
Yeah, it was not closed until you launched the war, buddy. And now they may be charging tolls. We still don't know the contours of this deal.
And I would say if, like, say, America and Israel decide to strike Iran again, they will probably close the Strait of Hormuz once again.
Exactly.
Or
Lebanon.
Liars.
But or Lebanon, which is key if we can put up 3, because this is actually kind of unprecedented a little bit from Trump here. You can't listen to what he says, you have to listen to what he does, but this is him scolding Israel in public. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah, which... Was that a racist way to write it, or did he actually mess up?
I can't tell.
Okay. Situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. And so, okay. We have known that the U.S. can yank on Israel's leash whenever we want to. That was true under Biden. It's true under Trump. It seems like they may actually be doing it right now. If it holds, if Trump has the character or stamina to maintain it, I'm very skeptical of that. But it's just an indication of what is possible.
Character, I mean, the stamina.
What does he mean by the U.S. will get all nuclear dust created by our... I have no idea what that means.
He's saying they bombed the uranium. I think he's saying the enriched uranium has been bombed in there. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, right.
It's hard to tell.
Well, but
as a fellow idiot,
you're trying to translate for us. But what's key here, though, is like I just want to lay out the timeline of this because it shows how this.
That is also what I
U.S.
assumed he meant.
blockade of the Strait of Hormuz was just a face-saving stall tactic by the Trump administration because it didn't make any sense. Iran was blocking the strait to cause economic pain to the West. That's what was happening. So then Trump saying we're going to blockade your blockade still enables the objective of the Iranians, which is to make gas prices go up for people in the imperial core to feel some sort of economic pain. So he announces this blockade on the 13th. On the 14th, Rubio, who he trusts clearly more than Hegseth on this, and I'm curious if Hegseth is in the doghouse because of how badly this went. Rubio was tapped with hosting talks between Lebanon, not Hezbollah, the very weak government of Lebanon, and Israel, which is the first time in decades. So the next day those talks happen after Trump says we're blockading the blockade. It seems like that period of time, now we're on the 17th, in that 4-day period, was Trump trying to get the Israelis
to stop bombing Lebanon?
That Iran said these are our terms and we're going to negotiate with those terms. The ones that included Lebanon, Trump initially said that's not included. No, but this week was about getting Israel to agree that Lebanon is included. So this is a complete and total victory for Iran. That's it.
I mean, I would imagine that was a big.
You know what? I might play a little.
That was a big get for Iran to basically.
It doesn't sound dangerous at all. Yeah, I know, right?
To pull back on Israel, and I mean, of course, it remains to be seen where it goes from here, but just an absolute.
And again, can we get a vote? I mean, you guys over on YouTube don't see a difference, but over on Twitch, can we get a vote? Do we like this view or this view? This view or this view?
Like Madman
Game
theory,
big or video big?
But the problem is, it's unclear. I think even to him, as to like what the agenda is.
But
Like
he's
the
an
madman
actual
theory-
madman. Like, that's the
Well,
problem,
that's
is
the
he's
other thing.
actually a madman.
I mean, the madman theory is a tactic, and it seems to be also his strategy and his ends. Like, I'm just going to see if I can do this and act this strange and misspell things, and that's basically it.
But-
It's just.
It worked the same way. It didn't work any better for Trump than it did for Nixon. He got called on his bluff. He did the civilizational threat, and then he had to create this fake blockade to create a new stage that you could
Yeah, I'm
get to,
streaming
even
on
though it was
YouTube too,
nonsensical.
vertically.
Basically, it was the insane man theory that like lost his marbles instead of a madman theory, because we actually couldn't just kill 90 million people.
All right, let's take. Oh, I should just read this ad that we have today, and we can get into what's going on with FISA.
Yeah, dude, they're coming after the
Folks,
Patriot
I
Act,
was
finally.
a little skeptical way back when
glad
about
always
the
think
efficacy
Graham Plattner put out a
of
tax plan.
Nutrafol. It's a supplement. It's not,
Hell yeah,
you know,
YouTube, what up?
a
I
manufactured
have to head out
drug.
to train, handle some things. good
And
luck with the rest
years
of the show.
ago,
Okay,
we
Latino,
had some
thank
in
you
the
for stopping in
office
and hanging out.
because they
Appreciate
had
that.
wanted to sponsor the show. We had no takers at that time. But at one point, I started to feel like I was starting to thin, and I didn't want to lose my hair. I was shedding a lot. I started to take it, and I've had some great success with it. Nutrafol now offers hair growth supplements tailored to men at every age, however, because the root causes of hair thinning change over time, and your routine should too. So they got Nutrafol for men ages 18 to 49 to help their hair growth and achieve thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months.
Man, I miss playing
And
this game.
what I'm now taking
I'm playing ball
is
pit
new
so much.
Nutrafol Men 50 Plus, which is the first and only hair growth product specifically formulated for men like me who are 50 plus. I'm almost like out of that range even. You may have to add like, well,
I'm gonna take
we
this.
don't need to get into that. But Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand.
I
It's
usually
trusted
buy
by
guns at
over
the store,
1.5
you know
million
what?
people. I, in particular, have seen significantly less shedding
Definitely need one.
with my own sort of like, you know, low rent shedding test, which is when I get out of the shower, I'm not obsessive about it, but I check and see when I dry my hair how much is in the towel, and it's virtually nil. Not totally nil, but virtually nil these days. And my hair is feels good, and
Damn it.
feels like it's coming in more on
Rolled
this side. I don't know
into the
what's-
shop.
why I have a
There's
problem
no
on that
good.
side, but. You can feel great also about what you're putting into your body, since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies, NSF content certified, which is the gold standard in third-party
That was lag.
certification
That one was lag.
for supplements. Adding Nutrafol to your daily routine is easy. Order online, no prescription needed, with automated deliveries and free shipping to keep you on track. Plus, with a Nutrafol subscription, you can save up to 20% and get added perks.
Now we're just getting
to support your hair growth journey. Start Nutrafol today. Make the hat optional. Visit Nutrafol.com. Enter the promo code TMR10. It's all one word and 2 numbers. TMR10, no spaces, for $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand. Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. Promo code TMR10. That's Nutrafol.com. Promo code TMR10. We will, of course, put the details in the podcast and YouTube description. Let's update on FISA. It doesn't get the same attention it did years ago when a lot of the issues of surveillance and spying were, I don't know if they were more relevant, but they were definitely more in the news. I think to some extent we've just sort of like accepted that everybody's spying on us. We have no privacy.
And you're over there on YouTube.
Yet, there are attempts to add more constraints in terms of how Americans fall within the foreign surveillance, the foreign, what's the I stand for?
Intelligence?
Yes, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act.
Yeah.
And
I thought he was dead.
So FISA
Shit.
was set to pass.
I just got like so much health back
last
and then
night.
lost it.
Donald Trump came out for it yesterday. All of the Democrats, except for 4, and I don't know which 4 they are, but I imagine we would recognize them.
I know Gottheimer's one of them. I would imagine Golden, usual suspects.
Yep. We're going to vote for it. However, about 20 Republicans deserted. And here's the interesting thing. It was being reported that the Congressional Black Caucus was going to support this. Gregory Meeks, who's one of the CBC leaders, is about as corporatist and conservative as you could imagine. And he's from Queens. But this is part of the problem. But there was a lot of reporting by the Lever, the American Prospect, and Job Site, who did great.
We had Daniel Boguslaw on Wednesday to talk about his reporting on the CBC on that, and how Meeks is not the whip, and he doesn't lead the Congressional Black Caucus, but he is the leader of their political action committee. So he is across fundraising for the Congressional Black Caucus. And yeah, Jim Himes, who is really close, he's on, I think, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee. He was also
just used both my blanks.
And over the objection of a judge that had been reviewing Section 702 and had recommended changes, those were Democrats that were at the very least trying to push it through, even without the recommended changes from this judge. And just to clarify, because yes, it was Golden and Gottheimer, I remembered correctly, but it was also Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez, straight off the set of the knockoff 500 Days of Summer movie, and Tom Swazi of New York and Long Island representing.
Yeah, Tom Swazi is a piece of shit. Fuck that.
We should say, I don't know if this came up in your conversations with Boguslaw, but the CB,
I know I'm upstate when I start seeing more
CBC
Swazi
over the years has
yard
taken some
signs.
really bad positions. Longtime viewers of the show will remember, I don't know, maybe it was 10, 12 years ago, I ended up on a set with, and I didn't know who he was, one of the wealthiest black individuals in the country, and we had an argument about the estate tax. And he was telling me the CBC supports essentially a weaker estate tax. And it turned out because he was one of the wealthiest individual in the country, and he wanted to be able to pass down generational wealth to his kids.
Oh, no
as
way.
if it was a way for black people to pass down generational wealth. It was, but it was just a specific black family that he wanted to pass down that generational wealth.
Nothing gets through this thing.
And we can thank Jim Clyburn for this incredibly conservative bent of the Congressional Black Caucus. He's not in leadership anymore, but he's in his mid-80s and still running for re-election. And he was quite close with the Biden administration too. Their efforts to kind of put South Carolina at the head of the primary line. The CBC has become immensely. It's a conservative force within the Democratic caucus in the House.
I think part of the problem, I think, is that
don't rock the boat, black people,
because there is not
rich black
the generational wealth
like Dave
that
Chappelle,
you see,
like Jay-Z
in the black
That's who
community,
they
and the
are.
white community for obvious reasons. And there's
There's
not
the sense
as
of,
many
don't fuck
economic
it up too much, they'll
opportunities,
take
for
more
black
away from
people in this country as there are for
It's
white
abuse.
people.
It's abuse reactions.
For obvious reasons of both historical and, in some respects, continued structural racism. There's more of a struggle, I think, for black candidates to raise money. And so when corporate forces come in, or there's more of an opportunity for them. That's basically what it comes down to. But in the meantime, good work by the Prospect and Drop Site and the Lever, their reporting seems to have shifted the CBC, and it came out saying it had very serious reservations about the legislation that it would allow continued over surveillance in our communities. There was, prior to this, it was expected that there would be a clean reauthorization of FISA, whether it was 18 months or 5 years or something to that effect. And yesterday, because 20 apparently or so Republicans decided they weren't going to go along this without any type of changes, they were only able to extend it by 10 days. So this is going to come back up.
Interesting.
And we have some sound on this. Yes?
Interesting. Good.
This is Nick Sorter. This isn't the highest quality
Nick
of interaction, but it is indicative of what's driving this on some level. Here is Nick Sorter talking to Lauren Boebert and Thomas Massey about why they voted to block a 5-year expansion or extension, really, of FISA. Again, this is the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and part of the problem historically is that it will scoop up too many American citizens' communications that the FISA Act should not be authorizing.
All right, so you guys have successfully blocked the 5-year extension for FISA tonight. You consider this a win? It's a 30-day, when is it?
2 week.
2 week, okay, even better. All right, and why is it important not to extend FISA? I mean, like, keep in mind, this is what they used to spy on President Trump's campaign. It's a warrantless spying
This is the
program.
Republican reason.
Why do you think that they are continuing to try to force this through?
It's the deep state.
It's the deep state.
It's what it does.
Deep
There's
state.
one thing that we're never going to get, because they try to bring us into all these classified briefings and tell us how dangerous it is to have warrants to spy on American citizens. The briefing that we're never going to get is, hi, our agency has been given too much power by Congress. We need you to take some of it back.
And today I went in the SCIF and saw 2 top secret documents that showed this program is getting worse, not better.
Okay, so how does this, I just want to relate this a little bit to like the average American. How could this affect somebody like,
I can fix her.
Your average Kentuckian, the place that you represent? How could FISA being passed again for 5 years?
If you get on the government's
shit list,
bad list, naughty list, regardless of who is in the White House, right? they could put your name in this, find things about you, and then go recreate another evidence trail to discover that. Because they're never going to say they used FISA to find this stuff out about it. And then they go, you get a random stop, traffic stop. Oh, it's Burchett.
Yeah, because
The other genius coming in.
What happened?
They were calling Tim Burchett over
Brian's favorite.
I mean, he's literally my favorite congressman because he's so stupid.
He's incredibly
Tim
stupid.
Burchett.
But that's the problem that they're alluding
brother.
to, is that it's mass bulk collection. So that they scoop up people's texts and their emails and all of their information in a mass database. And even if, say, they're not the subject of the FISA warrant and it's only supposed to be for terrorism overseas, there are very few guardrails, and they still have that bulk of data that, at their disposal. And it was about we kind of buried the lead about the bogus law American Prospect piece. He was specifically calling out the hypocrisy of the Congressional Black Caucus supporting this when it's been used against Black Lives Matter protesters and demonstrators under the Trump administration the first time.
Yeah, and they the way that they're rallying, and frankly, I let 1,000 flowers bloom, as it were, in terms of them rallying. Donald Trump was spied on by the FISA court. It was because his people were talking to foreign people who happened to be under surveillance by a FISA warrant. But if it works for them, great. I just sent you, pop this up on the screen. This is Wyden's statement. Ron Wyden, for at least a couple of decades, has been the go-to guy on this type of topic. There are times where he shows up and he's like, I'm really alarmed. And he has done this a couple of times over the years.
What's bird shit?
And it has been very alarming what he gets alarmed about. But a lot of times he can't speak to it specifically because, of course. But he put this out a couple of days ago. Wyden released the following statement in response to new revelations of major compliance problems with the federal government's use of the surveillance authorized by Section 402 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. A few weeks ago, the FISA court, and this is a court that is set up, it's outside of sort of the typical judicial
I don't know if we're
system,
gonna be able to beat this boss.
that ostensibly is supposed to, issue OKs or warrants. It's sort of a rubber stamp. So when they come up with compliance issues, problems related to the surveillance law known as Section 702, these compliance problems are directly related to Americans' constitutional rights, said Wyden. He is the longest serving member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, by the way. The compliance problems are bad enough, but incredibly, rather than fix them, the Trump administration is considering appealing the court ruling so they never have to. This is a highly aggressive and unusual move indicative of an administration that would exploit every angle to expand its surveillance at the expense of American rights. We should say Trump came out in favor of an 18-month clean extension. Instead of addressing these problems, opponents of reform are going to try and jam a straight authorization section 702 Congress next week. Again, this was written last week. While the American people are still in the dark, this is unacceptable. And so that's where we are. This has been about as bipartisan as things get on a contentious bill.
We are
and
so
it
close to
remains
death.
to be seen if there's going to
Can
be
we
any
pull it
type of
out?
reforms.
I don't know.
But I don't. If what we saw from Boebert and Massey are indicative, and these other conservatives, we'll see if they can hold out. I don't think there's anything that's going to sway those 4 Democrats who are doing it, because that's they're basically, that's where they are.
Well, my prediction is that there will be a way to find just enough Democrats to get this over the hump in the House.
You think there are going to be more than the 4?
No, I think that they'll do the math about the Republicans defecting, and it'll be a very close vote, just like it was with the War Powers vote just yesterday. We have a little bit of, if we don't want just idiot conservatives talking about FISA. There's a little AOC sound that Matt pulled up here if you'd like to play that.
Yeah, let's do that.
FISA has been a constitutional and civil rights crisis since its drafting in the Patriot Act in post 9/11. We have a huge amount of problems with warrantless surveillance, wiretapping against American civilians, and we need to do our job to make sure that their rights.
Well, what about the
and
consequences? I mean, your home city
Yes.
was hit by 9/11.
Well,
and
listen,
they say we need this to fend off.
This was the genesis of all of it, right? Of course, we want to make sure that we're prioritizing national security, but we also have to be a check on the use of that excuse of national security to invade and to violate the civil rights of everyday Americans who have a baked-in constitutional ability to conduct their lives with privacy and dignity.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yep. Meanwhile, there were RFK Jr. hearings on the Hill yesterday.
Yeah, RFK.
And I got to tell you, it is very weird because the reason why I come to this conference basically started when I was doing a radio program with Mike Papantonio, who is a one of the
I
nation's
keep forgetting
most
Sam Cedar
prominent
like
trial lawyers.
was a co-host.
He is the one
of
who
RFK.
really broke DuPont in the C8 case. Levin Papantonio firm was one of the key architects of the tobacco settlement. And I did a radio show that he had been doing since Air America days with Bobby Kennedy, and I did a radio show with Mike
What's up,
Papantonio
Dird?
and,
313. What's going on?
RFK Jr.
Welcome.
And you know, it wasn't
Chillin'.
like the way that we do it, where we're all sitting in the studio and we, you know, are. It was all remote and it was all audio, and often we wouldn't do segments together. But I did work with the guy, and so that when
Welcome
I'm here,
on in,
it
313.
sort of,
Are you?
I get
Is that Detroit? Are you from Detroit?
RFK Jr.
From Eminem Town?
associations. So it's weird to watch how this guy has abandoned everything that he seemed to have stood for a decade or two.
Right.
And
I mean,
this one is really, really puts it
insane.
really into relief. I mean,
If
here
you
is
watch how
RFK
we're watching
Jr.
a little majority report playing some Enter the
who
Gungeon.
Spent
might be playing
at
some other
least a
games
decade
today
or
as
two
well, but going long
on environmental
working
issues,
over
including,
here
like
off screen as
Riverkeeper,
well.
And
we're hanging out.
we used to have a lot of talks about mercury in the air. I remember the Trump administration, the Bush administration passing the so-called Clean Air Act and or the Clean Skies Act, and it was basically inhibiting states from limiting mercury in their states. So it forced states to expand how much mercury could be put into the air.
And this is because Trump's obsessed
You're
with
not from
coal,
the USA,
right?
okay.
And juicing
welcome on
like old.
We're watching a little
fossil
politics.
fuel
We're going to talk a
companies
little bit
because
about
coal emissions,
rap music later.
Create sizable
and,
amounts of mercury
some movie
pollution.
trailers.
And for people that don't know,
Whatever I feel like talking
mercury
about on
has
this channel.
enormous impact
And I
on
wanna
adults.
welcome you
Yes,
to
it
the
can
party.
impact your
Thank you very
memory.
much.
It can impact. You can get tremors. But
well,
specifically,
RFK is
it's
gonna
most
talk about this.
Okay. Oh, okay.
As he trembles.
Specifically, it's about pregnant people and children, their development.
On this mercury rule. This is your administration making this decision. Are you critical of it? Why have you stayed silent?
Wait, I'm sorry.
You
Can we
should call
just
Lisa
say what the
in here.
decision is before we play it, just really quickly? Because
Trump essentially said the EPA basically said we're going to relax standards and allow for almost like twice the amount of mercury to be put into the atmosphere.
Yep.
And so maybe it's a coal plant, but maybe it's like some type of other chemical processing plant. Whatever it is, have at it, folks. And Josh Harder is a Democrat from California, is asking Kennedy, like, how are you not critical of this?
Yeah, how do you square this?
On this mercury rule. This is your administration making this decision. Are you critical of it? Why have you stayed silent on this?
You should call Lee Zeldin here and ask him about those. That's not in my. I have a $2.3 trillion agency. I've got
Secretary, you had in your testimony. You wrote
I was not part of the hearings. I was not part of that decision. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
It sounds like pretty convenient amnesia to me, because you wrote a report where you talked about the damage of toxic air and water pollution.
Mercury is absolutely, it's the most powerful neurotoxin that we know of in the universe.
Why are you working for an administration that is doubling the amount of mercury pollution in our air and water?
I am running HHS, and I'm ending the chronic disease epidemic.
I think it sounds like
Which
an
is
awful
what
lot.
President Trump wants.
They just, whenever they get
I'm not
cornered,
gonna comment on that because
they
I don't know
they just
anything
repeat what their job description
Well, I
is,
think
what
that's
they
very
think they're
convenient
doing.
for you, and it shows a significant degree of cowardice. It's not just mercury. President Trump in July 2025 granted 50 chemical plants.
Why don't you ask me something that I'm in charge of instead of other things?
Are you
that
not in charge of healthcare and human services?
Yeah, HHS.
And you wrote a report about how we want to make sure that our kids.
Isn't what you're
drink
asking me about
water
is
and
not a
have healthy
decision that's being made by my agency. Why don't you ask me about something, and I won't ask you about something that's happening in the United States Senate.
Sir, I'm happy to talk about what's going on in the United States Senate. I'd be happy to talk about the damages that
He tries to yell back, but his voice is like he deep-throated 30 packs of cigarettes, so.
Toxin. We should be minimizing.
He can't
the
yell.
Exposures to that in the environment.
It's really funny.
I don't know anything about the particular. Running this agency is a big job, and it's pretty consuming.
Well,
So I don't get into what the other agencies are doing.
I think this sounds like a pretty simple story to
Why
me.
don't you ask me something that's happening in my agency?
I think
Why
if
don't you
you're
ask me about a decision that I've made?
You wrote a report. You wrote a report talking about what we need to do to make our kids healthy.
All right, we don't need to hear this anymore. I mean, here's the bottom line. The guy is the head of Health and Human Services. He has written reports about the dangers of mercury as a neurotoxin. This is a very easy question for him to answer. Is what this policy is doing by doubling the amount of mercury in the air, or putting 75% more, or I don't know, 300% more, does that work against everything else that you're trying to do by getting these neurotoxins out of our supposed
he's definitely not up
our
to the task.
vaccines,
He's
they're
getting
in
a
our
little
processed
emotional.
food or whatever it is, wherever else you think they are. We have a perfect example of just across the hall from you. They're okaying releasing more of these neurotoxins into the air, and he is such a coward. And honestly, if he had any principles, if he actually cared about these things, he would speak out against it. But he's too cowardly to do so, because he doesn't really, at the end of the day, have any principles about this. If you're worried about mercury and neurotoxins and other chemicals being allowed into the air that we breathe, then you should at the very least have the courage to say, like, I think it's a mistake. That's it. Yeah. You don't have to know the inner workings of the other agencies. He's supposedly the expert. Right?
Well, I mean, yes, and also,
where's Joe Rogan on
other
this?
question
You want
could be,
more
well,
mercury
what
in your
does it
water?
say
What about
this
Alex Jones?
administration that you have one agency
good?
that
You
is
good with the
repealing
mercury in your
Biden's
water, Alex?
2024 rule so that more mercury can be released into the atmosphere, and you are claiming that that is a toxin that's harmful to people? Does that show leadership or show some sort of consistency? Like, how are you able to function as an administration if you are that diametrically opposed across agencies that impact one another? But yeah, as Matt was saying off camera, spoiled rich boy was getting all upset, like, why don't you ask me about what I do, blah, blah, blah. Because I actually think that he might be in a little bit of trouble. We're seeing now a lot of panic. I'm reminded of that Tim Pool clip we played yesterday where he's really worried about the female vote. Tim's getting so close with, like, the Republican circles at this point that this is probably what they're hearing via internal polling. Yeah. Because suburban moms are really pissed about this measles thing. And this came out yesterday. It's a little under the radar, this article that I sent in the New York Times. We can just show the headline. Trump to nominate doctor who has publicly supported vaccines as the CDC director. So this CDC director, this woman, Dr. Erica Schwartz, is somebody who it doesn't seem like I don't know much about her background, but she has degrees, actual degrees in biomedical.
It's a black
medical
woman, though.
engineering,
It's
medicine,
DEI.
public health. She
You
served as the
can't.
deputy surgeon general during Trump's first term, and
let's
she's
try
seen
someone
as qualified, and she's praised vaccines, and is somebody who is not a skeptic in that way. So if they're seeing this as RFK as an issue for them in the midterms, and Trump is trying to nominate somebody who's actually sane to the CDC director position, his ass is hot right there. Not that I want to picture that, and I'm sure it's disgusting in those genes.
Well, the genes get it.
Yeah, just.
God, don't say
and
that,
the
Emma.
meat-only diet. We don't need to go down this road, but yeah, he's panicked. Is my guess.
I'd just like to play into the record this audio that Andrew Kaczynski found of him probably in Trump's first run, but he published it in 2024. Here's some things RFK had to say about Trump.
You know, one of the things that you write so beautifully, and your stuff is so fun to read, but you write about Trump. Quote, the way that you build a truly vicious nationalist movement is to wed a relatively small core of belligerent idiots to a much larger group of opportunists and spineless fellow travelers whose primary function is to turn a blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers, and once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up. When you talk about fleshy dominoes, Chris Christie comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's Matt Taibbi as well.
Yeah, it's Matt Taibbi's writing. And
Wow.
and how
What a
ironic
change.
that those two would become some of those fleshy dominoes in some respects.
Yeah, well, you know what? Those fleshy dominoes
fell.
have
I mean,
yachts and get paid a lot better.
And I should say that's probably from Ring
than
of
they're
Fire,
getting paid.
radio.
You know what I mean? I get it.
It is amazing how
it's like what is this
the
worth?
level of cowardice, and I do
What
think
do I really want in
that
life?
they are
I
now
wanna fuck
in the administration perceiving him
20-year-olds
as a liability.
That are I don't know,
Maha
maybe if they're
movement
trafficked or
seems
they're
to
just
have,
stupid
turned
or
out to be
whatever. You know, that
just
New
another
York Times
sort of
cover.
branding exercise.
Or I want to do
I got
principle
a
shit.
little bit of
and they just want to fuck
soapbox about that.
20-year-olds.
In the Corn Belt, 5% increase relative to everywhere else in youth cancer. I lost an uncle to bladder cancer last year, and I just found out that a cousin of mine from the same area, 6 years younger than me, has bladder cancer.
Oh, jeez.
We know what's causing this sort of stuff. In that part, it's basically pesticides. We know about the cancer clusters in Louisiana and stuff like that. We should be addressing this stuff, and Maha has been nothing but a cloak to obscure these actual crimes by corporations and big agribusiness.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Trump signed an executive order that protected glyphosate, and this is a herbicide that Kennedy, as an attorney, was arguing against, and an advocate arguing against.
YouTube RFK glyphosate, and 4,000 videos come up of him.
100%. And so you really do get.
I would love for them to ask about that. Yeah, ask him about his record of advocacy against a lot of this shit.
authoritarianism, how fascism works in some way. I think Taibbi wrote
It's
about
just
it
money.
quite eloquently and was rather predictive. Who knew that he'd be having that conversation with one of those fleshy dominoes.
It's
all right.
appealing. The
We're
Tucker
gonna head to the
Carlson
fun
thing
half,
when he was
folks.
criticizing Bill O'Reilly.
Does not look like
And he was like, as soon as somebody catches wind that they're not an
getting,
everyman, his shtick is up. And then he
any,
realized no one cares or no one's going to catch on, and so he joined it himself.
And play some sounds
Not that, you
in know, the fun
he had
half of the
much more
program.
principles than
Just remember, it's
O'Reilly,
your
but-
support that makes this show possible. You can become a member at jointhemajorityreport.com. Jointhemajorityreport.com. Support the show. Get the free show free of commercials. I am on the fun half, and keep this show surviving and thriving.
I want someone
Also,
to
don't
call
forget
in and tell them about the King Ken and
justcoffee.coop.
Karen.
It's a
They put the sand
cooperative in Madison, Wisconsin that sells some of the best coffee anywhere. They take care of their producers, whether they're in Chiapas or in Eastern Africa, East Africa. They're a co-op, and they have the Majority Report blend. Use the coupon code majority to get 10% off. Matt, what's happening in the Matt Leckian media universe?
Yeah, so you asked and we delivered. People want to know about what's going on with Zach Polanski over in the Green Party in the UK. So we had Grace Blakely on, one of our favorite commenters, to talk about the rise of the Green Party, the fall of Labor, and how socialists in America should feel about it and how socialists are feeling about it in the UK. Very interesting stuff. Grace is one of the best. So check that out. That's coming up right after the fun half today at 3 o'clock Eastern time.
Just really quickly, I wanted to make a request to the audience, just because if you listened last week to our interview with Dr. Tarek Loubani, you will understand how horrible conditions still are in Gaza. And the organization that he works on behalf of, the GLIA Project, is doing essential work, providing medical care there. It is my birthday tomorrow, so my request is if anybody
Happy birthday.
yeah, for that, so I'm using this as leverage to get the audience to perhaps donate to the GLIA Project if they have just $5, $10 laying around. That would be, that's my birthday request. If you don't mind supporting Dr. Loubani and his work in Gaza, that would be great. So it's glia.org, and you can find out more about their work there.
All right, late breaking. We're gonna not go with the fun half quite yet because I do actually we have a guest. Yeah. So give me 1 sec and. Let me just switch this to this, and hopefully it works.
Special guest.
Oh. All right, if you could just sit in a little bit. Joining me now, Alex Taylor.
I forgot where he was.
Alex, you're working. You're an attorney here at the Mass Torts Conference, and sorry, let me do that. Tell us the case you're working on.
So one of the cases we're working on now.
Closer to the mic.
Get a little closer.
Yes, you could.
Sure.
Yeah.
One of the new cases we're working on is related to this company called Multiplan. And so the basic idea is Multiplan was a company that was created to help insurance companies process payments to doctors and hospitals and other healthcare providers when people would go to get out-of-network treatment. And so they started up, 20 some odd years ago with this idea that they were going to work with all of the big healthcare plans that you've probably heard of, Aetna, United Healthcare, all of these huge conglomerates that represent, thousands and thousands of plans across the country. Well, early on, the idea was we'll process these payments, we'll take a little bit off the top as a service fee, and we will make a nice, comfortable living doing real work to help doctors get paid for people that are being treated out of network. Well, after a few years of doing that, they realized we are not making enough money, and we want to make not a reasonable amount of money, but an exorbitant amount of money. And so they created a plan along with the health insurance providers, because one of the ways they convinced all these people to let them work together was they would have to see the prices that they were charging. And all of the insurance companies were afraid if these other companies see what we're paying the doctors, that they're going to undercut us. They're going to offer to pay these doctors more to switch to our network. And so all of the health insurance companies were afraid of this. So Multiplan came up with an idea of what if we create a system where we agree across all of the health plans, we're going to pay this rate. And we're not going to tell the doctors what it is. They don't get to see behind the curtain of how this number gets arrived at, because we're going to use this AI algorithm that's going to analyze all this data from various healthcare plans, what doctors in the region charge for particular types of procedures. And so it creates kind of a
still do
cloudy
this,
gray
even though I'm
area
not
between the
gonna go through all
doctors
the
and the
trouble.
insurance companies where they can
Just 'cause it's fun.
take money off the top that they're not entitled to.
This is, it seems to me, analogous to the same thing that was happening in real estate with
Yes.
rentals, and I can't remember the name of the company that was doing.
I'm drawing a blank on it too, but maybe RealPage or something
Yes,
like that.
RealPage, exactly. And if there was no technology and people were achieving the same thing, it's called price fixing.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
And but because we have an algorithm that's doing it, because maybe these two, just to use the RealPage example, because I'm more familiar with that, I'm in building in one area of town, and somebody else is managing in the building in another area of town. We no longer have to talk to each other. We just sort of meet in this. We send our information into an algorithm that then coordinates everything, and that's what's happening there.
Yeah, and they all get to raise their hands and be like, "Well, we're not. It's the algorithm that's doing it. We didn't, create this, unfair system." But really, we believe that once we get into the discovery, there's going to be a lot of evidence they were colluding. Basically, the way a cartel works. We all get together and agree we're not going to actually compete with each other, because that would lower the amount of money we can make. We're going to collude. We're going to use Multiplan as an intermediary so that we can shift the blame. But we believe that it's not just Multiplan. They are the primary bad actor. They created the algorithm that prevents the doctors from being able to see how they're getting to this, much lower number than what they would otherwise be entitled to recover. But the insurance companies, the Uniteds, the Aetnas, they're just as culpable in this system, because they have all agreed not to compete with each other, and they just offload that, much like the real estate companies did.
Right.
We're just going to offload it onto RealPage and say, well, we're not agreeing not to compete. We just all happen to outsource this work to the same company that also happens to create a huge windfall profit for us.
So, talk to me about the relationship between. I mean, obviously, I think this audience knows that right now, over the course of, let's say, the past 3 years, we've gone from perhaps the most aggressive administration regarding antitrust that we've had since, the Bork standard in antitrust. So we're talking, 40 some odd years, to a reversal. At least they've undercut the DOJ and the FTC. The Live Nation deal is a perfect example of that.
Right.
The DOJ just walked away from that case. Fortunately, state attorney generals stuck in there, and Live Nation was found to be, and Ticketmaster found to be an illegal monopoly. What's the relationship between lawyers like yourself is pursuing civil litigation of antitrust, like that dynamic? Like, what authority is there any difference between? Are you guys just basically functioning as like a series of state attorney generals in this context, or in other administrations, a DOJ? Is there any difference between the suits you're bringing? Will the findings be the same? Could they find it to be an illegal monopoly and have implications for people even outside of your client base?
It potentially could. So DOJ, they're an interested party in the litigation, but ultimately the DOJ's criminal potential prosecution of Multiplan or any of the other companies that are involved in this scheme would be independent of our civil litigation. And so what we are seeking to do here is put the money back in the hands of the doctors and the hospitals that should have been receiving this money to begin with. But what we hope will happen as a result of it is, obviously the goal with criminal prosecutions of these is to get them to stop the conduct. And because obviously here the risk is the costs don't just disappear, they just get moved around, and they end up on the healthcare plans and the healthcare administrators, so that, if your local school district has a pension or a union healthcare plan, their costs go up. If your small business is trying to buy a healthcare on the open market, your costs of administration go up. because the doctors have to raise their prices to cover the difference between what they should have been getting under a fair system and what they're getting here. And so the hope is that if we can create a big enough financial downside for them from continuing the behavior, because they've tried to rebrand now. They're no longer Multiplan, they're Claritev. They've changed their name, trying to hide from the bad press around Multiplan, but there's no indication yet that they've truly fundamentally changed the behavior. But our hope is that if we can show that not only are they going to have to give back all that money that they took from the doctors, but they're also going to have to pay all of their attorneys to do
These
it.
are the people who go on Love is
and
Blind.
get all of the bad press that comes with that, that we can give them a financial incentive to actually do things the way they should have done from the beginning and stop this illegal cartel. But we do lack ultimately the same sort of injunctive force that DOJ or state AGs could do, where they could declare it illegal and then create real penalties to the individuals at the company if they continue to engage in the behavior. So I do think we still need DOJ and state AGs to continue to pursue these claims, the criminal prosecutions, because otherwise these companies are just going to move on to the next
This
scheme.
is just the cost of business, and
Right.
we'll go on. Okay.
Exactly.
How much do your findings, I would imagine, in, maybe in this context that we're talking about state AGs, because again, the feds at this point seem to have shut down a lot of a lot of the antitrust enforcement. But are there, it's conceivable like a state attorney general could look at this after your case, if it's successful, there's a finding of fact that they're engaging in this type of practice.
Right.
They can use that as a building block.
Absolutely.
For other actions. Is there ever an occasion where a private or a civil litigation about antitrust can actually bring about the same type of remedy that we would see, like, we're going into the remedy phase for Ticketmaster and can something like that ever happen in a civil case, or as opposed to like just sort of recovering damages? Is there other remedies that can go forward, or is that exclusively to the purview of the state or the federal government, because you need to bring criminal charges in that way?
So there can be some help. You can get injunctive relief through these civil cases in some situations. And that is certainly one of the things that we're hoping to pursue here, is to get a injunction to not just pay them back what they, stole from them essentially, but also to stop the conduct going forward. And if you can get, I'm sure you're probably familiar with like consent agreements between the federal government and, like local police departments, where it can create an enforcement structure. You do have the ability in certain situations to make that part of the settlement of these cases, is to, build in mechanisms that if they engage in the same behavior, your same clients can go back to the court and say, Your Honor, they're doing the same thing they were doing 5 years ago when we sued them, issue a court order to tell them to stop. And then violation of that can, potentially result in first civil contempt, and then getting to criminal contempt is a little tough. Right. Those mechanisms are a lot harder and raise a lot of kind of sticky jurisdiction questions. So it's not quite the ideal of putting the bad actors in jail, but there are some mechanisms we have to at least civilly stop them from engaging in the conduct going forward.
Interesting stuff. Where
That
is
is
it
interesting
at
stuff.
this status? The case.
So the litigation was consolidated in the Northern District of Illinois in front of Judge Kennelly last year in July. And so right now we are, there's a lot of the, very large healthcare providers are already in the case, like Ascension, for example, is one that I'm familiar with locally. They, run a lot of the hospitals in my area. But there's also still plenty of doctors out there, smaller practices that have an opportunity to get involved.
Forgetting about fucking.
We have not yet gotten into
blanks.
the discovery phase, but we have gotten past the motion to dismiss. So the early kind of attempts that they made to shut the case down early on, the judge has already denied those. So we're going to get into discovery, which means we're going to get a see under the hood and, really get into documents, which, we talked earlier about how state AGs might be able to go after them. Well, the documents that we can get in civil discovery are one of the mechanisms that can allow criminal prosecutions to go forward, because the same conduct that we maybe use to show that they were engaged in a RICO violation, well, there's also criminal RICO, not, you know, in addition to civil RICO. And so those same documents can support a criminal case if a state AG were to bring such a case.
Are there ever times where a state AG knows that you're doing a case and says, hey, I'm curious about X, Y, or Z, or they provide any type of like, here's a series of questions, or there's, you know, I'd like to see these documents. Does that ever happen?
It can, certainly. So, for example, in the opioid litigation, there was a lot of state AG cases going on there. We represented a couple of them where, you know, sometimes it means that you might have like 7 days of deposition of one witness, because you have the civil plaintiffs and then you have maybe the state AGs. And so different plaintiff groups or state actors can kind of all have their shot at the witness. And so, you know, oftentimes the state AG, they may appear personally, they may hire another firm to represent them in the litigation, but state AGs can absolutely get involved. We would encourage them to get involved, you know, especially to the extent with state AGs, oftentimes they are running, you know, the state state Medicaid plans.
Yeah.
And so to the extent that costs are going up from doctors that are attributable to that, there may be state AG claims for direct losses to the state from the money that they're basically paying to subsidize this illegal, you know, price fixing scheme.
It's good stuff. Alex Taylor, thanks so much for your time today.
Thanks, Sam. Pleasure to be here.
And good luck with the kids.
Appreciate it.
All right, folks. Let me see if I can switch this back here. Bear with me.
I like that he's still in charge of switching it between.
Folks, we're going to head to the fun half. We've done all the stuff.
Oh, shit.
I got in my antitrust case, so I'm happy.
Very nice.
Yes. All right, folks. See you in the fun half.
Why don't you care, Emma? That was important.
3 months from now, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, and I don't think it's going to be the same as it looks like in 6 months from now, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be better 6 months from now than it is 3 months from now, but I think around 18 months out, we're going to look back and go like, wow. What? What is that going on? It's nuts. Wait a second. Hold on for a second.
Give it a second.
It's nuts. Wait a second. Hold on for a second. Emma, welcome to the program.
Hey.
Matt.
What is up, everyone?
Know me key.
You
We're
did.
gonna switch games.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Bradley, you want to say hello?
Sorry to disappoint everyone. I'm just a random guy.
It's all the boys today.
Fundamentally false.
No, I'm sorry. Women's.
Stop talking for a second and let me finish.
Where is this coming from, dude?
But dude, you want to smoke this 7A?
Yes.
Hi, me? This is?
Yes.
Is this me?
Is it me?
It is you.
Is this me? Hello? Is this me?
I think it is you. Who is you? No sound. Every single freaking day. What's on your mind?
Sports. We can discuss free markets and we can discuss capitalism.
I'm gonna go throw up.
Who libertarians? They're so stupid though. Common sense says, of course.
Gobbledygook.
We fucking nailed him!
So what's 79 plus 21?
Challenge Matt.
I'm positively quivering.
I believe 96, I want to say. 857-210-35 501 1 half 3 8s
9/11, for instance.
$3,400, $1,900.
5 4 $3 trillion sold. It's a zero-sum game.
Actually, you're making me think less of it.
But let me say this. Poop.
Call it satire. Sam goes, it's satire.
On top of it all,
Yeah.
my favorite part about you is just like every day, all day, like everything you do.
Without a doubt. Hey, buddy.
I remember that.
See you.
All
All right, folks.
It's just the week being weeded out, obviously.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. I don't know.
But you
should know.
People just don't like to entertain ideas anymore.
I have a question. Who cares?
Our chat is enabled, folks.
Love it.
I do love that.
Just gonna open the program.
Gotta be quick. I gotta jump.
It recognizes the controller.
2 o'clock. We're already late, and the guy's being a dick. So screw him.
Alright, open Duck Station.
Outrageous.
What is wrong with you?
Remember, folks, like the stream, share the stream, let people know I'm live.
Love you. Bye-bye.
All that stuff. Let's see. Ooh, I could play a little Symphony at Night.
We are back. Sam is just taking a quick break. He will be back.
I don't know.
In the meantime, I will read some IMs. Snarkanorski, requesting charitable donations in lieu of birthday presents is righteous. Well, I don't expect the audience to give me birthday presents, so it's not as selfless as
Not
you
in
might.
lieu?
I'm anticipating some gifts from other people, potentially, but I'm not soliciting the audience for gifts. But yes, if you can support the Glia project, and even
it's a happy
sharing that
birthday for
interview
Emma.
that we did, showing that the genocide is ongoing.
Because the algorithm's not going to do it.
It's not, and I always, I feel for, like, I understand that those interviews aren't going to do as well, especially given how, frankly, he speaks about what is happening there. But I was listening to Amy Goodman a little bit on Hasan's stream because it was just so thrilling to hear her speak, like, with candor and extemporaneously in a way that you don't typically hear her on Democracy Now! And I know, Brian, you saw her documentary, and I'm really looking forward to
Yes, it's
seeing
called Steal the Story.
Steal the Story.
I wanna
But
check
I was just
that
super
out.
moved by, how she says, like, the media can play this role of
Yeah, go
advocating
birthday.
for peace in the world simply by humanizing people that are so frequently dehumanized in the West. And I took that to mean, as she speaks about Iraq and Afghanistan in that conversation, the people impacted by the U.S. war machine. So that's aspirational for me in this role on this show and doing what I can. And of course, she's just like a guiding light for anybody that wants to be a truth teller. And so, yeah, that's what had me thinking about that a little bit. Kami Tommy, Israel is bombing Lebanon again, apparently.
I mean, do you have a source for that? Because Al Jazeera of 9 minutes ago says the ceasefire is still holding. I don't think
Okay.
Israel ever really stopped bombing completely. They reserve the right to, and indeed make sure you know that by sending a bomb or two every couple of half hours. But I don't know if it's
They did.
enough to say the ceasefire is over.
Yeah, they did continue bombing a half hour after the ceasefire was agreed to, but that is the last that I had seen of it.
Yeah, so I not to be too judgmental, but if you do want to break news like that, just cite a source
Yes.
for us.
Hi, Sam.
Sam's muted. Sam's muted.
Oh,
Brian.
Sam's muted. Hold on one sec. We just
No, you're
muted
fine.
you while
Maybe,
you were
maybe
away.
that's not going to work. Let me see.
It would not be inconsistent with past behavior by the Israelis to break a ceasefire in that way. But
with Trump's threats here, it's it would be interesting to see what would happen. Obviously, if Trump is demanding they stop and they are not doing so. But Matt just checked Al Jazeera and hadn't seen any such news. So.
Let's turn to some good news yesterday in your neck of the woods, Emma.
Yeah, well, I mean, sadly, I don't have family there anymore, but I got to go back and visit my hometown. It's really not far. I just don't. What's the point? But whatever. She's from my hometown, Ana Lilia Mejia. It's not a big town, so it's pretty cool to see. Representing NJ11, she ended up running away with this special election, which is held in New Jersey on Thursdays because we talk quite frequently about the corrupt New York City or New York State Democratic Party, New Jersey has its own problems, although the ballot line change has been helpful to kind of insurgent
Okay,
candidates.
there we
and
go.
has
We got
lots
some
of-
Tony Hawk, folks.
The county and state party
We
has
got
less
some
of a
Tony
grip
Hawk going.
on which candidates have an advantage. But Ana Lilia Mejia, people will remember in a primary just a few months ago.
Let's turn on the sound
in New
effects.
Jersey's 11th district, which is kind of a pretty wealthy suburban district outside
We haven't done
of
that in
New
quite a
York
while.
and North Jersey, ended up eking out a victory over the favorite Tom Malinowski, who had been in Congress previously,
I also
because
have to do
AIPAC
this.
wanted to make an example of Malinowski. Malinowski is very pro-Israel, but he had started to get a little squeamish and said, hey, maybe we should block some bombs to
No,
Israel.
actually, let's
ha,
not
ha,
do
ha. AIPAC goes, no, no, no.
Music level
We are going to
0.
spend against you.
But we'll keep the sounds
And they ended up kind of splitting the votes in a way that Ana Lilia Mejia's ground game, when she had such a small amount of fundraising, made the difference. And so on election day, she turned out a ton of people. She has previously worked for Bernie Sanders, endorsed by Bernie, AOC, Working Families Party, Elizabeth Warren, and this is the victory in the general in yesterday's special election, explained here on CNN.
Let's go.
Harris
That's
won
me,
that
baby.
district, won New Jersey's 11th district. I love the ice cream in that district, I'll tell you. All so many great places to go, you know. But bottom line
Wait,
is
hold
that
on.
Kamala
Okay, I'm sorry to be indulgent, but you talk about Worcester a lot, so I get to have. I can guarantee you what Harry's talking about there. He is talking about Holston's, which is an ice cream shop where they filmed the final scene of The Sopranos. When it goes to black, spoiler, we won't say what happens or what's implied that happens, but that is 10
Who gives a
minutes from where I
fuck?
grew up.
It was
It
a
is
terrible finale.
staple. So I'm pretty sure he's talking about Holston's.
It's funny because Harry Anton seems like a character from Sopranos when they flash back to like Tony's dad.
Exactly.
In the prequel.
Also very easy.
Hey
to
there,
picture him
folks.
licking an ice cream cone. I don't know why. That is a
to
very
go,
odd.
you know. But bottom line is that Kamala Harris won that district by 9 points. But right now, we obviously
You know what? Speaking
see,
of Boston,
we see that Mejia
let's
is
go to
way
Boston.
out ahead. But that is not surprising me because it's part of a larger picture. Look, we are now talking about 7 special elections. And in every single one of them that we've had during the second Trump era, the Democratic candidates.
Yeah, I
for the
can't do
House
music
have
on here
outrun the
'cause
Kamala
YouTube will
base-
flag
Kamala
it.
Harris
I don't know if
baseline. You
Twitch will,
Florida
but
won last year. I remember you and I were together. 23 points, 16 points in Florida, 6. Virginia 11, 17 points. Arizona 7, 17 points. Tennessee 7, 13 points. Georgia 14, 25 points. And while there are still votes to be counted here in New Jersey's 11th district, I will say at this point we're probably looking at an overperformance of at least 10 points when all the votes are said and done. So 7 special elections, and in every single one of them, the Democratic district for the House of Representatives has outperformed Kamala Harris's baseline by at least 10 points.
Let's fucking go. Let's
Well,
fucking
good
go.
news is Kamala Harris is getting the message and is definitely not going to North Carolina and soft launching a campaign or something like that. Oh, wait.
Doing videos under gas stations,
Woo.
prices.
Girl, you
Well-
embarrass me enough.
The big news is that you have a Bernie style. I mean, she's
Brad Summer
literally
is
one of
back,
the,
somebody said in the
campaign
Discord.
field director, winning so decisively in this district. I mean, obviously, you know, it's a D+ district, but to win with this level of decisiveness, I think, you know, sends a message. And
notably, J Street endorsed her. So we're seeing a shift a little bit in J Street too, when they're seeing some of the polling on Israel within the Democratic Party.
What the hell is
in
J
favor of
Street
blocking
versus
weapons
AIPAC?
sales to
I don't know what
Israel.
the difference
And
is.
J Street still endorsed her, which that might be the first
Is there a
of
difference?
its kind in that way, or at the very least, for a new candidate like this, it seems something like, you know, something to pay attention to here.
Maybe they
it's
figure
interesting because
maybe they figure they can, if they endorse her and help her out, then they go, well, maybe we get a little bit of bombs for Israel. Like maybe trying with honey instead of vinegar.
allowing J Street or compelling J Street to get more aggressive, at least in the context of Israel's government. And so it's a big deal in that regard, because the further that push in that direction the liberal Zionist camp is, then the further those who are anti-Zionist can go in terms of like inhibiting Israel's weapons, Israel's apartheid state, et cetera, et cetera. So
they're defensive now, right? Because they have to separate themselves or distance themselves from AIPAC, saying, okay, we're not the same group.
That's why they were created. Yeah.
But when you have 40 out of 47 Democratic senators saying that we're going to block bulldozers to Israel, you have to now adjust your own political lobbying efforts. I don't trust any liberal Zionist PAC because I think if you're still committed to the ethno-state, you're not necessarily to be trusted at all. But I find it refreshing to see them kind of on their back foot, wanting to maintain Israel's credibility even in the narrowest sense by saying that they can even still get behind candidates that are that critical of Israel. So.
Right. This is not. I mean, I'm not celebrating it, but it is a data point to give us a sense of where we are, and and even like frankly, like Ezra Klein's whole sort of shift too.
Yes.
That is another data point. Again, I'm not. I've never been a huge
data
fan,
points. That's a better way to put it.
But
Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, those Marjorie Taylor Greene, those are data points.
Forces,
okay, I take that data point.
Have moved
interesting.
And where
I'm not going to praise those people
in the future.
Ezra, for people that don't know, did a show, I guess, about one democratic state.
No, about the one-state reality. I don't know if
the
you got to
one
democratic state.
Okay. So just acknowledging that's literally just acknowledging that Israel illegally controls the West Bank and East Jerusalem and and Gaza and is an apartheid state, which we've known. It
is a big. I think it's extremely helpful, the framing of it being one state now.
I agree.
Because then all of a sudden it's very difficult for if you have that understanding that it's one state now, it is very difficult to deny the apartheid. Right? Like,
because who are you at war with? Be like if the United States government went to war with
by saying
the Westboro Baptist Church.
It's sort of like 1.3 states or something like that. Because once you recognize it is
and then bombed all of Oklahoma or whatever it is.
There is one state right now. Then you have to reckon with the apartheid and that exists.
It's just agonizing to see people come to the conclusions that every piece of reality should have led them to when it would have mattered.
That you could get in the New York books from Tony Judd in 2003.
Yeah, like before Israel killed hundreds of thousands of people and like ruined their lives and poisoned them with pollution and I mean, anyway. But Matt sent this. Sam, do you want to listen to a little bit of her victory speech?
Sure.
Thank you for all who casted your votes for an unbought, unbossed, sassy new member of Congress, y'all.
Unbought and unbossed. Girl boss stuff.
In November, when I jumped
we take what we can get.
The odds were stacked against us. But you know, we did the impossible and we won. And look, in 10 weeks after that tremendous primary victory, the daughter of a Dominican factory worker and a Colombian seamstress who grew up wondering what could I possibly be in this world as a working class kid who watched her parents struggle.
At the Montclair Art Museum. That's where I took the bus every day to go to school. That was where we all met up. Whatever. Cool. It's about me. tickled by it. There's not a lot of progressives that come out of like, I mean, that district too. It's just it's encouraging.
That's an important point.
Yeah.
Is that it turns out that this sort of thing can win in all sorts of places, whether it's New York City or Emma's former hometown, or even where Taylor Ramette won in Texas. It turns out like maybe some of the conventional wisdom you see in like Forbes magazine might be not right about what wins campaigns.
Do I get McDonald's or a kebab bowl?
I would say
kebab bowl.
You will have more fun with 13.
Oh yeah, I know that. I'm
but I think
curious.
the best order is 12, 13.
Okay, let's. Joe Rogan is. It's interesting to see a lot of these people reposition when they.
We're
start
just
to realize,
talking about
it's
it. We're
not
going to talk about it
helpful
some more
to
after this.
Pretend that
The
Donald Trump is
reposition
anything
of the
other than
comedians.
a malignant force
Matter of fact, let
in
me pull
our
up
politics
one
in
of those
our
clips.
country. But here's Joe Rogan moving on to the next malignant force and singing his praises. Go ahead.
Did you see the CBS interview with J.D. Vance?
Just one clip.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, so I should watch the whole thing?
Oh my God, it's a masterclass. He just
he is
he's
impressive.
so good.
He is really good.
He's
Have
so
you
good.
has he been on your show?
Yes. Yeah, he's great. That guy, thank God
Yeah.
for that guy.
You know-
He's so good at dismantling those dopey people.
Yeah.
And just breaking down, like she was like, this is a country built on immigrants. He's like, yes. That doesn't mean that 240 years later we have to have the dumbest immigration policy possible.
Well, and so
did you see this?
Immigrants didn't build the country just 240 years ago and stop.
They just
God
did it
damn
on
it.
that day.
These fucking idiots.
I saw some photos.
They're
on,
moving on.
live
Erica
recently
Kirk said
of
it.
The Chinese workers.
JD
for
Vance,
the
she said it at the
Transcontinental
TP
Railroad,
USA
I think
thing
it
like
was.
months ago.
And stories of how they would get
And now they're
significantly
repositioning.
underpaid. They would do.
I don't want
far
Peter
more
Thiel
dangerous
president.
work. Far more.
I don't want
more
Epstein
of
president.
Them were killed.
They're both Epstein
in
presidents.
the,
That needs to be
making of the
more
railroad.
fucking talked about.
Yeah.
Like Donald Trump and JD Vance are still puppets of and involved in the Epstein cabal. Peter Thiel is directly responsible for JD Vance.
Fairview, Montana, right on the border. And it was because the people that were building all the bridges back then were itinerant labor from the South, black folks, and they would be traveling across the country. So even like the places that like my white ancestors, take a lot of pride in being from, and like homesteading and stuff like that, the bridges and big infrastructure there wasn't built by them.
It's also interesting just the way that he frames this. You know, we had earlier in the week on the program a professor who has spent over a decade traveling to Hungary and saw the rise of Orban. And the whole concept of that, like, conservatives' entire worldview is owning the libs on some level. Like, there's no, when a guy's fantastic simply because he can go on to 60 Minutes and be belligerent, it's a tough way to choose your politicians. But here is also something
Peter
far.
Thiel chose it for him, so. That's
Yes, I mean that's a good point.
Yeah.
This is all Joe Rogan is nothing if he's not a tech bro bootlicker. But here is number 13, where he also reveals there's a class war going on. He just doesn't want you to know it.
Problem with that narrative that the rich people aren't paying enough, and this is one of the things that I've seen progressive podcasters talk about, the wealth tax, and they were talking about imposing a wealth tax on billionaires, and they're like, stop being greedy, pay your fair share. Like, what is your fair share and where is it going? Like, if you
Shut
could
the
show
fuck up,
me
cunt!
that an
You don't get
increase
to
in taxes
choose.
would fix all the problems. I said this when I lived there. I wouldn't mind paying more taxes.
Bitch, you don't get to choose. You get to elect politicians. That's it. None of us get to choose where our taxes go. But it does not preclude you from having to pay taxes, you dumb cunt.
One of the things that Texas had a problem with that narrative.
Wait a second. Okay. So, and I think he's talking about California's wealth tax.
Well, shut the fuck up, bitch.
So on
Your taxes are going to genocide right now. Are you thrilled about that?
Where that money could go?
Why did you encourage everyone to vote for that guy?
Wealth tax. The idea that a wealth tax goes to pay for something is almost secondary. The one thing that a wealth tax will definitively help and do is to begin to narrow the wealth inequality that we have and has gone rampant in the past 45 years. A wealth tax could help us close that wealth inequality gap, which is so detrimental to society, both in terms of like who gets to run our politics, and also in terms of inflation, and also in terms of political power being distributed. A wealth tax is valuable in and of itself because it takes
Rogan
money
is a meathead,
from
yes.
the ultra wealthy.
Right.
It
It diminishes their power. I mean, honestly, if Rogan were to actually be not so much of a coward and have somebody on his program that would challenge him from the left, which he hasn't done really in many years at this point, or a few years, that's what they should say to him. It doesn't matter where it goes to. We want to diminish your power because wealthy people have way too much control, power.
And again,
over
you don't get to
society,
choose
and
where
it's
it goes
affecting-
now.
It's destroyed our democracy.
Under Biden, your taxes were going to the genocide. Under Trump, it's going to a genocide. And an additional war against Iran. Is this what you want, Joe? No? Then Bernie. Then encourage your audience to vote for progressives. Real progressives. Have Sam on your fucking show. Have Kyle Kalinske back on your show. Bitch. Fucking motherfucker.
Elon Musk. We could take $200 billion from Elon Musk.
Yeah, let's just take it from one guy.
That Medicaid cuts.
How's that?
So that
the needs of the many
low-income
outweigh the
people
needs of the
have
fucking few. You
access
piece of
to
shit.
Healthcare, and he would still have $600 billion left. He'd still be able to go to the moon. It's absurd. And when he talks about fairness, what he's concerned is unfair. Why do we get to take that money from them? Because we can make a rule that says we don't want people walking around who are kings. And that's what a king was, right? A king was the person who had the vast, overwhelming concentration of wealth. And with that, they had political power. And so we don't have a monopoly of that political power and wealth that you might have had during kings. We do have an oligarchy instead of a monarchy. And that is that we have just a sort of like cohort of people who have that type of wealth and power. So you don't even need to say, I would justify a wealth tax by how the government spends it. A wealth tax should be confiscatory, period. If it achieves inhibiting the amount of money that can be accrued, and wealth tax in and of itself is not enough. We need to have things like antitrust, and we need to have other constraints that do not allow people to amass so much money that they are literally living on another planet, that their existence is completely untethered from the rest of humanity because they end up having outsized political power.
They start not caring about humanity. And yes.
I don't know, elect a president as in Donald Trump.
They can have their own armies, dude.
Destroy
They do have their
agencies
own armies.
that ultimately kill millions of people are probably going to die because of USAID. God knows what the implications of all the other stuff is. Change our policy on whether Israel can annex the West Bank, on and on and on. This is all a function of allowing small amount of individuals to amass huge, huge fortunes.
In addition to the huge contract he got from Spotify, which is hollowing out the music industry right before our eyes, Joe Rogan sold his On It, a company he founded that had the Alpha Brain supplement as a part of it, to Unilever, one of the world's largest corporations that owns, like, I mean, look at what Unilever owns, like Dove soap, things like that, for potentially hundreds of $millions. And all these guys who have hundreds of millions of dollars, this whole Zoran tax thing, they're saying, well, if you can explain to me, no, we vote, and you're going to be outvoted, and you just
Yeah, I don't have to
pay.
explain
And
to
that's
you,
the new
bitch.
Future. That's the only way the future becomes a brighter place, when people like this start getting dictated to by the people who outnumber them.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's what's going to
There
happen.
you go. There you go, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
But there is no the framing of you can tax us if you can justify how we're going to spend it. No, that's not necessary for taxation.
You're an idiot. Like, why do I care about what Joe Rogan thinks about how we tax him?
Yeah, and what does he think the problems are? Like, what problems does he want fixed?
Yeah. He also,
white
I will-
genocide in South Africa.
He also, I will remind you, when I went on to PBD and said we should return to where we were in terms of taxation in this country during the greatest economic growth we had, and also, mind you, probably the greatest period of personal emancipation, social emancipation that existed from
law enforcement.
The end of World War II into the early 70s, really ultimately until Reagan, but mostly during the 50s and 60s, every dollar over what would amount to about $3 million today would be taxed at a 90% rate. So your first $3 million, you'd pay 27% tax rate. Every dollar after $3 million, you pay a 90% tax rate. We wouldn't need a wealth tax at that point if we could tax in that way again. And he resented that idea because he resented that I said that because I don't make $3 million a year.
But where would the incentive be?
I don't get to
build the
opine on that.
Vegas loop.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. I mean, you could just see it in the context of our small K shaped economy. The economy also is increasingly just a function of a smaller and smaller group of wealthier and wealthier people. It's not sustainable. That in and of itself is enough, in my estimation.
Assemblymember my bill doesn't have anything to do with law enforcement.
What should we play here?
We could do also. I mean, what's fun is 14 and 15.
While we're here? Yes. Okay. Oh, this is Trump was in Vegas yesterday.
Yep.
I did not see him.
Misconnection.
No invite for Cedar.
Did you see that he was running late for like an hour or so everybody who was attending it just started singing gospel songs?
That's fucking hilarious.
That is not.
The amount of religiosity, you can see the intense desperation on behalf of the
They're
Republican
praying
Party.
because they know it's coming to an end.
87% or
They know it's
something like that
over.
of evangelicals,
That's what they're
self-identified
fucking praying.
evangelicals in this country voted for Donald Trump. They are trying to, in some way, generate Republican enthusiasm by stirring up religious fervor with these people, and I just don't think it's working.
Probably shouldn't attack the Pope when you're doing that too, but
Well, no, the evangelicals like that. Evangelicals like
come
that. I
on.
mean,
Yeah, but you
Marjorie Taylor Greene's all across. Like she's anti-Catholic a little bit herself, right?
Definitely. Georgia. When I moved to Georgia from Maine, and people asked me about religion, I said I was Catholic. They're like, "So you're not Christian?"
How about those
of
Latinos
course.
he won in Texas?
Well, that's true. That's true.
They not
and
Christian. I mean, yeah,
Texas
they
primary
both
came
are.
out showing
Y'all are
a
both
Paxton
crazy,
and
bro.
Cornyn, but But Jennifer Welch has said this before. I mean, Trump is just like a televangelist, or he's just like an evangelical preacher, where he's put in a position of authority.
He's daddy.
He scams
like they said.
the parishioners like a televangelist.
They're used to being scammed, but they get some kind of faith out of it.
And they follow him because he's wealthy and preaches essentially prosperity gospel. So like, just like the Republicans before him, Trump's core constituency is evangelicals.
This is an interesting admission by Trump, and I think on some level it explains like why he's able to connect with people. Because 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago? It was Friday. I can't remember when. Emma did an extended version of the DoorDash grandma, who came to D.C. And came to the White House. She had no taxes on her $11,000 tips that she got.
Although in a Fox News interview, she said it was a different figure. The 11,000 is quite dubious.
Oh yeah, but I think it was no taxes on the 11,000. So she didn't actually save 11,000.
Gotcha.
But nevertheless, Trump was taking credit for saving her husband's life from cancer. And but here he is,
this is
where
so funny.
he sort of admits,
This clip
like,
is so fucking funny.
It was schlocky.
Earlier this week at the White House, I met a wonderful woman named Sharon Simmons, a grandmother driving DoorDash to help support her husband's cancer treatment. She's got serious cancer. She's going to be okay, I think. Sharon delivered McDonald's to the Oval Office. It was a little bit of a, to be honest, it was a little tacky.
It's so funny.
They come up with these crazy ideas like McDonald's, although that was the biggest ever on Google. They say #1 ever, and the garbage truck. I mean, we do these things in politics.
What?
They're a little embarrassing. They're a little tiny embarrassing, but we do them, and you win by landslides. It's one of the. So we got to keep doing them. No, we got to
So
knock
funny.
on the Oval Office door. This did not happen. That's the first maybe in the history of the Oval Office, and it was a very beautiful woman standing there with big bags of McDonald's hamburgers. And I say, is this really believable? Is it? But the point of it was she made earlier this.
I mean, you got to give credit where
He
credit's due.
knows
He
what's
is
good.
tearing down the fourth wall, and he lets the people he's sitting there with in on the joke. It's all.
He said it in the moment. He was like, "This doesn't look staged, does it?" Like he knows it's cheesy. They're cheesy. He resents the people who works for him. It's so funny.
What Trump is doing there. He gets to have his cake and eat it too.
Yeah, I don't know if the DoorDash guy who was going to bat for it being genuine a few days ago is too happy to hear him do that, but...
Yeah, well, Trump doesn't mind throwing that guy under the bus. He doesn't care.
Indicative of, or his entire staff of like public relations and communications people that put this together for him. But that's where he is a savant on like media exposure, knowing how to play the media, and knowing how to market himself.
Yeah.
He just didn't like how that looked because it
He was
looked
like,
insane.
"That's a bad marketing thing."
And
Yeah.
When he did this deep dive into it, it's a really, really sad story.
The federal government is being held accountable.
She had to run through her life savings and
this
work
damage
as a
on our
gig
community
worker because her husband had cancer.
Uniquely
And it's like,
American.
this is amazing. Yeah, no, this is why America is falling apart.
Disgustingly shabby. She should be taking care of her husband.
Yeah. But I'm there to do that when I gave you no taxes on tips.
I know. Pay somebody to do it with the money you make slinging burgers around. Also, never mention any of the people that work at the McDonald's making the food. But.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Dr. Christ is here.
Exactly. Meanwhile, I don't know how to explain this one. He's just so out of touch. This is number 14.
He also seems very jacked up. If it's true that he was late, he's very sweaty.
He had a little bit of a stir.
Probably about $4,000 or $5,000, and they wanted to raise your taxes. The great big beautiful bill also slashed taxes on millions of American small businesses, including restaurants, dry cleaners, corner stores. What is a corner store? I've never heard that term. I know what a corner store is, but I've never heard it described. A corner store. Who the hell wrote that, please?
What?
He's so mad at his staff.
You grew up in New York, in Queens.
He's heard of Corner Store, but he's never heard it used before.
Because he can't admit he doesn't know something.
Right, but you're from New York. Corner store is something you should definitely know.
Corner Store seems to me to be like Main Street. Like, there's corner stores everywhere.
I guess. I mean, maybe in New York you'd say bodega or something, but like.
But if you get chauffeured everywhere your entire life, corner store is less.
What
of
are
a thing you
corners?
notice. Exactly.
What are corners? I just get in the car. I don't pay attention to it.
Isn't he a builder?
Does it turn? It's just get me there faster. That's all I care.
You know what I thought of when he just kept railing about the corner store inclusion and the shabbiness of the PR stunt with the DoorDash lady was Cory Booker on Pod Save America throwing his comms team under the bus in real time.
Yeah. I don't know who Hasan Piker is.
Right, like God, just be. Maybe if you have authentic beliefs, and I don't know how this turned into a Cory Booker thing, but you don't have to like constantly outsource blame about things falling apart to your comms team.
Let's do a couple IMs, and then should we take some phone calls? Are the phones plugged in?
Yes.
Right. Let's try a different game.
To handle that?
No, I got it. Number is 646-257-3920. 646-257-3920 is the phone number if you want to be part of the program. California Resistance says, Sam, here in Palm Springs, Coachella Valley area, there have been numerous road, bridge, and local projects ongoing for years. Also in LA, trans expanded, etc. It's small-minded BS to say nothing has changed here in California. It makes 0 sense. Well, but how does that interest? Public transportation is not going to interest Joe Rogan.
He just doesn't want to see homeless people when he drives from his mansion to the comedy store. That's about it.
Calling from a 484 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? 484.
Is this me?
Yeah, it's you.
Holy crap. All right. Yeah, my name's Adam. I'm from Kansas City.
Hi, Adam. Welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about fascism in Missouri today. We've been dealing with quite a bit out here.
Let's see.
What was that?
Fantastic. That sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, it's freaking wonderful, man. Yeah, so I guess I'll start with, we have a guy out here, he's the Missouri Speaker of the House, his name is John Patterson. He is trying to recreate the Sam Brownback tax cuts from Kansas.
Oh my God.
You
Those were
remember
the
that?
most,
Yeah.
those are the most, the Sam Brownback from Texas, taxes from the mid-teens, I guess it was, early teens. He brought in Laffer of the Laffer curve, whose argument is if we cut taxes, particularly corporate taxes, for S corps, but also we cut income taxes for wealthy people, we will actually generate more money because people will be more inspired to work because they're keeping more of their money. And it was such a disaster that the Republican-controlled Kansas legislature had to come back in and because it really destroyed the Kansas higher education and schools.
I tried to do
which were actually really like sort of jewels of Kansas. They had to come back in, raise the taxes, and it was such an embarrassment that Sam Brownback was appointed, ready for this, ambassador to faith in the first Trump administration. They literally like ejected him in a rocket and sent him up into space to make sure that he was not around to remind everybody what an abject failure those taxes were.
Yeah, it's pretty just devoid of any logic whatsoever. It's so divorced from reality. But they are ramming this through pretty hard. It's in our Senate right now. They actually had some like late night stuff last night or the night before to try and get it through. It was close to midnight, and of course the Democrats out here didn't bother to filibuster it or anything like that. So that's it's just so stupid. But that's one of his 3 things that he's done. He got rid of paid sick leave last year that we voted for on the 24 cycle.
I mean, how do people, how do your fellow Missourians, you vote for paid sick leave, they get rid of it. How do people react to that?
I mean, anyone on the left is pretty PO'd about it. I think people on the right just are so oblivious, they don't care for the most part. There's some that care, but I mean, it's insane. I mean,
what the fuck?
He did that, and we're trying to fight that and get that back, but he's also the guy who put the gerrymandering on the map, and all of our courts have ruled pretty much against the people. We gathered 305,000 signatures of 106,000 that were required to overturn it, so hopefully that will be on the ballot in November. So that guy is really political enemy number 1 in Missouri. We call him Tax Con John out
down,
here.
Left, right. Start.
What do you call him?
But
select.
Tax Con John.
Tax Con John. Okay.
Yeah, you got to brand it right.
Yeah. Well,
but yeah,
good luck.
aside from yeah, well, there's
There
more
we
if you want to
go.
hear about it.
Just a little
Yay,
bit.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, we had the Hunt family fleece $3.5 billion out of Kansas to build new stadiums and facilities for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Is the Hunts family like
Yeah.
Hunt's ketchup?
That happened in December. Everyone is mad about it. No one's happy. Not no one on any side of the aisle. But aside from that, I mean, I'm not sure how to fight that at all. But aside from that, I wanted to give a little shout out to Matt. Thank you so much for having Hartzell Gray on Left Reckoning a few months back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I followed the Kansas City DSA for a couple of months after that and ended up joining. And it's been one of the better decisions I've made in my life. So I wanted to really thank you for that.
Oh, that's awesome.
great. Cool.
Hartzell was on that stream you did a couple weeks ago.
Organizing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Good candidate.
All right,
Yeah, he's
appreciate the
awesome.
phone call.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Alex. All
What?
right.
Oh, that was a
go
different
here.
Alex.
Grab another phone. Calling from a 415 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Is this me?
It is you. Yes. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Zach. I live in San Diego.
Zach in San Diego. What's on your mind?
So I thought I've been trying to call in for a few weeks. I'm not really sure the right way to word my concern / question, and there's a lot of other stuff going on in the country and around the world, but this one thing just really irks me, and I just wanted some
All right. Well, we'll get right to
opinion
it.
from the show on it. It's
Right.
so
What we're here.
sorry. I just don't really understand why so many on the left, like leftists, are anti-Taiwan.
What?
And I just wanted your guys' kind of insight on that.
I think it's not anti-Taiwan and more of a recognition of Western interests in keeping Taiwan under our umbrella.
I get that, like, criticism, but I've seen leftist communities go as far as, like, being straight up, like, not necessarily just pro-China, but, like, anti-Taiwan, like, saying, like,
How?
I don't know,
How so?
like, basically saying it's already not a country, even though it has its own government, democratic system, its own branches, everything.
Well, I think the idea is that you can find a lot of different perspectives about everything, So I mean, I can't speak for whatever you've seen where somebody said that. But did you ask them?
I mean, I was mostly replied to with trolling, like being called a Republican just for being pro-Taiwan, or
How do you define being pro-Taiwan? And what do you see that as distinct? How do you see that as distinct from what the left is saying? Because I believe in people's right to self-determination. It's also very true that the United States is heavily invested in trying to keep Taiwan under our umbrella, and that's just a factual recounting of the dynamics of international politics.
I guess my idea of being pro-Taiwan isn't from the U.S. umbrella standpoint. It's more of it should remain an independent entity from the CCP. Like
How? I think the real question is how far are you willing to go to back that up?
Yes.
I mean, I know this isn't a popular opinion, but if I was like in Taiwan, I would want all the help that was being offered to me.
I understand, but you're not in Taiwan. As an American, what do you think that America should do?
I mean, I
mean, isn't that? I mean,
should-
come on. Okay, isn't that the ultimate question, right? Like, I think people want a self-determination. If Taiwan wants to maintain itself as its own country, then I think obviously people are supportive of that. But the question is like, how far are you willing to go? What does it mean to be supportive? We can sit here on the show and say, oh, I'm supportive of it, but does that mean that I'm willing to have my son or daughter go to war over it?
Yeah. I mean,
I
I'll
mean,
just say
that's the old question. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like when you're talking about questions like this, that's really ultimately what it's going to boil down to. Where are you going to draw the line? And the ambiguity, the strategic ambiguity, is supposed to sort of like make it easier to sort of project that maybe we would do this for us, maybe we wouldn't, and in lieu of actually having to specifically articulate that. So I think probably my guess is that those people are immediately take it to the conclusion that supporting Taiwan ultimately leads you to having to engage in a war. And it's very difficult, I think, from a position of any leadership to say, like, explicitly, like, I support it only this far, because, there's a competitive aspect to this between two different superpowers, more or less. And
I would recommend a book, Fitful Embrace, Taiwan and China, edited by a guy named Lowell Dittmer in 2017, has a bunch of different essays in it. My position as a socialist internationalist is I would encourage it not to go down one of the nationalistic paths where the situation with Taiwan and China is that historically both of them consider themselves to be the real China, and then they decided, well, we'll just kind of agree to disagree on that and continue cross-strait relations. I think they should continue to have cross-strait relations, and these borders shouldn't be hardened into something where it precludes that and forces militarization. I think that's the smartest way to go about it, rather than insisting on certain types of nationalism. And I mean, there already is a lot of like cross-strait relations. People might be surprised to hear that that these countries.
This is all because of the Kat Abou-Ghazala race, and like that drop site story about her foreign policy or whatever. I bet you some like leftist channels like Vouch and Destiny and them, or Mike from PA, I don't know, Hutch, I don't know who these people are, but like they're still on that, and that's where this question comes from.
Matters. I think it's increasing tensions, and I think it's also an idle threat, because America couldn't even take Cargill. It couldn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It couldn't even stop the Houthis.
We could have. We
There's
just
no
decided
chance.
not to.
If China wants to go, the way we should have been, what we should be doing in this entire world, frankly, is we should be insisting that you can't take territory through conquest. But unfortunately, one of our major allies, the Middle East, likes to do that, and also that helped Russia do the exact same thing. So I think we should be trying to pull back from this nationalism that is rampaging around the world, and so I think that would be my suggestion, rather than insisting on nationalistic self-determination. I think we need to get away from this nationalism.
Appreciate the call.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about?
We're gonna get the diet Hasan here for real. I'm literally gonna be eating halal food.
Appreciate the call.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Let's see here. Calling from a 305 area code. Who's calling? Where are you from?
Hello, is this me?
Yes, this is you.
Oh, wow, awesome. Nice to talk to you guys. This is Ryan from Brooklyn.
Ryan from Brooklyn, what's on your mind?
From the 05 number, you can probably tell, I grew up in Miami, and then I moved to Brooklyn. And in moving here, I've come in contact with a lot more, I'm Jewish for context. I'm what I call flexodox, like a modern Orthodox kind of vibe, I guess you could say. But I've come in contact with a lot more Hasidic people since I moved here, and become kind of close with a few of them, and some people who are ex-Hasidic as well. And I have a very strong urge to try to, I don't know how to put this, maybe like instigate some kind of interest in secular education in that community, or even, maybe try and push back on some of the things that I view as not only harmful in a general sense, but like specifically as a Jewish person, I don't on a theological level certain things, but like I'm just curious like how, because I feel like there's a lot of conversation in Jewish communities about organizing in synagogues and stuff like that to push back against Zionism and other things we agree with, but I feel like a lot of that is centered on reform or conservative and stuff, and a lot of more Orthodox communities get left out of that conversation. So I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about that, if anything.
I can tell you exactly how you do it. Set up a couple of Wi-Fi hotspots around the neighborhood.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, thought of that.
To the extent that I know any Hasidic who have, whether it was left the community or were ended up excommunicated because they realized, like, oh my God, there's something called trans or being gay, or there's a world where people live where they learn things about, this isn't true of all Hasidic communities, but there are some communities where many of the members of the community don't learn anything secular, like math or because they're I think the most effective thing is getting them. All the stories I've heard about people who've left those communities or broadened their horizons has been a function of they went somewhere and there was public Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And
that is what I've seen as well.
Because they just have access to, like, to the extent they have an internet at home, which is not always the case, it is so restricted that, honestly, like, a bunch of MiFis secretly hidden around the community would probably be, would do it.
Yeah, because there's this subreddit that's pretty active that has people who are like either ex-community members or some people who are in the community and actively questioning it, and I feel like that could be a good way to try and like release the password, in some fashion to like community members.
Yeah,
but I also just on like kind of in a related point, I'm a contributor to a magazine that is like a Bundes magazine that has a 2-year anniversary edition coming out. If I could shout that out, that would be pretty
Please,
cool.
what is the name of it?
It's called Der Specter. It's DERSPEKTER. And it's a free newsletter, but there is the 2-year anniversary edition is available for pre-order right now. And it's like 45 pages with translations, modern essays, art, all sorts of really good stuff. Some of my work is in there as well. And we're just, raising money to be able to put out more work in the future.
Fantastic.
That's
What's your name
interesting.
again?
I'm looking it up right now.
Ryan.
Ryan. Okay. Thanks, Ryan. We'll check it out. It's derspector.org.
Yep, .org, yeah.
Pretty cool. Thanks for the call.
Awesome. Yeah, it was great talking to you guys. Left is best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Flexidox is an interesting new coin. It reminds me of
Yes.
when we talked
I
about
had
Chris
not
Long.
heard that. Schumer for president 2028. I'm so happy Matt's having success with his other shows. It means he's on this one less. Win-win.
I welcome your hatred.
Schumer for president. Marxist homes. It wasn't just higher education that Brownback ruined. It was the mental health services as well. Sawatomi State Mental Hospital had the state-of-the-art service to help people dealing with mental illness and reintegrating them back into society. After Brownback's tax cuts, the hospital lost $20 million and it had to make cuts to services and staff. Everything went south from there. Rather than keeping patients to get better, they try to get people in and out as quickly as possible to keep up with the upkeep and lack of staff. Also, F the Hunt family. Commie Republican hellhole. I grew up in Central California and live in Washington State now, and we say corner store every day. Matty Moron. The U.S. has been such a great steward of international peace and national self-determination. Can't see any reason why it won't continue that hot streak when it comes to Taiwan. Protector of frogs. As China-Taiwan relations grow and China liberalization continues, the two may come together again or to come to some firm agreement. The bestest leftist. When you're self-employed and a stoner, every day you remember and plan for 420, but always forget that tax day is 415. Let's take another phone call. Call from a 780. 780. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Sorry, I was switching to phone. This is Al from Alberta.
Al from Alberta.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Is my microphone
so
on?
This is something
I'm
you guys
so
have
sorry.
kind of touched on.
I'm so sorry. I thought
a
I
little
muted.
bit here and there, but I grew up in a kind of a center-right household, and there's this.
Shit. Sorry, guys.
There's this narrative that I think is really pervasive with at least a lot of my family, and it's just the idea that, like, and the issue I have here is that this is something else that I think Democrats have really ceded to the right over the years. And it's just the idea that we need someone with
Man, today would have been a good day to call, huh?
like, we need
Sorry.
a strong leader at the top to make the hard decisions. And I don't really hear a lot of leftist or even Democrat politicians, I don't know, pushing back on that concept at all. Because I think history has really shown over time that when we have those really strong leaders at the top making those hard decisions, shit gets worse for everybody, all over the place. And yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a major point here. It's just something I've been tossing around in my head quite a bit. And I think the left and Democratic politicians in general would really benefit from really touting that leftist positions have been proven over time to be smarter and more effective policies. And the right, frankly, just offers bad, stupid policies that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I that's why I'm insistent on like certain things about like how we should frame taxing the rich and not shy away from the deficit and stuff like that, because I think if you can make the case that taxing the wealthy is also a responsible budget, like the Republicans for so many years have tried to make you view the government in the way that you would view your budget for your small business or for your home, for your household.
Yeah. Getting rid of those false equivalencies, like The government is not a household. You will not run out of money. You can't.
And we put it into the government, and
This
like
experiment with the lifestyles of the rich and the famous has failed. And
Exactly.
We need to be fiscally responsible.
exactly, it's reclaiming fiscal responsibility. It doesn't need to. I mean, we know.
And that's what Dieter talks about all the time on this space. Like, we're not ceding the ground to your framing of the argument anymore. It's not happening. We're not Chuck Schumer.
Conservatives in the Republican Party are more beneficial to the economy. The recessions that we've all lived through have started under Republicans and have been fixed by Democrats. And it's an issue that isn't more adequately communicated, I think in part because they're leaving the juiciest pieces on the table here that I'm talking about.
I think specifically about the strong leader thing. I mean, I think there's a certain inevitability that folks want the president to be strong and competent. But I do think that we're going to see in the wake of Trump, hopefully, a reassertion of Congress and its role in everything, frankly. You know,
I hope so. I mean, are you seeing more politicians aside from like, I don't know, Plattner and Al-Said, and there's a few coming up, but I feel like we need something more.
Well, I think there's also some who were sort of like who have been convinced by Trump. I mean, we're going through a whatever you want to call it, competitive authoritarianism, soft authoritarian era of our politics, and one would hope that the backlash to this is we need to disperse power more. We need to, amongst the other branches of government, and really it's Congress in many respects that is not taking lead. This is why I hope, let's put it this way. You get rid of the filibuster, which I think is increasingly a positive.
We're back off work. I am still having fun. We're learning. We're talking about authoritarianism, how to get out of it. We need to spread power around. Boy, when the Republicans lose control of the House and the Senate, when we have a Democratic president, then you're going to hear Congress needs to be consulted. Congress needs to... And we're going to throw up a middle finger and say, fuck you. But we're also going to say, yes, of course. We're actually going to make it so that we need a president, a dictator, to come in, because they made it a dictator position, to come in and give up those powers and make it illegal to do it again. Illegal to behave like Donald Trump or Dick Cheney ever again.
You got to try something.
I did not coin that, by the way. I've stolen that from others, but yes.
Well,
she coined the
hump day, and they're all in the thing. So.
Appreciate the call.
Awesome, thanks. Bye.
Emma also coined trickle down economics.
Calling from a 503 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Chicken Daiquiri calling from Williamsburg, Momdonistan.
Chicken Daiquiri from Williamsburg, Momdonistan. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me. First I just got to say it was happy to hear Matt Taibbi back on the Majority Report, but a little disappointed. I didn't get that iconic Emma Vigeland impression, gotta say.
Taibbi?
Oh, yeah.
Is it's iconic? I don't know about that, but yeah, I go deep into the vocal fry, yes.
Well, the Knicks, they're playing tomorrow. Have we seen the Wired article about the disturbing deep surveillance from Madison Square Garden?
I did see that. That is not new. It's also been used by Dolan at Radio City Music Hall.
Absolutely. And so I kind of bring that up because I want to talk a little bit more. And, Taylor Lorenz has kind of been following this a little bit, but in the wake of Congress being called last night, and just generally, I want to get your all's take on how surveillance is really not just in the public sphere, but how it's really being used with AI, ICE, and then now we see it more prevalent in the private sectors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in many respects, the private sector stuff is more problematic because all of the worst impulses of government agencies, I'm talking all the acronyms in terms of like police agencies, they can get around restrictions on our privacy that's imposed on government agencies by just simply like outsourcing it to private entities. And that's what's been really going on. They're just going out and buying it from other people who've collected it. And it's a problem. I mean, it's a real
Well, I didn't expect to eat that fast, but holy shit.
This is like an ongoing thing, is that just because there's a market for something, we have to get out of this mindset that just because there's a market for something, therefore we should allow it to exist. Right? I mean,
there's a market for narcotics, and that's illegal. Not that, but it's a question of choices.
Yes. I mean, for a long time, gambling was not legal in this country. Certainly not in the way that it is now. You just didn't have access to it. It was very limited. And
now it's on your phone.
Gambling should not exist. But I do think that we need to, for the sake of our society, we need to take things that are a threat to the stability of our society and, broadly speaking, make them illegal or less accessible or more restricted. I just don't think that there is a value to a poly market or a call sheet or DraftKings.
And again, if you and your friend want to bet on how many bombs Iran is going to drop,
I think it's
then you and your friend can make that bet.
I think it's gonna.
But it shouldn't be
essentially
on your phone.
Generations of people. You look at like the enormous credit card debt that 18 to 25-year-olds have that can be tied to these gambling sites. I just don't think it's healthy. And if we ever justified at any point outlawing narcotics, like you say, Emma, or if we justify like, why don't we let 7-year-olds drink alcohol? Why don't we let them come into bars? I mean, if we have ever imposed restrictions on things because to protect members of society, it seems to me that we should be able to do that with other things. Just because there's a market for it does not mean that it should exist, or at least be allowed to sort of like exist in our society untethered. I just, what's the point then? And then, obviously we're going to have an argument because there's a lot of people who like that I disagree.
7-year-olds should be able to be in bars.
Ideas for this.
Jeffrey Epstein was a big part of that.
And hopefully we win it. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you so much. Left is best.
Appreciate it. I mean, like all the name escapes me now, but the the coordinated ring cameras around the country that are used as a surveillance network.
Flock.
Cops tie into this.
That's
Cops
fucking
end up,
crazy.
Buying all sorts of data on us that they couldn't collect themselves, but are able to purchase from just private entities. I mean, we have the ability to restrict these things. We just
I mean, the problem with the political economy, they're so full of investor money, and those investors want returns, and they're not going to be able to get them through consumer products, so they're going to become government contractors. And look at what we can do with our AI now. Throw in all of your surveillance information, and we can have AI go through it, so we don't have to staff people doing it. That's where they're. And also, we'll support wars too, because we need that money for our tech companies now.
Yep. All right. Final call of the day. And for the week, from a 508 area code, Central Massachusetts. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Mike from Grafton.
From Grafton. Love it.
Oh, yeah.
Too much New Jersey talk earlier today. I got
Large meat lovers, extra cheese. Hell yeah, brother.
Fair enough.
That sounds good.
North Dakota, Grafton?
No,
Oh.
Massachusetts.
Damn it. Okay, whatever.
Shame. Sorry, Matt. It's actually
So
really
is that
funny
a
timing for the
148?
caller before. Oh, what's that?
You Route 148?
140.
140, sorry.
Near 140 and Route 30?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
You're a little
about.
rusty. That's
near,
all right.
near Charlton?
No, near the Shrewsbury border.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Grew up in Shrewsbury, so.
I remember Lake Quinsigamon quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, taking the boat on the lake, and my dad's got a boat, you know.
Dude, did you ever go to Spags?
Not much to it. How old do you think I am? My dad's been to Spags, but
All right, well, I went.
that hasn't been around in my life.
Never mind. All right. What's your point?
All right, two things. The first thing is actually funny timing. The person before, brought up that Wired article, and I was actually going to call in and see if you guys have thought about trying to get Pablo Torre on the program. He actually, in his podcast today, had the writer of that Wired article on. So he's just done a lot of good stuff with
We should.
going and talk about. Sorry, what?
We should.
We should.
Hello?
Have him on. Shouldn't have
We
him
should
on.
have. Yeah.
him.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like a lot of great stuff with that. I don't know if you saw the episode about the Memphis Grizzlies owner who was like selling some drone technology to Russia, going past sanctions, stuff like that.
It's
so
great
I'm
that these
sorry
type
to
of
be,
people own
the person
our
I'm on.
sports team. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I know. It's the best people in the world, obviously. They love sports.
Yeah, they're not running all these players' bodies into the ground, keeping the season too long so they can then later sell the team in just 3 years for
Yeah.
a huge payout. Yeah, that's not what's going on.
And then also uproot the stadium and move it to like some other city because they get a better tax break or something.
Yeah.
Sports is a
Appreciate the
graft.
call. So fun.
It's a crime.
All right.
Just got one last quick question.
Go ahead.
What's the best town in Central Mass? Worcester doesn't count.
Why doesn't Worcester count?
It's a city. Then what's the best town?
Okay,
What's the best suburb of Worcester,
I don't really go out there much, There's
Be here for 3 hours.
lots offered in Paxton. You know what I mean?
Okay.
How about Sturbridge, reminding you of the way things used to be?
Well, Sturbridge is
I like,
way
I
out
like some
there,
old
too.
Sturbridge Village. I got a friend that lives over there, yeah.
Sturbridge is way
He's over
out
there.
there. I mean, you got to get through Sterling and
Paxton's way out
Charlton
there,
for
no?
that.
Or actually, no, I just don't go really to west of Worcester much,
Yeah,
More,
Paxton's full west side. There was a good ice cream place
Yeah.
out there, so, and a hot dog place at the time. I can't remember now. It's too long.
Did it exist when, like, Spags did?
Yeah. Spags was great. Say hi to your dad for me.
Will do. All right, thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call.
Is that the slogan of Worcester?
What's that? Spags
Say
is
hi
great.
to your
Say
father
dad.
for me.
Say hi to your father. Yeah. Tell your father he should get off his ass. That signifies the end of our call-in portion. Couple of more IMs. Sam, do you make sure to tell all the lawyers at the Torts Conference that you're also kind of a lawyer from Chef Solo? No, I don't. Some. JR in Philly regarding Pablo Torre, the caller couldn't understand Emma's thick accent.
Right, I wasn't speaking in Massachusetts accent.
Al Conniption says all of you should be Pablo Torre guests. Just saying. Actually, I met Pablo a while back. We had a talk, and he is. I think he's going to have me on with the head writer of I'm with Busey, a guy who's now a sports guy in Pittsburgh, named Dave Damashek, that apparently Pablo knows, and he asked if I would come on to talk I'm with Busey with Dave. And the amazing thing about that for me would be Dave and I were sort of like in different camps. We were brought in by different sort of like forces on the show. And so we never really had
That was a terrible
conversation
show.
about like how effed up everything was because we worked for different people.
Would they be able to show clips?
I mean, I don't know. The real question is, would you be able to play audio recordings that were surreptitiously?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the answer is not without getting sued.
Oh,
But,
wait, California? Yeah, that's a two-party state.
Well, it's unclear.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a two-party state. Shoot, right. Yeah, that's too bad. That's really too bad. I mean, I'm not saying any of that took place. I'm saying that, like, we would obviously mock it up.
Yeah, of course.
Wouldn't. Because as far as I know, none of that exists.
Ever.
Cedar 2028. Sam, how did you grow up in Mass and not learn to sail? Dude, what are you talking about?
What?
First of all, I come from the second largest city in the country not on a navigable waterway. So, I'm not gonna. It's almost like.
What's first?
I don't know.
Atlanta?
I don't know. And Worcester could have had a navigable waterway, but we paved over the Blackstone Canal. So.
Johannesburg, South Africa is globally the largest. Indianapolis is the largest in the U.S.
F that. Al Crankin, I never want to see Sam privately obtained foot photos leaked by James Dolan. All right, two more. Slut for Justice, participating budgeting is not a new idea. The idea that the state's budget should reflect the values and priorities of the people. I wish more Democratic leaders would promote and practice this. And the final IM of the week, left is big pharma plug. RFK Jr. got caught on a podcast saying he wanted to round up black kids that were on ADHD, anti-bipolar depressants, and put them on farms to be away from the drugs and technology. He's a bigoted clown. He got called out by Representative Sewell. We'll
He's
look for
also,
that.
yeah, he like engages in race science. People forget the clip of him saying that COVID was bioengineered not to impact Ashkenazi Jews and black people.
Right.
Chinese.
Oh, sorry, Chinese people.
The way he the way he talks
Get his
about
racism right.
Sorry.
The way he talks about chronic diseases strikes me as eugenic too. Like he's like the reason he hasn't come out for Medicare for all is because rich people like himself would have to pay too much because of how unhealthy all of our lifestyles are.
Well, think of all of the anti-vax and the pandemic and all of that of that movement. Their go-to talking point was like, it's only killing people with comorbidities.
Yeah.
Like,
It's only killing poor people. Who cares?
if you
Stop
are
closing
not
my
a,
haircut shop.
Fully healthy human being, your right to life is less than someone who doesn't have any disabilities, doesn't have any immunity deficiencies, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's what's going on there. They were basically
poverty
saying
a comorbidity in his eye.
Apparently not.
well, maybe you shouldn't have done that. Should have worked harder. Yeah. Matt, Brian, Emma, great job this week. Folks, we'll see you on Monday.
Fantastic.
To get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get.
Okay. All right. So, that was a good show. Let's finish up this Dave Chappelle stuff and continue talking a little bit about the comedians and the Roganverse kind of falling apart here. And then we'll get into like some of the rap stuff.
Comedian celebrity. So the leniency that they're giving you, they're not giving the average person.
It's calculated. They know what they're doing. They were like, well, yeah, we got to let him do it so people think, oh, everybody can do it outside of the country. But then if you do it inside of the country, you live there, nah, you're not going to get away with that. Yeah.
I didn't feel wrong doing it.
Yeah, I know we were talking about the Comedy Festival 2025. You did get a lot of fall. You did get a lot of, I don't know what your pushback or criticism for going among other people.
Yeah.
Okay. The intelligence, U.S. intelligence did make it clear that they believe that the Saudis killed Jamal Khashoggi in the embassy in Turkey. You knew that when you went, right?
Oh, absolutely. Now, I should tell you.
You had no qualms?
Good journalism, once again.
Yeah.
Allowing to be like, you don't, so you didn't feel away? You felt no qualms being up there. Okay, cool. Well, what about this? How did that make you feel?
The United States government does business with the Saudis. Netflix does business with the Saudis. Everyone, the Saudis finance tons of movies. All these, I know, I see them financing boxing matches and all these things. And none of these things were an issue until I went there.
No, it has been an issue. You just didn't hear about it because they weren't talking about you because you're a fucking narcissist. There's always been criticism. WWE doesn't get criticism for going to Saudi Arabia. The sports leagues don't get criticism. I remember them getting criticism for going to China too. Disney going to China too. Disney gets fucking shit. They all get shit. You just didn't hear about it because you don't give a fuck. Again, same thing with Jay-Z. I'm all for patient $1 billion over 5 years. Send me to Saudi. Yeah, I know. You and I would take that shit. That sounded like a Trump quote. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see this. Nobody started getting mad about this until I did it. No. They were mad about it.
Now, why is that? As soon as a black man can make money off the plantation.
Same shit. Same shit that Jay-Z said.
They're trying to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay, I'll go home and spend the money with actual slave owners on it.
He said Netflix does deals with Saudi boxing matches thrown
Their money has slave owners on it too, dude. Or you don't like American money, then give it away. Fuck out of here, bitch.
Our American government does deals with Saudi, and none of that shit got flat. Not true. There's a deep history in this country of people who are politically left criticizing all forms of trade, all form of commerce happening with Saudi Arabia. One of the biggest examples I could point to just from like a thing that is culturally relevant, when WWE does their Saudi Arabia show, Crown Jewel, every year a huge segment of that audience is like, what the fuck? Why are you doing a show there? This is bad. They are bad people. You shouldn't be doing a show there. CM Punk, a wrestler who I love and respect, when he wrestled in Saudi Arabia, when he did Crown Jewel, niggas looked at him like, oh, you're a fucking LARPer. So there isn't a thing of, it's a black man doing it. It's everybody. I hate the idea of whataboutisms inside any intellectual conversation. They love to do this. What about them? What about that? How come when it come to me?
Yeah.
And then they love to use identity politics. When a black person does it, now it's a problem. No. None of that is the fucking problem. You cannot weaponize your identity and weaponize dumb niggas' lack of thought to make me, to gaslight me and tell me that I'm wrong for criticizing you for doing something you're definitely wrong for doing.
Even though it's happening more and more, that doesn't mean that like the people that are on the ground, like the common folk, is not like, what the fuck is this? They call it out every time, but who does Dave Chappelle hang out with? The richer folks. So that's why he's seeing them do it and really not give a fuck. And he's like, I mean, if they don't care, I feel like, let me be part of this. You know, I want to have fun with my friends that are getting Saudi money. That's what's happening. And he's using that, like, I'm a black man, as truly just as an excuse.
Well, like we said earlier, it's dead ass the same shit that Jay-Z said. They create new phrases like capitalism, For us, no, but like we been called nigga and shit like that. Y'all got to come up with new words. It's the same exact attacking the idea of a black man be successful is the problem, and using your identity and your skin and your gender as some kind of reason why you cannot participate inside violent capitalism. We don't want anybody to do it. We accept that you're a capitalist. That doesn't mean it's without criticism from people who are farther left than you. And that's just part of the game.
Where is this clean money you're talking?
But you said you hesitated for years to go. The years you didn't go. So what made the difference for you?
Time. Time and circumstance. Time and the wheels of commerce kept turning. You know, if you want to be that pure about money, then stop driving your car, stop eating, don't use your cell phone. Everything is tethered to something that's just terrible. And I can make a million excuses or reasons to deprive that crowd of that show. But man, when I was standing in front of them, I feel like I did the right thing.
Once again, he makes a good argument, but uses the whataboutism. And it's crazy that Dave Chappelle, self-admitted capitalist, make his argument. There's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. Everything, at some point, before it got to you, most likely took advantage of somebody else's labor or stole resources from a depleted region. It's just how capitalism works.
No, Punk did it for Cena Marks. No, I remember John Cena like defending going to China at some point and like downplaying human rights abuses in China. I also remember athletes doing the same thing. But yeah, they do it in Saudi Arabia, whatever country. Because again, they're trying to just get the bag. And I get it. Dude, I do. If Saudi Arabia offered me $1 billion, I'm taking my chances. And I'm going. You know? Because then I'll spend the rest of my life trying to win the audience back. But, like, I still got $1 billion. I get it. But I'm also not trying to be like, I'm a truth teller. Or you know, I'm making videos on the internet. Like, I don't know. Same thing with Chappelle. Like, if he was just like, I'm Gabriel Iglesias. I'm just trying to tell jokes. And I don't really care about any of this politics stuff. That'd be one thing. But you've been talking about politics for your entire career, whether you thought so or not, by talking about the plight of black people in America. So people thought you gave a shit about something, but turns out you don't about anything. Yeah. I mean, look, actually, I don't even know if I would be suspicious if Saudi Arabia was like, we'll give you $1 billion, Alex, from New York to come here. I'm like, my audience is not big enough for you to want to do that. So what is you're going to kill me. I don't know why you're offering me $1 billion.
Capitalism is about exploitation. That doesn't mean there aren't choices to be made still within that system.
Send the wire, boss. Yeah.
It's not the same thing as you going to perform for fucking Saudi Arabian princes. One is a necessity of life. To exist as a human in big 2026, you have to have a cell phone. Do you have to have the most expensive phone? No. Do you have to have the most up-to-date phone? No. But if you are just a regular person, you need a phone that answers phone calls, answers texts, and has some kind of chip in it to have emails so you can get so you have access to the internet. That is not the same thing as, oh, I'm making the billionaires chuckle. And you cannot convince me they are. You're not about to say that you and I are having the same amount of worldly harm. We aren't.
But what about people who feel like you're punching down? Like you are not a trans person. And there are people who feel like it's different when you are part of the group that has been attacked, hurt, demeaned, etc. And then if you're outside of the group and you're having commentary about it, it causes feelings. And what do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down?
Well, okay, this is a conversation that you know.
You're bored by, sick of.
Nah, yeah. Well, that's
again, good journalism again.
Yeah, good journalism.
Stuttering, he's trying to fumble through it. Let me give you some words to help you figure out your emotions.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
Sick of it. I don't want to be dismissive to that sentiment, but I don't know. That's a tough one for me because so much.
How do you feel about
what
Tony Hinchcliffe's jokes?
Actual life
about black people
versus how the media was reporting on my show, and I feel like the way they reported on that show was rage baiting to some degree, and is so many different branches to talk about it. But I would say that, not everything is for everybody. I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show. If they bought tickets ever, maybe I'd listen. I don't know. They're just never there. I don't even know who's telling them I say these things. Who?
Do you feel like your jokes are misrepresented, or you think they're misrepresented for a purpose, which is to?
It's almost some of the reporting was as if
like hold up. Who's not buying tickets? Like that's an interesting thing too. I'll only take criticism from people who pay me. Is interesting, an interesting reveal, and then who's the they who's not buying tickets? Some of these people are fans of yours. That's why they want you to pull back. They're disappointed. They believe in you. As misguided as that may be. If you want to say something, you should say, "Don't believe in me. I'm not a hero. I'm not a truth teller. I tell jokes, that's it." But that's not how you structure your jokes. You structure them as if you're telling hidden truths. As if people are getting some insight from your show. Louis C.K. did the same. Bill Burr, notably, doesn't. He does like a little bit in the structure of his jokes. But really, his jokes are structured as silly punchlines. That's it. Not, I'm telling truths about the real world. Not really. But I can see the line blurring.
they almost reported on it as if I was doing something other than a comedy show.
Because sometimes you aren't doing comedy. Sometimes Dave Chappelle will be dead ass on that stage.
Yeah, sometimes you're not. Sometimes there's no laughter. You are telling us a tragic story, and then maybe you bring it back to a punchline. But that tragic story isn't a joke. You're trying to get across and communicate something. We can tell the difference, you fucking idiot.
Just doing philosophy. Like telling people his worldview. Well, since Six and Stones, there will be like 20 minutes inside every single special where there's not a single laugh. He's not building momentum to anything either.
Right.
He's just talking. It takes.
Well, he's building a landscape so that the joke at the end, there is a joke coming. But he is telling a story and his worldview. But sometimes it's multiple times where he just tells you his worldview and then there's a joke. Like, the jokes are peppered into a TED Talk at this point. Like, he's right. Dom is right here.
A random ass serious shift where like he's not even building momentum to a joke. Now, because he's great at it, we're not gonna bullshit here. There will be a joke at the end of it, but he's not building momentum. Some would say he's building tension in the room, but that he's not. The tension is not being built to a laugh. Dave Chappelle, when he does those kind of moments where like he builds tensions for 20 minutes and then at the end of it he makes you laugh with a joke. It's kind of like when you give somebody advice and be like, "But I don't know though." It's kind of that kind of
like don't take me too serious.
Exactly.
You know?
That
Right.
energy. Like
Yes.
like, remove yourself from like accountability from your
Exactly.
from your thought.
Remove yourself from accountability. Joe Rogan's, I'm just a comedian. That's it. I'm removing myself from accountability. I'm not a journalist. I can't get fired from a newspaper. I can't get not hired in a newspaper. I'm just a comedian. Means I can still get hired at comedy clubs. I can still play comedy clubs because I'm hey, I'm just a comic. Okay? I'm just having these conversations on my podcast, but at the end of the day, I don't know what I'm talking about. Come see me at the fucking Improv and buy a 2-drink minimum. You know what I mean?
This is what Dave Chappelle, like he dead ass be up there making points.
The President of the United States says everything.
What?
Thing. I mean, we are in a moment where the President of the United States expresses things in a way. He expresses things that many people find deeply offensive. He expresses them in a way that many people find deeply offensive and hurtful. And I'm just wondering, does that change your work? Because it's one thing to be a person who articulates the rawness when the rest of the world is buttoned up. But what about when the rest of the world isn't buttoned
She's
up?
cooking.
And I just wonder if that changes things.
What a great question.
You know what I'm saying?
And he's a bad example because he has a dismissive shorthand. So I did resent that the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. You know, I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I didn't.
So he has the wherewithal enough to be like, the right wing was taking my jokes and weaponizing that. And again, for the motherfucker who is famous, I mean, look, he's famous already, but one of his, like FD Signifier said in that video we watched earlier, one of his, like, pieces of lore, pieces of mythology, is he realized racists were liking some of the skits on the Chappelle show because they thought, yeah, like, black people are dumb, or they're so dumb that they would join the KKK, or whatever that skit was. And he left the show because of that and went to Africa. That's part of his mythology. So for that guy to be like, and now these racists are using my transgender jokes to run for president, to get into office. And he does not like Trump. Like, at least I'll give him that credit. He never switched up. He never red-pilled. You know, they brought him out on SNL in 2016 and in 2024, I think, after the election, to be like, what do we do? You know, and make fun of it. But, like, you should know, Dave. You should know that as soon as you start seeing that happen, you explicitly say, fuck Donald Trump, fuck the Republicans, I don't want any of you at my fucking show, don't quote my fucking jokes, don't use me as an example, I'm literally just joking, go fuck yourselves. But he won't do that because that'll fuck the money up. It's pretty shitty to call what Republicans are doing as trans people as jokes. Yeah. That too. To say, like, oh, they ran on trans jokes. It's like, again, that's his worldview. He sees them as jokes. He sees them as, that's just a joke I wrote. But no, dude, that's a talking point. They use it. Have you ever seen Scott Jennings? Have you seen Jesse Waters? Again, they are all imitating Jon Stewart because the cable news for the last 20 years has been trying to get those numbers. And my generation, who was the ones who were watching Jon Stewart for our news instead of CNN and MSNBC and Fox, now that, you know, we've adjusted. There's podcasters, there's looser format shows where it feels like we're getting authenticity, but we're not. We're still getting a polished up version, a brand, a representative of these people. And yeah, man, you should have been the one guy to, like, recognize immediately that they're weaponizing your jokes and turning into hateful policy, harmful policy to a community that you don't have to care about. You don't have to. That's not what anyone's saying. Like, you don't have to. Again, Gabriel Iglesias is like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about anything. I'm telling jokes, I'm getting money, I'm leaving. Like, I don't do interviews really unless it's about a sitcom that I got or a movie, or like, he doesn't open his mouth about politics one bit. I don't think Gabriel Iglesias said anything about ICE. You know? He's talked about immigration before in his stand-up, but, like, he doesn't go hard because he doesn't want to get fucking hey, Fluffy talking about, you know, he's non-confrontational, which again makes for a lot of very marketable celebrities. When I see there's celebrities like Kelly Clarkson or like Chris Hardwick or I don't know, people who Drewski to an extent, because I've seen him in commercials now. They'll show up, they'll say their lines, they'll, you know, be on time. There's no conflict. If you're a producer or you're a studio or you're whatever, trying to hire them for something, whatever it is, like, they're reliable. They're not going to do anything crazy in the press they're not controversial. That's what brands want. Marketable. And Gabriel Iglesias is a very marketable celebrity. And it's not like necessarily bad. It's kind of what we want from celebrities. Like, we don't care about your political opinions. It's just now that, like, we're so desperate because we have a celebrity president, because our culture is sick, you know. But yeah, it is fucked up to frame that as talking about jokes. Let's bring it back a little bit. J Black penalty.
You know, I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I didn't. It's not what I was doing. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
This is before I learned the phrase "I respectfully decline," and I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office, and I just take pictures with whoever asked. I didn't ask how they voted, what their voting record is, and everyone at first was like CBC people. And then here comes Lauren Boebert, and she said, "Can I get a picture?" And I'd already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody, but I didn't know the phrase, "I respectfully decline." So I just took the picture. And then she posted the picture before I could even get from there to the show, and says something to the effect of, "Just two people that knew that it's just two genders." She instantly like weaponized it or politicized it. So I got to the arena, and I lit her ass up for doing that. And she should never do that, a person like me.
Now she knows what's up.
Yeah.
When it comes to the trans shit, I think that
I mean, okay, interesting. But like, shouldn't you know one of the more recognizable? Again, if you're portraying yourself as like involved, you know, or if you take a picture with her and you see that, yeah, light her up at the show and light her up on Twitter. Make everyone known so that oops, oh, I didn't know who you were, my bad, I didn't recognize your tits. Whatever it is. I didn't recognize you without a dick in your hand. You know what I mean? I can fix her, is what I'm saying. Picker Bell, Dave, you're a grown man. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. But again, he's like, yeah, and I lit her ass up. Like, he's talking like he's a rapper. Like I dissed you on a track. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? She doesn't give a fuck. She's still getting paid. You didn't make that public. Does she know? I mean, she probably knows, but like, does the public know that you did that? Outside of this interview now? Outside of the people who were at that show? By the way, let me just take this moment to say thank you all for watching. We got 2 people over on YouTube. I'm assuming 5 people over here on Twitch. I don't know. I can't really tell. Let me see. Let's see if I can see. But yeah.
The jokes were lazy. The jokes were lazy and they weren't funny. I am of the mindset now, these days, that if you're going to like go on stage and do a joke like that, with how politicized comedy is, comedians have made themselves political figures. And Dave Chappelle kind of started that. He got to take some of the blame for that. He kind of made a lot of these niggas believe that they were philosophers.
Yeah.
He made a lot of these niggas believe that they could talk politics. I'm willing to pin Andrew Schultz and Theo Von on Dave Chappelle.
Yes.
As like disciples of him who believe that, oh, comedians could be a part of the political spectrum. I'm willing to put that on him.
I agree.
But
yes. I mean, really, really, it's like, it's these people it's comedians comparing each other and themselves to George Carlin. George Carlin, Bill Hicks, Richard Pryor, Lenny Clark, dude, who's the guy who got locked up? I forget. But like, Joan Rivers, they are comparing themselves and each other to these like legends who were outliers of stand-up comedy, because the format was, you know, just like kind of silly jokes. Silly jokes, take my wife please, is like a silly, that's one of the standard kind of comedians. I forget his name. Seinfeld, another one. It's like, airplane food and just like observational comedy. And even then, that was pretty unique. Like that's why Seinfeld is the mold. But this is more like mixing George Carlin with like Andrew Dice Clay and getting confused about what they were doing. They weren't doing the same thing. Like Dice Clay was just doing misogyny and racism. With like nursery rhymes. George Carlin was making points and exposing the fraud that this country is.
I'm of the belief that if you're going to do jokes about a different group of people that's not you, the joke has to be well informed, and the joke can't be punching down. It has to be observational. That's where I land on that today. Especially when go on stage and do that kind of shit. That's where I land. But also, you should have known that politicians were going to politicize your existence. How am I supposed to respect a 50, 60-something-year-old man being like, I didn't know the phrase, I respectfully declined?
I did find that interesting. Yeah, he just doesn't know how to say no.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw a clip of
I didn't want the other people around us to look at me and like, why won't you took a picture with all of us but not her? It's like, well, not her because she's a Nazi. But like, what are you talking about? So he's saying actually there, he did recognize who that was. He knew it was her. It was just like,
DG saying that he saw Dave Chappelle somewhere. Fucking Dave Chappelle said, "No, if I give you a picture, I gotta give everybody a picture." And then the punchline of the DDG story was there was nobody else in the store, just him, Dave Chappelle, which I thought was hilarious. So you know how to say no.
Yeah,
You know how to curve niggas. But even inside that, somebody on Capitol Hill, you were on Capitol Hill. Somebody on Capitol Hill ran up to you and said, "Look, can I get a drop?" And you gave them a drop. And you thought that drop wasn't going to use for political purposes? You're a fucking idiot. There's a lot of unks from past generations, Gen X and older millennials, that we have to let go.
Potty mouth. Stop playing.
Well, hello, potty mouth.
So that was good. Let's take a look at one of these. Let's take a look at Schultz. So this is what Schultz said. What Schultz said.
Concern of Twitter was funny when Dems are in charge. Now that Republicans are in charge, it's just whiny. It's too emotional. When Dems are in charge, they had heat. They had the memes. It was fun. But now it's just like too much. It feels like too much propaganda.
They turned into the soy boy.
Yes, they did. They went full soy boy.
So that's how he's framing this. That's how a lot of the people are framing this. You know, it's the comedians. When I was talking to Boston Brian, shout out Boston Brian, on Wednesday, and he was like, what do we do about these people who are like regretful, right? And I go, well, there's different categories. There's the people in charge, there's the people in the administration and around the administration, or who donate, who help, whatever. Fuck them forever, they go to jail. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Then there's people like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, who are like, they're getting attention. All they're trying to do right now is get attention and get their names repeated so that they're out there. And they're repeated by legitimate sources. That's why I get so frustrated when I see like Mehdi Hasan be like, wow, I can't believe I agree with Tucker Carlson on this or whatever. Because stop giving them any kind of props. It's a data point. Like Majority Report was saying, it's a data point. You go, that's interesting that Tucker said that. Anyways, that's why Israel is such an unpopular government. That's why we need to stop arms. Even these war-hungry lunatics are telling us to stop. Like, that's how you frame it. You don't go, wow, we can build bridges with these fucks. No. You go, then there's entertainers, like this dude. Okay, and I know Andrew. I was friends with his younger brother. Andrew is the reason I saw South Park for the first time. I know he comes. His family's very rich. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He wants a fucking career. He wants a career in entertainment. He's in the new Street Fighter movie, and I don't know if I'm sure the studio didn't say anything about it. I would suspect that one of his agents or managers or somebody around him, maybe Charlemagne, I don't know. Somebody around him is like, bro, if you want a future, Trump is old. He's going to be out of here soon. You want a career. You don't want people to remember you as one of them, one of the MAGAs, because it's going to be like Nazi. Like, it's too late. It already is for the younger generations. It's too late. You want a future? You have to start pivoting now. And that's what he's been doing. You know what I mean? So I think he's just trying to get out of this. I think he's younger, obviously, than Rogan. So he's like, well, I have a longer, and I'm not as stable. Rogan has the UFC. He's got whatever residuals from like News Radio and Fear Factor and whatever. And he's got his podcast. He's got the deal with Spotify as well. Like, he is set. He doesn't have to move an inch. Rogan just wants to like keep whatever audience he has from like going down anymore. Which tells me like maybe he's seeing numbers going down. And he's like, uh-oh. They don't like when I talk about how Israel needs to win and blah, blah, blah. And like how war is good or whatever. Let's see. Comedy Jonestown. That's interesting. I know this dude covers some of this shit. Huh. That's interesting.
100 films and TV shows.
But yeah, like Schultz wants a future. Schultz wants a future in entertainment. And it's not going to be a long one if he stuck to these guns of like, no, I love Trump. Trump's great. What are you talking about? Let me see. Oh, I wanted to see if is that the show? Yeah, I wanted to check this out. I don't know if we watched this whole episode.
Saturday and
Oh, well, actually. The Vanguard's live. And FD made a new Dave Chappelle video 2 hours ago. So, yeah, we'll get to that.
Brand, as soon as he got accused of really serious rape charges, he ran straight into the arms of the Christian right, because they will put up with anything as long as you affirm their values back to them. It just makes no sense to me why you would, at this time when you really need somebody that's not going to leave the Republican Party, to try and shoo off really religious people, because I guess you're right, it's not just Catholics, it's anybody that would be angered by you presenting
Hell
yourself
yeah.
as Christ, which is most Christians. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild stuff. But either way, my main point in bringing that up was just that I think Tallarico will benefit from it, because
What
again,
I
he
wanna
gets
do-
to.
I think
be
I
like,
wanna do some
"See,
more gungeon."
They're fake Christians, exactly like I've been saying. They don't give a fuck about Christianity. Here I am, an actual Christian, someone that seems authentic when they talk about their faith and their religion and all that stuff. And I do appreciate his interpretation of Christianity from a more progressive perspective. I think it's important that more people in the Democratic Party,
Yeah,
or
let's
more
do some
people on the
ballpark.
left, talk about that, because, like it or not, this is fucking America. 70% of the fucking country is Christian, and probably even more than that identifies with Christianity because of their familial relationship with it, or growing up, stuff like that. Again, even if you're not literally going to church, you still are kind of a lot of people in that tradition. Either way, I think it's definitely going to benefit Tallarico.
Yeah, and in a second, we can return to Tallarico and talk about if he wins in Texas, is he going to be able to wield that and kind of parlay it into a presidential bid using all of those same talking points that we discussed. But Mehdi Hasan also asked Maine's insurgent candidate, Graham Plattner, who I think is going to run away with it, if he intends to use his political celebrity, if he's elected to the Senate on Maine, to parlay that into a presidential run. And it's interesting what he says.
Interesting.
Yeah, shout out to Mehdi for asking the questions nobody
crazy.
else
If
will.
he just
apparently.
wins Senate
But this
and
is
then
definitely
immediately
something we've
runs
been
for
talking
president,
about.
and then
With
wins,
both
that'd be
Tallarico and Plattner. Will they run for president after winning their Senate elections? So let's take a listen.
In your Senate seat and support a ban on assault weapons?
No.
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so that.
So pretty resolute no follow-up, unfortunately. Gavin, do you believe him?
No. No, I don't. I think that obviously who's to say, but I think that there's a chance. I think there really is a chance. And, politicians love to say no when they're asked about their presidential ambitions. They love to downplay that shit. You know what I'm saying? And not that Graham Plattner is some dishonest, politician just saying whatever, but he'll be in a different headspace after winning. Right now, he's still just some oysterman from Maine who's doing really well in the polls. It's a whole other thing when you're in Washington and you realize how things are working out, and you start to realize, like, oh shit, actually, I could do this thing. I could actually get in there and do some real damage. So who knows? I think there's a chance. I think it's probably 50-50, but I still think there's a chance he could get in there.
Yeah, I think that, to me, there's probably a bigger chance of seeing Tallarico go for it. I think with the Texas celebrity and the fact that you're the Democrat that was able to flip Texas blue, there'll be even more of an incentive for Tallarico to do it.
But there'll also be more backlash because of the fact that they'll be like, what the fuck? We just got a Democrat senator in Texas. You're going to abandon us 2 years into the fucking gig to seek higher office? Like, I do think there would be even more backlash with Tallarico.
That's probably true. I still think he's more likely of the two to do it, given the fact that he'll have so much attention on him when he gets the job done. And I genuinely think they're both going to get the job done. That being said, I would far prefer Graham Plattner of the two to do it. I think he's a much better candidate. I think he's much more likable. I thought the fact that even in that quick little segment right there, Mehdi asks him, would you ban assault rifles? He says no. That's not the answer that Mehdi Hasan's really looking for. That's not the answer that most lefties, hardcore progressives would give. So I think that is another interesting element about him, right? Obviously, he's running for Maine. I think that James Tallarico would probably have to say the same thing if he's running in Texas. But either way, I think all of that kind of adds to the appeal of Graham, even if I think he might wait a little bit longer and run for president down the line, assuming he wins for.
Yeah, for sure. I also just think that like you can run for the president and then still go back to being a senator. You know what I'm saying? Like, people act like, in the case of Tallarico or Graham Plattner, like, oh, like, what? You just got elected. Like, you're already going to leave the job. It's like, not necessarily. Look at Ted Cruz. He ran for fucking president, been a senator ever since. It didn't take him out of the Senate. So I just don't really understand what this whole, like, backlash notion is, even though I predicted it would happen with Tallarico. I don't think it should stop him from getting in the race if he wants to. If he feels like he has a meaningful contribution to add to the conversation going on, which I think definitely Graham Plattner does, and to some extent Tallarico too. So, it'll be interesting. And mostly I just want fresh blood. I just want fresh blood. Zach, because I sent you this morning. We talked about it a little bit, but I saw this new poll from McLaughlin and Associates come out, which shockingly shows Kamala Harris leading at 29%, and there's Newsom in second place, 15. Buttigieg in third. Are you fucking kidding me? He's +1. AOC down 7, now just at 4%. So obviously this is one poll. You know, we took a look at another one the other day that kind of had the top two reversed, with Newsom at like 30% and Harris down at 15 or 20. I forget exactly what it was, but still, the fact that they're consistently in the top two, you know, these two California Democrats who have, you know, fucking embarrassed their state so much that California might now elect Republicans at the gubernatorial and potentially mayoral level. I mean, that's fucking embarrassing. Now those Democrats from California are supposed to go represent the Democratic Party as a whole on a national level. And again, it just seems like I want some fresh blood. These are all people from fucking 5-10 years.
Yeah. I mean, I still want AOC, but like, I don't know.
Top 5 here. I'd much rather see a Tallarico, a Graham Plattner. I just think there's been more interesting candidates and personality.
I think my brain is like, you need to have been in office for a while to get the nomination. But I also think I might be old. Let me flip. Oh, no. I also think like maybe that's just wishful thinking, and the speed of like the internet now, you can just do that.
On those notions, which again are really popular, specifically in online progressive circles, right? For people to just be like, the left-wing Tea Party is here, get ready for President AOC. And it's like, oh, the data really doesn't bear that out quite yet.
I would say that it's fair to call this poll an outlier, though. To me, I would call this an outlier. This is far and away the worst poll for AOC that I've seen come out of the presidential cycle. Most of what I've seen from her has her hovering right around 10%. And I hate to be the one that's calling like fake news, but it does seem like this polling was specifically designed to gas up Kamala Harris. And I feel like they selected the people that they were trying to.
Also, you're going to do a poll like the minute she says, hey, I might run again, and hi, I'm in North Carolina. Yeah. Like, it's just, I'm sure Google searches are up for her right now. Like, it's a splash in an ocean. You know what I mean? Like, that's how social media works. That's how the internet works.
157 likely voters, could be anybody. And I think if you were to manipulate the demographic a little bit, you could really make it so that it's anti-AOC. And that's the only way that you could get a guy like Pete Buttigieg up to 10% in 2026, in my view. Now, I think everything you said is true. Like, the Democratic Party will fall back on their roots a little bit. But I also think AOC at 4%, that's just laughably low. There's no Bernie Sanders featured on this list. There's no Ro Khanna featured on this list. I just think that when you give people a few more options like that, we're going to start to see, I don't actually want Kamala Harris. I don't actually want Pete Buttigieg. Gavin Newsom, I think, is in this poll right here, right about where he ought to be and where I've seen him consistently. But in my brain, I would still reserve this as like a little bit of an outlier.
Yeah, like I said, it's definitely the one poll we've seen recently that has Harris commanding that large of a lead. But I still think it's fair to say it's not an outlier in the sense that almost every poll you can find will have them both in the top two, right? Like, I think it is unfortunately accurate that based on the data at this point, Newsom / Harris are the front runners, right?
Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah, I would just say that AOC is probably a closer third than Buttigieg is.
Yeah. That's fair. It'll be interesting to see what Buttigieg does, because I will say anecdotally, I know more normie Democrats that do really like Buttigieg, and he does have a lot more popularity when it comes to normie Democrats that are just kind of like MSNBC listeners versus people that watch Kyle Kalinske and Breaking Points and more online progressive media, But it's also, Pete Buttigieg hasn't really been doing anything for the last 4 years. Like, it's gonna be kind of weird to see him reemerge and be like,
hey, remember me?
Hi,
Mayor
I'm
Pete?
running for president again. Remember
Secretary
me? I was the
Pete?
transportation secretary or whatever. He just seems like he's kind of been like hibernating.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah, for sure. He definitely.
It's like when Nikki Haley came out in the 2024 primary. Remember there was a primary. Remember Ron DeSantis and that flame out? Like, remember that? Nikki Haley came back like, hey, remember me? I was the Secretary of Defense for Trump.
He criticized
whatever the fuck.
while he was the what was it, the fucking travel secretary, transportation secretary, right? But it's only gotten way worse under Donald
Remember
Trump,
that
right?
that train like exploded and
East Palestine
poisoned like 1 million people or whatever? That was no one talks about that anymore.
Oh, yeah.
But that was crazy.
Yeah, 100%. Maximilian Alvarez, I think, is still covering that over on the Real News Network. But if
the
you
guy that fired Chris Hedges.
Oh God, yeah, relive that
Just kidding.
drama. But now with how disastrous plane travel's been under Donald Trump, the attention that's been given to air traffic controllers and the near collisions at places like the Burbank Airport and Newark Airport and things like that, I think it makes it harder for people to be like, you were terrible at your job. They'll be like, what are you talking about? All these things weren't happening. But outside of that, I don't think Americans will really care about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being dumb. Maybe I'm on hopium. But my only response to that is to
I'm
point
on
at
the
it and call
hopium
it
too,
fake
bro.
news and be like, I really hope that's not accurate.
I mean, I hope you're right. I certainly hope you're right. And
But
I still
respect
predict
Gavin
that,
for bringing
Kamala will,
some
clean
like,
up
hey
and
man,
even if she does
be
start
sober.
out
We
with the
could be in a
commanding
1,000-year
lead.
fascist right.
I think she probably flames
could
out
happen.
pretty quickly, much like she did in 2020.
I don't want to hear that.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I hate to cite the betting markets. They also seem to put Gavin Newsom, AOC, and then like Kamala Harris down here. Like, there's no faith she'll actually succeed in the long run. Very little faith, I should say, that she would actually succeed in the long run and get the Democratic nomination. But I do think you're totally right. She is a contender, whether we like it or not. And I think the more polls I see like that, the more certain I am. All right, it was.
She's
Hopia.
gonna.
She is.
We're not gonna get Hillary running every
I think
4
that
years.
she
It's gonna be
definitely
Kamala.
is. She definitely is, but it'll be interesting to keep an
And
eye
then
on
it'll be
that. Everyone,
someone
make sure to
else.
smash that like button real quick before we start to segue into the title topics. We really appreciate it if everyone smashes
caught the beginning.
that
Hell
like
yeah.
button right about now.
Look, we will
but
get
yeah, Zach, what do you want to
into-
talk about next?
Well, I figured while we're on the horse
Company
race
man
topic,
later.
we could talk a little bit about the Hasan Piker bump. Obviously, much ado was made in Democratic media circles and right-wing media circles about Hasan Piker going to Michigan and campaigning and doing a rally event with Dr. Abdul El Sayed. And a lot of people were talking about how it was going to be a terrible idea, how, oh my gosh, he was promoting radicalism. Nobody in a swing state like Michigan was ever going to go for it. And it looks like that's blown up entirely in their faces. New poll shows Abdul El Sayed up 8%
Let's
after
go.
Hasan Piker
Let's
visits
go.
Michigan to campaign with him. He is now leading the race for the first time in at least this poll right here. And I'll zoom in on the poll so that people can see it over here. But what was your reaction to that 8-point bump after campaigning with Hasan Piker?
I mean, I think it validates exactly what I was saying when all these stupid smears came out about Hasan Piker, which is that they're panicking. They're panicking. They probably knew that was like a last-ditch strategy, guilt by association.
It was Andrew Cuomo just blurting that out at the debate. It was the first time he mentioned this name. Anyone mainstream mentioned his name. And then the avalanche. Since then, I told y'all.
In Michigan. And again, I think the whole reason they threw that strategy out there in the beginning is because they already knew they were fucked. They already saw Abdul El Sayed gaining steam, rising in the polls. They probably had data behind the scenes, already, internal
And they
polling.
wanted
that
to take
showed
out that
this is a
piece 'cause
serious
they know
fucking
it's an
race.
important piece.
And that's why, again, they had to go into full panic mode. And it didn't fucking work. Not at all. It might have completely backfired. It's actually it kind of reminds me of this very similar last-ditch panicked attack ads that Janet Mills started running against Graham Plattner, calling him a misogynist and a rapist or whatever. You know what I mean? Did that work? No, it fucking backfired immediately too. But this is glorious and just complete vindication for Hasan. And I think we're going to see more candidates start to chat with Hasan Piker. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems like no one actually gives a fuck, despite this effort from some Zionists at Third Way to paint him as a radical. I think most candidates that are actually serious realize what an asset it is to chat with Hasan Piker, to develop a relationship with Hasan Piker and his audience, including Tom Steyer. A lot of people forgot about this,
bro.
but what was it, about a month ago, Tom Steyer was on Hasan's show. He wasn't afraid. This guy's a literal fucking billionaire going into the lion's den of the, DSA thought leader over here, Hasan Piker, who wears shirts that say like kill billionaires or whatever. And Tom Steyer didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He went in, had a great, awesome conversation, was able to deliver substantive answers, whether you believe him or not. I think it was really smart for him to go on Hasan's show. Guess where he's at now? In the lead, number fucking 1. He's probably going to become the next governor of California. And again, imagine trying to prevent that by saying like Tom Steyer chatted with the radical Islamist Muslim
All you're gonna
terrorist or
do
whatever
is
people
make
are
it
saying about
more
Hasan.
seem
It just
like
wouldn't work
he
either.
won because he
That's a
went on
great
with Hasan.
point. I forgot that Tom Steyer went on Hasan's stream. And here's another poll just so people can see, hey. Sorry, 8 point.
If they go, like, first of all, I just noticed the T-shirt. That's an awesome GTA shirt. If Tom Steyer wins for the governor, no one's gonna say he won because he went on Hasan's stream, except for Hasan fans, which it'll be a joke. But if they try to hammer him on going on Hasan's show, and then he wins, then it'll be like maybe he won because Hasan. So I want them to hammer Tom Steyer about Hasan.
More establishment types were kind of clamoring for her to drop
useful.
out. I don't think she's said anything about, that she's considering dropping out, but it's just people that are more in establishment circles. Like I think Nancy Pelosi endorsed Haley Stevens, but then I thought there were polls that had McMorrow up on Stevens.
There are, for sure, like this one over here.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I think that Abdul Saeed is very well positioned. I think he's definitely gaining momentum, and I think the Hasan Piker shit totally backfired. The one thing I would be wary about, though, is if Stevens were to drop out and endorse McMorrow, I do think that a lot of Stevens' support would go to McMorrow. So
Yeah, if
I was at Abdul El Sayed, I'd just be
Muslim,
praying that they both stay in the race.
It might work.
And split the more establishment vote, right? Because then he can benefit from that. I do think that if they were able to consolidate, their percentages, then it might look a little bit different. But I still think there's enough time to go. Also, this election is in August, right?
Yeah.
So even if that were to happen, I think Abdul El Sayed has enough time to keep gaining momentum and name recognition and stuff like that. But I do think that is something to look out for.
Definitely. And there's still a 35% of the voters who haven't made up their minds yet. That's where Abdul El Sayed is obviously going to have to succeed, because the threat of the joining of the McMorrow-Stevens ticket would definitely throw a wrench in that. I think one last thing while we're on Hasan, this Jonathan Chait piece, Jonathan Chait, professionally wrong person. He comes out and even he has to admit Israel moderates are losing the Democratic Party. Their position has become untenable, but liberal Zionists can adapt. And this is an even dumber, I think less astute version of the editorial that we reacted to that Ezra Klein wrote earlier this week on Sunday. Jonathan Chait, I think, is a much more staunch Zionist, right? It makes sense. He writes for The Atlantic. The editor-in-chief of The Atlantic was like pals with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. It's a Zionist rag through and through. And even this guy has to come out and say Israel moderates are losing the Democratic Party, meaning anti-Zionists are winning the Democratic Party. So even though this piece is pretty crazy, it like compares, Benjamin Netanyahu to Hasan Piker and talks about how they're like both causing problems and does a bunch of like weird shit like that. I think overall it's a huge W for Hasan, because it points out that the Democrats have to come to him, right? Even Jonathan Chait is saying it's fruitless for the Democrats to ignore Hasan Piker. They have to go to his turf and basically like bully him back into having more normal opinions, or bully his viewers back into having more normal opinions, more Zionist opinions, which I don't think is going to be successful, but I do think is another indicator that the Democrats are just going to position themselves as less staunchly pro-Israel across the board in 2028.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I haven't read the whole article yet, but I mean, obviously the title is undeniable. It's 100% accurate that the Zionist faction, Israeli, Israel in general is losing the Democratic Party. I think it's increasingly true that the sentiment of the base is against Israel, right? Like, it was one thing when Biden was doing the genocide and shit like that. There were still some holdouts, like fucking, people that listen to David Pakman, or I don't even know who the fuck is an Israel supporter,
Destiny.
But yeah, Destiny. But now it just seems like the audience for that has really shrunk, right? Because now it's now it's a Republican. Donald Trump is the one giving Israel what they want and getting totally dog walked. So even the people that do just operate with partisan blinders, even they, now have no reason left to support Israel unless they're a brainwashed fucking Zionist themselves, right? But yeah, it ain't a lot of people, and most folks aren't just like, getting out of bed in the morning hungry to defend a genocidal apartheid state. It's just, most people have enough humanity, even if they are total ignoramuses, right, to just be like, I don't support this. This doesn't seem good for America, let alone all the innocent people in the Middle East getting savagely obliterated by this monstrous genocidal regime.
Yep, and I think that's the one thing that the Zionist corporate machine didn't account for was the amount of cover that they had because it was a Democrat that was allowing all of that to happen was immense. And now you have maybe 20% of the party that's old and dying, by the way, and not going to be rejuvenated. I mean, the people who are the hardest, most dedicated, fervent cheerleaders for Israel in the Democratic Party, overwhelmingly over the age of 65. Okay, so you're going to see less and less of that in the Democratic Party over the next 15, 20 years. All of the young people, 85% anti-funding Israel for any fucking reason after what we've just seen. So yeah, I guess it's a survival mechanism to see these, corporate Zionist assholes like Jonathan Chait have to come out here and be like, hey, we basically lost the argument and we have to rebrand now because this guy outsmarted us and all these people watched us do genocide promotion on their smartphones, and he was like, hey, I think that's pretty bad, and other people agreed with him,
Yeah. I don't know if you saw also, but J Street recently turned on Israel. They're like, we don't support Israel anymore, or arming Israel. And it's like, then shouldn't you just shutter your operations? Then why the fuck do you even exist? That'll be like the NRA being like, we no longer support people's right to own a gun or something. So I mean, I'm kind of kidding. I get what their strategy is, but it is still pretty funny to see J Street, who, if you look up what their fucking mission is, it's to lobby on behalf of Israeli-American relations or something. It is explicitly tied to Israel, right? It is, I do think it's fair to consider them like a Zionist group, but now they're like, never mind, actually we're now doing the opposite of that. So it's kind of funny to see that happening too, where it's like, yep, the winds are blowing in a different direction, and everyone who isn't AIPAC is realizing it. Obviously AIPAC is stubborn and they're digging their hooves in and calling everyone fucking anti-Semitic or whatever, but it's like, this is the reality of the situation.
Yeah, and excuse you, Gavin, J Street is the political home for pro-Israel, pro-peace, pro-democracy American democracy American. Yeah, it's crazy. I had to look this up so we didn't forget anything. Yeah, they now support phasing out taxpayer-funded military aid, ensuring Israel can defend itself by selling, not subsidizing. So we haven't gotten all the way to where they don't want any weapons yet. That's in the paperwork.
That's
over
hilarious.
Here. By selling, not subsidizing the weapons it needs, including Iron Dome. So we're going to keep giving them the Iron Dome. We're just going to charge them for it. I guess that's better than nothing. Enforcing U.S. law and how American arms are used, including withholding certain weapons when those laws are not met. So, yeah, I guess not the most BDS approved language over here, but of course, to echo your point, very, very staunch change from the people who are supposed to be the second most hardcore supporters of Israel in all of American political financing.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. I'm not exactly sure what to make of it or to what degree I trust them. I'm like, is this just a ruse? Is this a psyop to take advantage of people who, just aren't skeptical enough of what's actually happening? But they did endorse, I forget her name, but they endorsed a really progressive candidate who AIPAC was furious about. So it does seem like they are beginning to put their money where their mouth is. But again, it's not like, I necessarily believe them either.
Is it this lady?
Yeah, Anna Lilia Meha.
Yeah, that's crazy. I haven't seen this yet. I guess New Jersey House race. Do you think it's just self-preservation at this point, right? Because you have to imagine, if you are a Jewish organization, you have to see how fucking horrible the last 2.5 years have been for the global understanding and global perception of your religion. Do you think they're just trying to do this for PR, even if they haven't changed their
that was
position?
my whole point of bringing it up, which is that it's prime piece of the prime piece of proof that that's exactly what's happening. In this entire sect, right, of Zionists in politics. So I think it's a shocking admission of defeat, and that there needs to be some sort of a recalibration if they're going to continue to have any sort of sway or relevance with the Democratic base, who doesn't fuck with Israel. Speaking of that, you want to talk about Shoikat Chakrabarti?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have a little bit to talk about.
Shoikat Chakrabarti. That's the guy's name? Shoikat Chakrabarti.
Be important to put this up on screen and remind everyone that, much like Abdul El Said and some of these other candidates we've been talking about, Shoikat Chakrabarti is running to replace Nancy Pelosi. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi announced that she's retiring, but he's running to fill that soon-to-be vacant seat in Congress in California. And a new poll actually puts him real close, just 5 percentage points behind the front runner, whose name is Scott Wiener, according to a new poll commissioned and shared by Chakrabarti's campaign and conducted by Data for Progress. Again, he's down 5. The margin of error is 4%, so that could be considered a statistical tie. If you're a glass half full kind of person, you could look at that and be like, well, I'm going to assume the margin of error is 4 points undercounting him, so who knows? But that's a pretty interesting and exciting piece of data to look at. Obviously, Shoikat Chakrabarti was very integral in getting AOC elected. He was a co-founder of Justice Democrats, and then he was AOC's chief of staff, who left AOC in 2019 or was fired. I to this day, I still don't exactly know what the issue was that led to him departing AOC's team, whether he left.
I don't know why her answer is I don't know. If I endorse one, I gotta endorse them all. It's like, so what? And I get it. You're more busy than Hasan Piker is, or any other Twitch streamer is, who can highlight candidates around the country. But you can also just, yes, I endorse. Yes, I endorse. Yes, I endorse. When they're proven to be good candidates.
Video we're about to take a look at.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch it and then unpack that. It's crazy how much ground he's made up, though. He was once considered like a long shot candidate. To see him get within striking range margin of error is extremely impressive alone. And he's seemingly done it without his political connections that he may have made in the past, as we'll see here.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason he was originally so far down is because people did think Nancy Pelosi might run for re-election. Because they're like, I mean, she's Nancy Pelosi. Even though people like us don't like her, she's fucking Nancy Pelosi. It's hard to imagine her losing re-election to basically anyone. And there were challengers in the past. I remember Shahid Buttar, one of the first ever guests on the Vanguard podcast, challenged her, came up short. But yeah, now, Nancy Pelosi's not running for re-election. And obviously Shoikat Chakrabarti is a very talented candidate, very charismatic guy. So I think that, he has a real shot at winning this thing. Let's see if AOC plans on supporting him.
Shoikat, obviously your chief of staff, former chief of staff, is running in San Francisco. That primary's in June. Obviously, you're not going to have a reporter tell you to endorse, but is that something are you at least monitoring the race, looking at it? I mean, what's your stance on Shoikat? Because you have a close
I think for me overall, it's more about I'm trying to think about the role that I am trying to play more broadly in these things. We've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And
what is
there is this kind of moment where it's like and not just with this race, with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, a pretty amazing crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about kind of how much of myself I'm pouring into this and how much of myself we want to make sure that we're pouring into the task at hand.
And that's such a weird answer too, because she's like, oh, once you endorse one of these goddamn progressives, you just open up this whole can of worms, and now you have to endorse all of them. God damn it! It's like, what's wrong with that? Why don't you want to increase the squad? Don't you want to increase the squad? Don't you want to have more progressive colleagues that you can work with to actually get legislative accomplishment? Shouldn't that be the most exciting thing ever for you, that there's all these candidates who
look, if you're gonna have time to run around with Bernie doing your oligarchy tour, You better use that tour to highlight these candidates. That's what Bernie's doing. Hell, Bernie's doing more than you right now. Like, I don't know the difference in schedules and, like, but come on. Shoot a tweet. Hey, here's a bunch of people that people want you to endorse. Go on Instagram Live and talk about it real quick. Like, come on.
Central figure in galvanizing that movement and commanding the troops forward. And specifically, obviously, because this guy was her chief of staff, they clearly were very close. And honestly, that was back in AOC's golden era. That was back when she did the sit-in for the Green New Deal or whatever the fuck happened. You know, when
And
she was
Nancy
like,
Pelosi.
Yeah,
and Nancy
whatever the
Pelosi's
fuck
office. You know, that was Shoykov. He was the mastermind of that whole protest. That was back.
And, like, that's cool, and I get that. But, like, whatever the fuck happened. You know, I don't remember exactly what that was about. They don't remember exactly what that was about. And did it even get done? Do we have the Green New Deal? No, we don't. So maybe she's like, I need to kind of be I need to be the new Nancy Pelosi. You know, but I'm going to be more progressive, but I'm not. I don't know. Nancy Pelosi was a kingmaker. What are you doing?
Yeah, there's so much about this clip. I hate to be that guy, you know. I want to be excited about AOC 2028, and I want to be like, yeah, she's our girl. Let's get it done. But I have so many problems with this clip that we're only 62 seconds into. One, I agree with what you were saying. It's totally weird. She comes from the school and political tradition, the political tradition of Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders calls her his daughter. They go on stage together all the time. What has Bernie always done really well? Endorsed other fucking candidates, lots of them. Did it ever seem like it was holding Bernie back from doing his job in the Senate when he endorsed this guy, that guy, this person, that person? Now, I'm not saying he gave it out like candy, but sure enough, he was willing to endorse a lot of folks. We've always seen a historically more calculated and careful approach from AOC, but this is where it starts to cross a line. It really reminds me of when she didn't endorse Cori Bush, when she was finally able to defeat the Lacey Clay dynasty, okay, and get the congressional seat in New York, or not New York, excuse me, in St. Louis, and then AOC said nothing. And I think it also kind of reminds me of the fact that she waited a long time to endorse Zohran. She did finally endorse Zohran, but she was very careful about it. Those were two people that she should have been rushing to endorse. So I think it's more of that over-calculated, overly cautious approach that comes off as selfish, whether she means it to or not. I think it comes across as self-serving and like somebody who wants to pull up the ladder with them and somebody who doesn't have concerns about expanding their position in Congress. But even if you were not going to endorse this guy who, as we've mentioned many times, you worked really closely with, he was your chief of staff, he helped you get across the fucking finish line and into Congress, you have to anticipate you're going to be asked about it. You have to anticipate that some reporter like this guy from Dropsite News is going to come up to you and respectfully say, hey, there's this guy who used to work for you that's running to replace Nancy Pelosi. Polling now has him within striking range. Are you planning to endorse in this race? And the fact that she just gives meaningless word salad, she falls apart on camera, she doesn't have a message, it's crazy. I don't understand how I'm supposed to take her political messaging serious when she can't even answer a super obvious question that she had to have seen coming. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, we're at 60 seconds. It's about to go on for another 45. She could have literally just said, I'm still deciding whether or not to weigh in that race. Stay tuned. Like, that could have been a quick answer. No one would have cared. She has, you know, I don't think that's a terrible offensive answer. You know, it leaves the door open to an endorsement, but she doesn't have to definitively say what her decision is. What's so hard about that? What's this rambling word salad? And I want to defend AOC hardcore. You know, we were defending AOC the other day. I think she does take a lot of unfair shit from certain grifting personalities like Anna Kasparian, for example. But this makes it harder to defend her, you know? This kind of bullshit is what makes it harder to defend her as much as I want to.
Yeah, I completely agree. Let's keep watching.
We've got going on here. So, but I think that what I will say is that I think that the primary environment that we're seeing is really great. I think that progressives have already notched some really impressive victories this early into the primary season, and we've got another 6 or 7 months of it to go, and I'm looking forward to having a lot of new colleagues here in November that we can, you know, it's been a lonely, really lonely road for the first 8 years, and I'm really hoping that it'll be a little less lonely.
Maybe if you would have endorsed some other fucking people and gone out and campaigned with them, it wouldn't have been quite so lonely. I'm not trying to put it on AOC, but I think she could have used her podium to help more candidates a lot more than she has already.
Yeah, really.
And this just gives flimsy and it gives uncertainty, and that's not what you want to be projecting when you're considering running for president.
Yeah. Other people also noted that she did not endorse Kat Abu Ghazala in Illinois. Now, we had some issues with Kat, but still seems like someone that potentially could have got the endorsement of AOC if AOC wasn't worried about there being a new AOC in town, which I personally, I chalked up her lack of an endorsement to Kat as being about that primarily. I'm like, AOC knows that if Kat Abu Ghazala won that race, then the media narrative the next morning would almost, wall to wall be the new AOC. This lady is like the new AOC. She's like the same age AOC was when she ran. Yada yada yada. So I definitely think that AOC for whatever reason isn't very generous with the endorsements. It's interesting. So we'll see if it happens. Obviously, if she does come out here and make the right decision and endorse Shoykot, that would be awesome, and all of this will be forgiven. But do you want to take a look at what Crystal Ball had to say when she weighed in on this word salad answer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Crystal comes out here and says, this is extremely lame gobbledygook answer. Even if AOC has some personal issues with Shoykot, he is clearly the best candidate from a left perspective, and that should matter more than whatever her personal grievances. She also had no problem endorsing several other candidates, so none of this response even makes sense. And yeah, the only thing I could possibly think of outside of the fact that they might have a personal issue is if she somehow has a relationship to that woman Connie Chan, who seems to have been decently progressive, and maybe AOC has some sort of a connection to that group, but it's on the entire other side of the country, so it's difficult to imagine that. What's your reaction to this?
I think it's hard to argue with from Crystal. And again, we've been out here defending AOC because of the fact that TYT is pumping out fucking anti-AOC content like they're Jimmy Dore, right? Just lashing out and crashing out and tearing down AOC while they simultaneously build up Tucker Carlson, which I find to be pretty disgusting and irresponsible. So again, it's not that I am incapable of defending AOC. I think there's a lot about her that is defensible and exciting, and like her or not, she is currently the candidate with the most progressive bona fides that's polling the highest for 2028. So, that's important to keep in mind. But I think this is basically impossible to argue with from Crystal Ball, and I 100% totally agree, specifically with her description of this lame gobbledygook answer. I think it is total word salad. And unfortunately, we've been talking about AOC's propensity for such word salad, for serving up heaping platters of word salad, oftentimes in these off the cuff, unscripted settings. And I do really think it's one of the biggest issues that holds her back as a candidate, but not only as a candidate, as a representative of the progressive left. Because like I said, we are kind of stuck with her in a sense until someone like Ro Khanna, breaks out and maybe starts to pull better after they actually announce. But right now, remember that poll we put up on screen? Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom. AOC is like the lone progressive on that list. And I do think she needs to get this figured out, right? Because it's one of her major Achilles heels. This weird inability to just communicate naturally and organically when confronted by a slightly uncomfortable question. Like, again, as much as I wish she would endorse Shoykot Chakrabarti, it's not even really about that. It's about her inability to seem like she knows what she's saying, right? It's like, okay, if you're not going to endorse him, then justify that. I'd have a lot more respect for you if you just actually were honest about this and had a compelling answer to the question instead of seeming like you were dancing around it because you're afraid of pissing everyone off or something.
Yeah.
Same with the Taiwan
She's
answer.
afraid of pissing people off.
At the security conference, right?
The establishment got to her. Not like
untrustworthy and cowardly.
I don't think AOC's like compromised, but I think she's shook. She's shook from how much of a insane time it has been of her being in Congress, and how much criticism, unfair or fair, that she's gotten. How much attention on her there is. It fucks with you. It fucks with you.
AOC has tons of people who support her. It would be crazy to say that she doesn't, right? But when she opens up her constituency to be not just the Bronx and Queens in New York City, but from coast to coast all across this country, which is what happens when you participate in a Democratic primary. People are going to look at all of them and say, who is the best leader? Who's tough? And I didn't see any toughness right there. You know what could have been tough, even if I would have fucking hated it? If she would have said that she has no intentions of endorsing in that race as it doesn't concern her and she's prioritizing the things that are going to impact her constituents in the Bronx, right? That would have been a lie. We would have come out here and said, what are you talking about? Swaying the power balance in Congress is actually quintessential to anything you would accomplish for the people in the Bronx, because you have to have a Democratic majority to pass this legislation. But it would have been a firm answer. It would have been something. Yes. Politicians lie all the time, but sometimes when they do it with conviction, people buy it, right? She had no ability to, you know, keep it 10 toes down, draw a line in the sand and say, this is how I'm feeling that day. And I feel like I never have seen that, which is why it does come across as unpresidential. And watching that clip, I hate to say it, it made me believe that poll that showed her at 4%, because that was a 4% polling politician answer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. It's weird. I just don't get why she can't, you know, either be honest about it. Like, if there really is bad blood between these two, I think it would be an interesting subject for her to get into, and one of these kind of long form conversations that I so wish she took part in more, you know? Like, it really does bum me out that she doesn't accept more invitations to go on shows, take interviews, get into subject matter like this, where she can just be a normal person and flesh it out, because like no one would hold it against her. She has infinitely more popularity and name recognition than Shoykat Chakrabarti. If there really is some issue here, why not just have a conversation about it and then let people make up their minds?
I think she's getting in her
instead
head
of like
too
awkwardly withholding this information, tiptoeing around these landmines that, you know, you think exist. Also, that you can deliver a.
I think she got in her head too much, and like that was a bad answer, yo.
Do you think he's a good candidate or not? Because you're being super passive aggressive while you're also saying that like he's so exciting and these progressives are so exciting. So who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, who really cares if he wins?
It's also, I will note. Emma just said it on Majority Report. Someone blamed like their comms team, and it was similar to Cory Booker. Oh yeah, it was Trump. It was like, that was a cheesy moment having the DoorDash lady show up to the Oval Office. He knows comms. Cory Booker blamed his comms person. She is saying, my team, I don't have a big team. And I'm like, don't say it's your team's fault for not bringing these names to you or doing, like, what the fuck?
Not tearing them down constantly, Jimmy Dore style.
Totally.
Number this, and it's not honest. Number one, it's not direct. None of it makes sense. This does not appear to me someone who is comfortable or truly desires to be in a leadership role. And so it's just honestly very sad to me, because she has so much potential to be such an important force right now at a time when the political project that she has been a very important part of is taking flight, does have this momentum. Ana Lilia Mejia won overwhelmingly in New Jersey last night. That's awesome. By the way, AOC managed to endorse her without a problem, without stretching her too thin or whatever. But in any case, right at the moment when she could really be pushing the ball forward, she's so reticent. And,
why is Hasan doing more than she is? Again, he has more free time. He's a Twitch streamer. He can do whatever he wants. You know what I mean?
From the left, from myself included, because I do hold her to a higher standard as someone who wants to position herself as the vanguard of the left.
Vanguard? Did somebody say the vanguard?
Higher standard as someone who wants to position herself as the vanguard of the left. You know, I expect her to be occupying that space, and there have been instances where she has not. And in response to that criticism, rather than going out there and making her case and kind of doing battle, she's withdrawn. She doesn't go on shows like ours, and not just ours. She doesn't go on, she'll occasionally go on with Hasan. Maybe she's gone on Majority Report once.
She'll go on Hasan for she'll go on Hasan for 4 minutes, right? Like these aren't even like long sit downs, and that is 4 hours. That is kind of the interesting thing about, I guess, AOC's theory of media, which is to do Instagram videos, to have like complete control, right?
Yeah.
Do your stories, do your Instagram lives, and have complete control of your media message. Do a quick snippet to a news camera outside.
And we were talking about Griff, or about that with Griffin the other day when he was on our show. I think that's destined to backfire. I think.
Yeah, she's become one of these politicians who you catch her in the hallway of Congress. You catch her on the stairs going into the building. She puts out her own videos. She makes statements. She'll go to rallies and give a speech. But she's not going to do interviews or accept questions and do long form shit where she's going to get like follow-ups, you know?
The security thing.
And
it's not like that was a bunch of progressive DSA members trying to hold her to account on some shit. That was like a bunch of Democratic Party elites, right? And even there she fumbled. So it's like, yeah, she needs to do it just for the sake of stretching that muscle, just for the sake of getting better. And I totally agree with Crystal that AOC has so much potential and that on paper is so exciting as a candidate, which is why it is kind of low-key tragic to see these stumbles and fumbles and inability to, you know, do these kind of off-the-cuff interviews in the way that she needs to be able to. Because like I said on the show the other day, I think she would be unstoppable if she could figure that out. Like, I genuinely think AOC has the brand. She has the positions, the policy, right? She's telegenic. She has all this stuff in her favor. The one thing that seems to hold her back, that if she could figure out would make her unstoppable, is the ability to properly communicate in an off-the-cuff interview setting, fielding tough questions. You know, even if you say something that really makes a genuinely good politician a good politician is when they can say something that's unpopular but say it in a way that's charismatic enough that they don't get punished for it. You know what I'm saying?
Donald Trump's famous for it.
Yeah, Donald Trump's famous for it. A lot of the best politicians are defined by their ability to do that. They're like, I know what I'm about to say is unpopular with the base or with whoever, but I'm gonna be able to explain it in a way that's charismatic enough and that feels like there's conviction behind it that it won't even matter. You know what I'm saying? I think Ro Khanna, actually, that's a skill he really has gained. Because back like 5 or 10 years ago, you know, I didn't think he was necessarily all that charismatic in interviews. I thought he was kind of boring sometimes, and that he often failed to explain or justify his decisions, which I disagreed with. Now I think he's really beefed up that muscle to the point where, you know, he is, I think, incredibly talented and sophisticated when it comes to answering questions. Again, even when he's saying shit I disagree with, I'll be like, you know what? I kind of see what you're saying now, Representative Khanna. I kind of understand the point you're making. And I just don't think AOC has quite figured that out, partially because she hasn't been putting in as many reps as guys like Ro Khanna.
Yeah,
it's
a muscle. You got to
imagine
exercise.
Why she's so afraid to do an hour-long sit-down with somebody that's even totally friendly to her. Like, why not do an hour with Emma Vigeland? Why not do an hour with Amy Goodman? Why not do an hour where it's completely low stakes? You know you're not going into a debate, but you at least get your feet wet with a long-form conversation if you're going to pursue a national office. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, she did.
She
did the majority report like right after Trump got reelected. I honestly think that was the last appearance I can remember on like an online independent left-wing media show. And you know, no offense to the majority report, but there weren't exactly a ton of tough questions. It was a very friendly interview. So you know, I thought she did a decent job in that interview, but still, it was like, it's not like it really generated much attention.
Yeah, I don't even know if I watched the whole thing, if I watched any of it. Do you remember how long it was?
It was under an hour, probably around 30 minutes from what I remember. Kind of similar to the recent interview they did with Zoran a couple months ago, where it was like, you know, they had him for like 30 minutes or something. Sure.
Big enough star that people will come to her and see what she has to offer. Number one, I think Zoran's content is vastly like more polished and effective than hers. I haven't seen anything she's put out that is like hit anywhere close to like what his, you know, billionaire tax video or even his like halal cart video or any of those, right?
Both bangers.
So that's number one. I don't even think that she's doing a like particularly good job, if that's the theory. But number two, remember when she went to that, what was the Munich security conference?
Crystal must have missed the interview she's been doing with literal toddlers, because that was very compelling content. And then, I'm not even kidding, guys. She's been making these Instagram videos where, she's taking questions, but not from journalists, from kids, the actual children. They'll be like, Mrs. AOC, what do you like about being a congresswoman? And they are cute. Don't get me wrong. They are very adorable. The kids are awesome. But it is hilarious that like simultaneously, as we're having this conversation about her inability to take tough questions from actual journalists, she's like, talking to children.
Yeah, you sent me that after we'd done some, coverage of AOC word salading, and I thought it was a joke. Like, I just got the Instagram pop up, and it's like a little girl with a microphone, and Gavin's like, caption was the type of interview AOC is capable of taking. And I thought he was kidding. I thought I was just gonna watch a random video of like some kid interviewing like a stranger at the park, and then I click on it and I'm like, what the fuck? AOC literally signed up for this interview. It was like even less sophisticated and less serious kind of shit than Subway takes. And I don't think it's a bad idea to go on a place like Subway or a show like Subway takes, but if that's the only time you're engaging in pre-recorded media, it's a problem.
Yeah, and honestly, I hope. Do you think AOC would do well on Subway Takes?
It's tough. I kind of figured she would have a leg up because it's in New York and she is a New Yorker, so she could talk about like a real place she likes in the Bronx and be like, this is the best blank in all of New York City. Get a leg up there. But wasn't Kamala Harris says something awful like bacon is seasoning?
I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris has never even aired because the guy behind Subway Takes was like, this is going to damage her campaign if I put it out there.
Yeah,
because it was like so awkward.
Yeah, it was bacon is a seasoning, and that was what her whole like shtick was. That's why he shelved it, which is just a terrible.
Wait, so they did? How do you know that?
Because he came out on a podcast and said that her take was bacon is a seasoning, and that's why she didn't air it.
Interesting. I mean, there would have been a version of that take where I'm sure they would have aired it. Like, I don't think it was because of the take itself that it didn't air. I think it was because of her awkwardness.
Well, for sure, but that is also a really awkward take to begin with, right? Like,
I mean,
bacon is
a
not
funny and
seasoning.
charismatic person could make that a funny hot take.
Sure.
Like, if you had someone that was actually funny and actually a normal person who's not Kamala Harris, I could see that being a perfectly run-of-the-mill Subway Takes video. Because sometimes the takes on that show are ridiculous, and he'll be like, 100% disagree. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You know what I'm saying? But my point is just that I do think AOC probably would do well in a venue like that, because again, it's more light, it's more fun. She doesn't have to clarify her answer on arming Taiwan, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, totally. But I just think that that's a problem when that's the only kind of field you can compete on when you're a politician.
Right, it is. But I do think that part of being a successful politician is being able to turn on and off the normal person switch.
Yes.
And like, if all you can talk about is politics and you can't just have a conversation about how bacon is a seasoning, that's an issue too, right? Like, you do need to be able to just turn off the like ambitious politician switch and have a normal conversation that's not about politics. I think that proves your humanity in the same way that it really helped Donald Trump to like go on Theo Vaughn's show and talk about cocaine with Theo Vaughn. Like, that wasn't political at all, but it really humanized him, and he really seemed curious when he asked Theo Vaughn about like what it's like to be on cocaine or whatever dumb shit they were talking about. That kind of stuff actually I do think has a lot of cachet with your average person. And it's a shame with Kamala, because I think that, as Crystal has mentioned before, one of the best, I think it was Crystal that's mentioned this, but one of the best ever clips of Kamala is her cooking with the one chick from The Office. I forget her name. But, they're talking about their...
Oh, like was it Mindy Kaling?
Mindy Kaling, yeah. They're talking about Indian food and Indian culture. And Kamala actually seems totally authentic. Like, she actually is being herself. And she's not camera shy. And she's not word salading. And she actually seems normal. The other best clip of Kamala Harris, I think the number one best clip of Kamala Harris, that instead of running any advertisements, they should have just, spammed this clip all over social media, is her describing how to properly... marinate a turkey, or like dress a turkey, like before Thanksgiving. Like, I don't even know if she knew she was being recorded, but she's like describing her technique for getting all the butter under the skin and the herb mix and shit like that. And she actually seems, again, like a normal person who's like being funny and making jokes and being authentic. So I don't know why both of those examples have to do with cooking. Maybe that's where her passion actually lies, and she should, change careers or something. But
didn't help her with the bacon as a season.
That was my point, though.
Yeah.
That's a shame, because that actually could have been a strong moment if she had been able to channel that. But she was probably out of her element and stressed out, and she was like, "What the fuck? I'm on this disgusting, grimy subway. I want to be in my limousine."
I will say, I agree with the fact that, she was obviously the best when she was at herself and when she was being natural. I think that's true for everyone, right? Like, whenever I make content and I'm really fucking thinking about how I have to nail it, and I want to be funny and I want people to like this, it's always the shittiest thing I record, And then whereas when you finally just kind of like let your hair down,
Totally.
like, fuck it, I'm just gonna let myself be myself.
Yeah.
That's when you don't just think of the worst ideas you've ever had. So yeah, I agree. She had moments when her hair was down, but every single time she tried to really sell something, it fell apart for her. And at least AOC is better at releasing pre-recorded material. I totally agree with that too.
Yeah, and I found the turkey clip if you want to
Oh, yeah,
quickly
let's watch it.
revisit
Yeah,
that.
let's
We don't have to
watch
watch
the
the whole
turkey.
thing, but some people in chat were like, "What the fuck are you smoking?" Talking about this turkey video. It does exist, and I think you'll agree with me, unless I remember it being better than it was. Maybe you'll think it's cringe, but I remember thinking this was like the most humanizing moment.
If you have time to do a wet brine, that's fine, and do it like a pot of water, a couple bay leaves, a little sugar, a little couple peppercorns. You could even do a little slice of orange, something like that. Oh yes, hi. Yes, I'm here. Okay, I'm going to talk about a recipe while you're checking. Is that okay? So tell me if I'm
Okay.
Hey, how you doing? Hi. Okay. So, Nick, if you're doing... Okay. Nick.
She does seem a little drunk too, which might be why this is a.
She seems a little drunk.
Lowers your inhibitions.
24, but 48 hours is best if you have the time. Make sure you guys getting a fresh turkey.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's being delivered
And so
tomorrow.
just 1 minute out. I have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Kosher salt.
Yeah, that is kind of humanizing. She's like,
maybe
hold
chop
on,
up a little
the campaign can wait while I explain how to
and
do
then
this turkey.
mix it even with okay, so do the salt and pepper all over it, just lather that baby up, right? With on the outside, with the capping. You could also chop up, but not with the thyme, just the salt and pepper. Mix
Lather that baby up. Like, she genuinely seems more passionate about this than almost any answer I've ever seen her give about like a policy position or like something that she wants to be a leader on. Like, she genuinely seems to care about this and like have
She's literally
funny
like,
things to
the
say,
news
like,
can
off the
wait.
cuff
I gotta
comments,
tell.
and she actually has a rapport with whoever the fuck is recording this. You know, she's asking him questions and respond.
Oh my god, never, never, never.
Actual person here.
Totally, she is an actual person
Yeah.
right here. I would never say I feel bad or oh it's sad, but in a sense it is kind of sad. This is how the DNC consulting class strips your soul away from you,
Yeah.
strips your personality away from you, right?
And you can even see when she's talking to the earpiece, she like shifts into like campaign mode. And then she's like, hold on, yes, yes. She turns on her white people voice. Yes, thank you very much. Anyway, let me tell you about this turkey right here. Like, she becomes a normal person when she's talking about the turkey.
Moment right there where she's just being a human being when she's being Kamala Harris. There was a lot that if that was all you knew about her, you'd be like, yeah, that's a friendly lady that you could get along with.
Yep, 100%, 100%. Either way, you want to watch more of the Breaking Points clip?
That was most of what they talk about. They kind of share the mic a little bit more going forward, which is great. People should check it out. Listen to our boy Griffin on the Friday episode. But we also do have more featuring Emily Jasinski, if you're ready to get into that too.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. The other day, Dave Smith responded to a tweet which brought up some of the drama that we've covered between him and Kyle Kalinske. Dave Smith has since blocked us on Twitter also because we, kept, posting about him or whatever. But either way, this person says, I'd love to see you go on Breaking Points again and maybe bury the hatchet with Kyle Kalinske and go on Crystal Kyle and Friends. So that'd be, that's an interesting suggestion given the fact that Dave Smith and Kyle have beefed and Kyle's called him out a number of times. Dave Smith responds and says, I'll go on Breaking Points anytime they want me on. I love all of those guys. I don't really have any beef with Kyle. He started talking shit about me for some reason, and I responded in kind. I think the way he's going at people for voting for Trump is dumb, but I'd still do his show. And for one, it's like, we do live in a democracy. It is low-key the fault of the people that voted for Trump that Trump is in power. Like, that is how a democracy works, right? That there is some level of accountability that we can hold the people to.
Yeah, Dave doesn't want to do that. Dave wants an easy off-ramp. He wants an easy off-ramp.
The group of people that elected that guy with your vote, which is, again, how a democracy works. Like, it's not just some mysterious supernatural force outside of your fucking understanding. Like, no, you directly participated in that. And as a commentator, a member of the media, what you say and what you do is far more important than any just random Joe, like, you know, your grandpa or something that voted for Trump, who doesn't have a platform, who doesn't reach millions of people online, and who is incredibly influential. Like, yeah, sorry, bro, you fucked up. You're going to have to be reminded about it. You're going to have to face some level of accountability for that, as you've even admitted. You admitted you fucked up. You admitted that you were wrong about that. So, sorry, dude, but other people are also going to point that out. It's not Kyle, like, you know, enforcing something that's unfair, or just like going up to random voters on the street and scolding them. You're not just a random voter. You're a highly influential member of the media.
Yeah, and for being a guy that talks shit for a living, he's so soft. He name searches on Twitter,
Yeah, dude.
and that's how he blocked us. We had a totally innocuous tweet where he was tweeting about how, oh, life was simpler when the government was saying boys could be girls and we all had to stay inside a lockdown. And I was like, Donald Trump was president during all of the supposed lockdowns, you fucking idiot. He got triggered about it and blocked us. But he can't take any ounce of what he dishes out constantly, right? And that's why he's all fucking butthurt about the fact that Kyle made content talking about how he was wrong. Admirable that he still wants to try and be able to wiggle his way in front of Kyle's audience, I guess. But yeah, this was pretty interesting. He follows up and expands upon it.
Yeah, because listen, fucking Dave Smith just left his main show, which was Legion of Skanks, with Big J. Ogerson and Louis J. Gomez. This is now his main source of income, is doing his political show, Part of the Problem, and like going on other shows. So he wants to get in front of as many audience members as possible.
Kyle will make any attempts to bury the hatchet or squash the beef and actually invite the loser on.
I'd give it a 50-50. I'd give it a 50-50.
I will say, I
I'd
did
say
enjoy
that
it.
There's a chance that you catch Kyle.
I kind of enjoyed everyone on Earth feeling as lonely and depressed as I did.
He's a guy with a lot of media presence. I'm a guy with a lot of media presence. Let's
And I had a
just
lot
talk
of
about it,
time
right? He's anti-Trump now.
to
We need all the people
chill.
anti-Trump that we can get.
The
I
whole
also
world
could
got
see
a timeout.
Kyle being like, "Nah, fuck that guy. I don't care about him. I don't want to have him on the show." You know what I mean? I feel like it could really break either way. What do you think?
I totally agree. Yeah, I think it's like a 50-50 shot. I kind of hope it happens, though, just because I really do like when Kyle debates people and disagrees with people. And I do think that Crystal, Kyle, and Friends would be even better if they had more contentious sort of debate-style conversations. Like, not that I don't really enjoy that show, but I do think that both Crystal and Kyle really excel, you know, when they're in, you know, those sort of contentious debate settings, and I would like to see more of that. So, like, yeah, might as well hash it out, might as well have him on, but I could also see why Kyle would say, not worth it. I don't want to give this guy any more attention.
Yeah.
I'm the angry teenager that I always am. I hate him now. But
the angry teenager. Come on, bro.
You know,
even
there's
I
this
grew
thing
up.
where people would say
27.
forever that the MAGA is a cult, or Trump supporters are like a cult-like following. And I also see right now a lot of people, you know, who have been like really calling people out who voted for Donald Trump or something like that. And you know, so I say this again from the position, which I understand is a weak position to argue from, where I'm already admitting that, like, yes, probably it was wrong to vote for Donald Trump. But also, I'll just say some names here, but I've gotten into some public arguments with Kyle Kulinski and Mehdi Hasan and others like that, who, by the way, I'm not trying to fight with either of those guys. I don't.
You know you'd get squashed into an oblivion. You know you have no argument for them. You know you were like, hey guys, I know I voted for Donald Trump when it was the most obvious what he was going to do, and there was the least amount of evidence to support any of the claims I'd been making up until the election. Let's forget all of that. And actually, I would like to stack the deck in my favor again. Like, it's totally nuts.
Yeah, it's and also again, just trying to be like, oh, what? Me? I'm just a voter. Why are you vote shaming? It's like, bitch, you're not just a fucking voter. You're not just some like 80-year-old lead poisoned Fox News grandpa who voted for Trump or whatever. Like, you're a member of the media. You're an influencer. It matters more what you say and who you promote than just your average voter that you're trying to lump yourself in with and act like, you know, Kyle's just going after the voters. Can you believe it? He's just going after the voters. It's like you're more than just a fucking voter. And as I said, we live in a democracy, and that's how fucking Donald Trump got elected, because the voters voted him into office. So therefore, yeah, we do have to offer up some accountability. Totally.
Agree with them on everything, but we sure do agree on some really important stuff. And I'm not, but they're going around like constantly going like, hey, you voted for Donald Trump. Well, look at you, Joe Rogan. You're criticizing him now, but what do you think you voted for? And just like everyone who's, and this is just infuriating me. And I publicly went back and forth with Mehdi a little bit, and then we messaged privately a little bit, and like, we're cool and everything, but there's something about this where like, I said this publicly, and I'll say this again, that, when I remember, I was so anti-war, so hardcore anti-war.
I'm gonna face plant with this, and I'll tell you why in a second.
And I never voted for anyone. The only presidential candidate I ever voted for was Ron Paul. Like I have complete clean hands in terms of voting before 2024.
But then I realized that there was a shit ton of money to be made on jumping on the Trump train, and
all my friends were doing
getting a
it.
bunch of money
I
and
got
ad
peer
revenue
pressure.
from all this idiot, gullible, stupid
idiots.
supporters. Yeah. More money to be made doing that than supporting the actual nominee of the party that I claim to be associated with, the Libertarians, because they nominated a gay guy. And Dave Smith is apparently a fucking homophobic piece of shit and couldn't stand the fact that Chase Oliver supported trans people and took a photo in front of a pride flag. So because of that, he completely threw his own party, the Libertarians, the third party, under the bus to support the biggest warmonger of all time, a fucking lunatic, Nazi, fascist, authoritarian who stands for everything that libertarians claim to be against.
I remember just mourning the death of the anti-war left forever. It was like as soon as George W. Bush left and Obama came in, and the global war on terrorism just escalated and spread to multiple other theaters. Escalated in the theaters they were already in. He surged like
Who do you think that was?
Thousands of troops to Afghanistan. Took out, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, like all of this. And they were just gone. And then when the destruction of Gaza started, they kind of all came back. And I was like, great.
They were just gone.
Kyle, the guy you're supposedly criticizing right now,
Obama got criticized. Like he's saying,
every
Kyle
single
did it.
fucking day against the U.S. aggression under Barack Obama. That's what's so crazy about this. As far as I know, Kyle didn't even...
Just like Dave Chappelle, I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. I wasn't personally affected. I wasn't involved with it. I didn't give a shit. So, as far as my purview, it didn't happen.
A lot more credit. Okay, he may have personally voted for Joe Biden, but he didn't. Yeah, I was going to say he was making a lot of content saying, fuck that, I'm not going to. And so this made-up argument that you're trying to use to attack a guy named Kyle, who has been right over and over and over again, doesn't even apply to him. Because he was relentlessly critical of Barack Obama through all 8 years of his presidency, and then didn't support Joe Biden, which is your big gotcha. Like, you supported the guy that did Gaza. Like, Kyle didn't do that.
Yeah, and also, what's this weird faux concern about, like, oh, I mourn the death of the anti-war left? Or it's like, what the fuck do you have to do with the left?
What would you give a shit about the left? You hate them.
A Ron Paul, a libertarian? Like, what the fuck do you have
Here's
anything
what
to do
it
with
is.
the left?
Here's what it is. They want... They hate the hippies, but they need the hippies there to make it seem like there's an opposing force, an equal and opposing force, right? It's that South Park episode, the 100th episode. We're like, well, we can go to war and have our people tell everyone else that we don't want to go to war, so we get to have our cake and eat it too.
You voted for Joe Biden.
And now
you
without
should have
that,
known that Joe
they're like,
Biden
well,
was a
now we
lifelong
look like
Zionist.
assholes.
And Joe
Kyle
Biden
didn't even
was
vote for
obviously
fucking
going to...
Joe Biden. Kyle did not vote for Joe Biden, so who are you lecturing? Like, just random Democrats that didn't want a fucking literal Nazi in office?
Yeah. It's fucking... I did vote for Joe Biden, and I did vote for Joe Biden. Never once did Joe Biden is anti-war ever come out of my mouth. You constantly glazed Donald Trump as being the anti-war option. When I did vote for Joe Biden, it was through gritted fucking teeth, desperate that he would get us back into the Iran deal, the JCPOA, which Donald Trump had shredded his first fucking term.
Do this. And then, like, the people who voted for Joe Biden, who admit that he committed a genocide, are like shaming everybody else for voting for Donald Trump. Like, yo, let's just take a look at what actually happened here. The entire media apparatus that supported Donald Trump and got him his election victory, turned on him over this war. So hey, anti-war leftists.
LOL. What he really means is a bunch of fucking idiot grifters like himself
Yes.
online. They go
Not
where
the
winds
whole
are
media
blowing and realize
apparatus,
there's
not
a lot
all
more
of
money and
them.
attention to be had in criticizing
Bullshit.
the piece of shit president rather than defending him. But go talk to just your average ass actual Republican. Most of them still support Donald Trump. Like, that is literally borne out by the data. What is it? Over 80% of the
89.
Republican. Yeah, 89% of the Republican Party supports the war in Iran, supports Donald Trump. Yeah, bro. Like, I mean, I appreciate that you guys realized where the winds were blowing and readjusted your commentary conveniently to make more money and stay relevant and avoid total humiliation. Like, I'm glad you've made that calculation, but let's be honest, it is a calculation. Because if you actually had a single genuinely anti-war principle in your fucking body, a single anti-war bone in your body, you wouldn't have fucking supported Donald Trump in the first place, the most obvious warmonger of all time. And that doesn't mean you had to support Kamala Harris either. Like I said, your party, the Libertarians, nominated a dude named Chase Oliver, who was actually pretty decent compared to your average Libertarian loon, and you threw him under the bus and smeared him because he was gay.
Take the win. You know what I mean? Like, hey, that's awesome. That's awesome that they're not going along with this. You called us all, or you called them all cultists for so long. They're not cultists. They're
They literally are, bro. I'm sorry you don't like the fucking polling. You're giving us some jank Uger cope right now. But as we just pointed out, there are multiple sources that show 85% plus of the Republican Party not just supports Donald Trump, supports this fucking war with Iran.
Yep, 100%.
There's probably more cope
on him over this. Let it happen. Why are you taking this opportunity to go I told you so?
Because people that were fucking right about
so that the audience goes, I was right. They were wrong. They led you astray. You don't want to be led astray again. Listen to people who are right consistently instead of the people who are right because they changed their minds when polling switched. And it didn't even switch. The conservatives are on board.
Stop bringing up
Like
my
they said.
record. Like, dude, this is your
Stop
record.
bringing
as
up
a
my record.
commentator, as a
Exactly.
political pundit or journalist or whatever you want to call it, an idiot like Dave Smith. Yeah, bro, you have to own your record. It doesn't just get fucking, dissolved a year later. Yeah. It doesn't just get fucking no, bro, we remember and we're all living in the fucking reality that you helped to manifest.
Yeah, it's crazy how short it was. Like, these guys act like it was a decade ago. Like,
Yeah.
oh, when I was in high school, I did this. Like, bro, we're talking about 18 months ago.
Last year,
We're
dude.
talking about how, hey, 18 months ago, we were screaming at you to stop doing this because you were about to open up a world of pain for the rest of us, right? And again, it's absolutely insane to go after not just Mehdi Hasan, who I think has called a really good game over the last 18 months, if you want to call it that. But if you want to look at Kyle Kulinski, I don't think anybody has better forecasting skills than Kyle in the Donald Trump 2.0 era. If you look at it, what did he say? In the face of all of you idiots on the fucking internet, oh, Donald Trump's going to do this to end the war. Oh, Donald Trump's going to negotiate this. Look at the Witkoff envoy. Look at all of this. Kyle was like,
No, he's
no,
gonna make
it
it
is
worse.
going to be a fucking disaster. And he is not only going to make the situation in Gaza 100 times worse, he's going to expand the war and oversee the expansion of the war to include Iran. I actually thought Kyle, I was like, I don't know, Kyle, that's a fucking bold fucking assessment. And months went by and months went by, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, Kyle's right. And then it all boils over, and I'm in Peru and Cusco with Gavin, and we're like, shit, Donald Trump just threatened to drop a nuke in fucking Iran? Are you kidding me? And that's where it goes. Because a couple of idiot pieces of shit like Dave Smith, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, like Tim Dillon thought it would be a funny fucking game, make a couple extra 100 million or however much Joe Rogan made, and Dave Smith desperate for the fucking crumbs waiting on the internet with his libertarian racist ass. Okay? That's what they did. They were like, let's play with the entire future of civilized mankind. Let's give a literal insane person the nuclear football. That's what.
Yeah. That's why Dave Smith left Legion of Skanks. Because he's like, I can make more money doing this. And I'm going to. And I have been. And I want to put more energy into it because I make more money.
Same reason he endorsed Donald Trump and jumped on the Trump train, because he wanted money and attention, and because he's a grifter that goes where the wind blows. So just because now he realized the wind is blowing against Donald Trump online, doesn't mean he's going to take a principled stand against literal Nazis like Rick says. Nope, he's actually platforming them and helping them in their career. So it's like, what the fuck? You want me to give the guy credit? No, fuck this guy. He's a total fucking loser. He's a total piece of shit. I'm glad that, you know, he like goes on Piers Morgan and does his thing or whatever. Again, just like Anna Kasparian. But that doesn't mean I have to sit here and give him all this fucking credit and act like, oh, he's so principled and courageous. He's so courageous.
Yeah.
You know, as a grown ass fucking man. How old is this guy? In his 40s or some shit?
Deep 40s, probably. He was
I'm
talking
like-
about 9/11 like it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you're like fucking
Dude,
20
you
years older
42.
than me. Yeah, you're like 15 years older than me, whatever, or more. I'm supposed to act like you're so courageous because you just realized the most obvious shit ever at a very convenient time for your career. What a loser. What a fucking annoying piece of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to support Donald Trump. And then just a year later, as a grown ass man, get to act like, what? Why are you fixating on some shit I said a year ago, bro? What? Like, no, you don't get to expunge your record. Bro, this is what you were doing and saying, and what very much helped him again manifest the nightmarish reality that we all live in, because you gave permission to all your idiot anti-war audience members to support a fucking treasonous, traitorous, fascist warmonger. Sorry, deal with it, bro. Deal with it. Like, why are we against consequences? I'm not saying like, you know, people need to be
'Cause it's
hung like at
consequences for
Nuremberg
him.
for fucking,
'Cause it's
you know, helping to get
consequences for him.
Hitler
That's why he's
elected,
against
which
it.
by the way did happen. I'm not saying that needs to happen, but I'm just saying, yeah, you should at least take it on the chin when someone's calling
take some
you
shit.
out. You shouldn't.
I
go
was
this way, "Oh,
wrong.
why
I'm
are
an
you fucking
idiot. I
calling
got
me out for
tricked.
doing
I didn't
something
know.
that I did?"
Blah, blah, blah.
Well, because
You gotta
did
do
it.
that forever.
And you're a commentator.
You have to do that
you
forever.
should be held responsible and accountable for what
Dude,
you say and do.
Emma Vigeland on Majority Report, whenever Kamala Harris is brought up, it's like, yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong about my predictions that she was going to win, that suburban women were moving and blah, blah, blah. She had hopium, and she has to own that. And she's just doing that out of integrity as a political commentator, let alone endorsing and telling your people to vote for lunatics like Trump, dude. Yeah, you gotta own that. You gotta own being Nazi adjacent.
Humiliated
forever.
publicly.
You gotta apologize forever.
And he even admitted to it, so it's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, 100%. Completely embarrassing that he, you know, lied to all of his audience, threw the Libertarian Party under the bus. Which again, I don't give a shit about the Libertarian Party, but Dave Smith claimed to for a long ass time. You know, he was like, that was his whole deal. He was like, I'm third party guy. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a third party guy until my third party nominates a gay man who supports trans people's right to exist, and then I'm going to use that as an excuse to support a fascist warmongering traitor. I mean, just what a fucking disgrace. So I appreciate Kyle for being, you know, steadfast in his commitment to calling out these fucking grifters and not just letting them off the hook, because they so clearly want to be let off the hook. It's like, no, sorry, bro. You have to face accountability. Sorry, deal with it. And not even that much accountability. I mean, people still watch the guy. The only accountability is even just having to hear fucking Kyle Kalinske occasionally remind everyone of what you're responsible for. And speaking of, here's one timestamp that I thought we could close out the segment by reacting to, where Mr. Dave Smith gets brought up in a recent episode of Kyle and Corin from the other day. Once again, I appreciate Kyle's energy here.
Dave Smith called Tucker heroic because it takes courage to break with one's own side. It doesn't take courage for anti-Trumpers to criticize Trump. No, but that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. Because I was criticizing Biden all throughout Biden's term, especially when he was arming and funding a genocide, and fucking Dave Smith never called me heroic. There was nobody calling me heroic. You know what I'm saying? That's just like ass-covering bullshit. There's a theme here of Republicans.
No, you know what it is?
who
It's I should be
praise
applauded for giving up all the money I could be making. That's what it is.
a Republican who
what they
criticized
want.
Trump before me.
I
What a
should be
hero. And it's like, no,
rewarded.
they're just
Pat me
finally
on the
admitting that
back.
liberals and leftists were right all along. But instead of giving the people who were right all along the credit, you give some Johnny-come-lately the credit who changed his mind like yesterday
Johnny-come-fucking-latelys,
and started saying things
bro.
that made sense. So
That's
yeah,
what
I'm so sick of the... Because that's what happens. Like, in right-wing
Johnny-come-fucking-lately.
discourse, they act like the left doesn't exist. Nothing we ever say is right. Nothing we ever say is correct. But then, when push comes to shove, they start mirroring all of our arguments and saying all the same shit we've been saying without giving us credit. It's like stolen valor. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we've been out here in the trenches saying this shit for so long, and now all of a
Stolen
sudden you
valor
realize
is a
Trump's
great
in the
way to put
Epstein
it. 100%. And it's something that we've consistently had an issue when leftists fall for this crap, right? It's like, no, I'm not going to give some idiot right-wing
Exactly.
fascist credit for appropriating
I'm gonna give
our
Sam
positions,
Cedar the
for
credit.
appropriating
Whatever
left-wing
it is.
ideology and pretending to run with it because it's actually popular, good policy. No, I'm not going to give credit to, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dave Smith and all these fucking idiots when they appropriate our talking points in order to gain more attention, in order to gain more power. No, why would you do that? It's stupid.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Tucker Carlson counts on, right? It's exactly what Joe Rogan
Yes.
counts on. It's exactly
To
what
be
Dave
legitimized
Smith's
again.
counting on,
To
right?
be
The fact
welcomed
that they'll
back.
be able to wash away all of their sin and then be able to be brought back into the fold by starting to be correct again.
Exactly.
Right? We played for you guys on one of our last
They'll
segments.
get to go to
2
the
clips
Oscars
of
and
Tucker
the Met
Carlson
Gala
being
and
viciously
hobnob.
supportive of a war with Iran, calling for the annihilation of the Iranian people. Okay, saying that we were the only state that was able to act with unilateral military action, and saying that we should use it against Iran. That's what he got in front of the fucking largest audience in American news and said. Okay, but now he wants to turn around and be like, whoa, 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 that's actually going to fuck up my real estate investments in Doha.
Yeah.
I don't want that. Oh no, my home in Qatar is going to lose value if this keeps going. Actually, Mr. President, can't we take Cuba instead? I liked when you were using Venezuela as your play box. Go ahead and get back down there and stir it up. You can have their next president in line too. No, that's what Tucker wants. He was clapping and applauding when Nicolas Maduro was abducted in the dead of night by our president so we could go in there and steal their oil. But now he wants to look in the camera like this and say, it's immoral. It's not Christian to steal somebody's oil. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're a liar, Tucker. You've been a liar your whole career, and thank God people like Kyle notice it.
Yeah, thank God for Kyle when it comes to this issue, because there's just so many people, even in media, they're just willing to let all their colleagues off the
Yeah,
hook
dude.
and be like, yep,
Yeah,
no,
man.
their record is expunged.
Because they don't want to get
They
called
don't
out
have
themselves.
to face accountability for the things
That was the
they
Me
did
Too
less
thing. It
than
was
a
like
year
a big,
ago.
it was a
Like, why
rape
not?
culture.
Again, these
It's
people
like,
actually have power.
we're
Being
all
an
not gonna
influencer,
talk
being a
about
media
it.
figure is a form
Even if I haven't
of
done
power, not as much
anything.
as being a politician is.
I don't-
right?
I'm not gonna
But
talk
just
about
compared to your average voter, which Dave Smith wants people to think he is. No,
It's
dude,
being
you
a
actually
rat.
have power.
It's
You
gangster
actually have
shit.
a lot
It's
of
criminal
influence.
shit.
And therefore, it is acceptable for people to point out when you abuse the
It's
trust of your
criminal shit.
audience
Don't
and misuse your
squeal.
platform in order to lie the country into a fascist nightmare.
Yup, completely agree. Do we have anything else about Dave Smith?
Nope. I think that's basically it. Is there anything else you want to chat about?
Nothing that I don't think can't wait until our next live stream. I know we have a big storm coming in Kansas City. It looks like the clouds have changed a little bit. Not that we won't get to each and every super chat. So if you have a question, comment, concern, or praise for the Vanguard, go ahead and send that below. But if there's anything else you want to react to before we get into super chats, I'm happy to.
The only thing I did see was I think you just had it up on your screen, but that Rokana tweet.
Yeah,
of Elon,
Rokana,
I'd
for
be down
sure.
to take a look at that. Just real. We don't have to do a full segment.
Oh, yeah,
but
for sure.
I did think that was interesting because I saw Elon tweeting about this. One of the few rare times that Elon ever says something I agree with is he has been, kind of promoting UBI a little bit lately.
That's
Are you able
really
to zoom in
funny.
just a little bit?
I didn't know that.
But yeah, talking about universal high income, not just universal basic income, universal high income via checks issued by the federal government is the best way to deal with unemployment caused by AI. AI/robotics will produce.
So this is like, again, even Elon is like, we gotta pay off the people or they're gonna come for my fucking head. He knows. I'm telling you, the billionaires and the millionaires, they feel the rumblings.
Kind of
Those Tesla protests
pro
are
AI
still in his
answers, like he
head.
was talking about how AI should be used to usher in the Star Trek future.
I still
instead
spit
of
on
the nightmare
Teslas.
dystopia or something like that.
Like, let's
so if
go.
someone else had posted this,
Allegedly
I'd
in
be
a
like, you know
video
what?
game.
That's a pretty decent point because I am in favor of universal basic income. That being said, obviously I think Elon Musk is totally full of fucking shit. But what was your response to this?
Mine was one of recoiling, right? If you guys go back into the early days of the Vanguard, you'll know that I was drag kicking and screaming on the UBI argument. Gavin and I have had some intense debates on that. To me, because it comes from Elon Musk, I'm just like, kill it with fire. We need to burn down every single data center and not allow AI to get this way. But
Too late.
If it had, in the right context, like I do understand, like, to some extent, there has to be some sort of a wealth redistribution that comes at the hand of AI, right? Like, if AI is going to take over, we're going to have to redistribute wealth in a way that we've never seen before.
Dude,
so I was at least
dude,
encouraged to see
The
Rokana, as
Matrix?
you mentioned, coming over the
I
top.
don't wanna
and
see
saying,
the Animatrix,
in that case,
bro.
are you willing to pay a modest trillionaire
gonna
and
happen.
billionaire tax to pay for checks to working families, we could start with a modest $3,000
Robots are
check
gonna want
at Bernie
rights.
Sanders
It's
and
gonna
I
get
have
messy, I'm
proposed
telling you.
for families under $150,000. And what I thought was really smart about this, Gavin, was it basically eliminates
up.
Elon Musk's ability to take credit for a left-wing policy if he's not going to quite literally put his money where his mouth is. Because I do worry about the Elon Musks and Andrew Yangs of the world, like stripping the entire social safety net in exchange for the $3,000.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have worries about who would implement the UBI and how, but I'm just talking about as a general concept. Yeah, I do think increasingly society is going to have to reckon with the fact that UBI will be necessary going forward. In the same way that pretty quickly after like the Industrial Revolution, right? We
Yeah.
got Social Security.
Yes.
It was like, well, we can't just have a Great Depression forever. Like we're gonna
Yeah,
have to
really.
do something to uplift these people, so there's not just like a bunch of
So we don't come
elderly
get ya.
homeless hobos, in the
So we don't come fucking get you, because that's what the hobo problem was. It's like,
They can
oh, they'll
come
just
in.
break into your
Social
fucking
Security
house
for everybody.
They'll
Just
see a
like
war
how we
mansion and
advocate for
come in
Medicare
there.
for all. I think there should be Social Security for all, and that doesn't mean that if you're getting the UBI, for some reason you're not going to want to work, or you're just going to become a lazy bum jerking off in the street like Joe Rogan talks about. I think actually a UBI would actually enable people to start their own business. It would enable people to pursue their actual passion,
Yeah.
and to do work that they want to do.
UBI
right? 'Cause then,
with
okay, well, at
social
least rent
safety
is
net.
taken care of. At least groceries are taken care of, right? It actually enables people to escape the 9-to-5 grind, or the job that they hate, in order to pursue and have a little bit of extra cash in order to actually do what they want and try to pioneer a life that is actually fulfilling. I mean, I say that partially because it was during COVID that we were getting that government stimulus money, and that's how I bought the original equipment that I used to do the show with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember I was blown away because I got unemployment money and the stimulus money.
Sick unemployment deal, I remember.
Bro, I was getting like $600 a week. It literally was like a UBI under COVID. And I didn't just spend all that on weed. I spent some of it on weed. But,
course.
Of
course.
out of
Just a
the
little
percentage
bit.
that
Speaking of
didn't
which.
go to buying marijuana, I spent a lot of that. I reinvested that money, and it helped us, start the Vanguard, right? Like we actually invested that money, put it to work. We didn't just go out and fucking jerk off on the street. Yeah, we actually that helped us manifest the career that we now have, which I'm obviously super grateful for. But that to me was like proof that UBI can work, and it can actually make people more productive. People aren't just going to surrender to their couch and watch TV all day and order DoorDash. I'm sure some people will, right? But I think a lot of people will be like, oh shit, finally this is going to actually give me the opportunity to pursue what I want to pursue, to start a small business, to make art, for example, or something like that, right? So I do think that, if Elon Musk and Andrew Yang are in charge of like administering the UBI, I would definitely be very worried about it. But if something happened like what Rokan is suggesting here, where it's actually funded with a modest trillionaire, billionaire tax, specifically one that is related to AI, like, you put a tax on companies that are exploiting AI rather than humans, and use that tax to fund a fucking universal high income. Hell yeah, baby, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I am so ready to usher in that new era of like, what do you call it? The
fully automated luxury communism. Yeah, I think that if Bernie
Fully
Sanders
automated
and Ro Khanna
luxury communism.
have
I like
a plan,
that. The Jetsons. Let's get the Jetsons going. Let's get a little bit of Jetsons going.
Reading Dave
I want
Eggers,
some
the
flying
Every,
cars,
though,
bro.
this
I want some
morning when I
Star
was,
Trek, bro.
and it's a fucking total dystopian hellscape about big tech taking over the world. So I'm primed to be like so afraid of this. My only big caveat would say that we still have to put so much pressure on antitrust so that these people who are liberated with this check have an ability to create a business that's not just going to be subsumed and stamped out by YouTube. Oh, the algorithm is not going to promote the X, Y, and Z. Like, I think that we still need to make sure that we don't fall victim to like these AI companies becoming mega conglomerates, which is able to like
gotta
squash
break up the
dissent
mega
or influence
conglomerates.
laws in such a
It's been a
tremendous
problem
degree, or
since the
raise people's
70s.
rent to the point where they're not having enough of that stimulus money left over anyway. So
Right.
I think all of those things have to be talked about. But
It's been a
if
problem
they
forever.
are implemented, I think that this is a natural component of the 21st century economy.
Yeah, 100%. No, I totally agree with those reservations you have, and I also have those reservations. Which again is why, you know, if a UBI ever does happen, I really hope it's administered by like a progressive, social democratic kind of president, not some fucking libertarian like Elon Musk or whatever. But that being said, I do think it is telling that even Elon Musk has to admit that a solution, you know, the likes of, like similar to universal basic income will be necessary to deal with AI, because obviously he knows more about that shit than we do and how much it's going to impact the workforce and stuff like that. By the way, another underrated aspect of the AI discussion that not enough people are talking about, not only Tesla, but multiple companies have now entered a phase of mass production of humanoid robots, AI powered
I hate this shit.
humanoid robots. You can watch some absolutely horrifying videos about this stuff. And they've already begun to replace people in like factory settings with these robots. It's only a matter of time. I mean, they're projecting by like 2028 or 2030 that these robots will officially move into all retail spaces. They will actually be doing the jobs
I don't want
of
that.
humans, not just in retail spaces, but also in the home.
Well-
you know, a lot of these robots are like, you can buy them now. They're $20,000.
Here's where the market could work. Like, if people feel a genuine uncomfortableness, a genuine like uncomfortability, like an uncanny valley kind of thing, going into a store with robots, then that store will fail.
I do think that Elon Musk knows, as do a lot of his fellow oligarchic elites, they know that this shit actually is going to wipe out massive amounts of jobs. And without UBI, like, it literally will just be a mass unemployment, Great Depression style scenario, which I don't think anyone really wants. I mean, maybe Elon Musk wants it, but I think even he knows that, like, something like UBI would be necessary.
Oh god, I saw a video of those robots in Australia, and they were chasing wild boars.
Oh, that was in Poland.
Oh, Poland. Okay, yeah.
That shit is that's such a psyop, by the way. All these companies just posting that video, I mean, like, this charming robot
I thought it
chasing
looked like
boars.
shit, to be honest. I was like, it's stupid ass thing, can't even catch the boar. Okay, what is it, looking at like a fat guy running? Like, come on, no. But I saw that and I realized how we'd actually arrived at a place, because, you know, you'd seen the like robotic dog looking shit and you're like, that's horrifying. But it's different when it's a human looking thing and it doesn't look back at you because it's got no fucking eyes, but it's a human figure standing there. And yeah, that fucked with me, and it really made me think. Tesla's business model is not going to be cars for much longer because they're getting starched on cars.
Anti-human.
Their cars don't charge as fast. They're fucking way more expensive. I think Elon Musk knows that Tesla is about to become a robot building company, and that scares the shit out of me.
It's already happening. They recently closed down 2 of their car production plants, and they're now repurposed it to make robots. Yeah.
I knew that shit was gonna happen. I knew fucking Elon Musk was too evil to be the guy that brought electric. No, he's getting started. Huawei's gonna build a better car, and we're gonna finally get them in America, and then all of the fucking shopping malls.
Dude, Elon just goes to whatever he's interested in next. He went from, you know, he bought Tesla, so I don't even know where he came from before the PayPal, right? His dad had an emerald mine, so he came from playing with Tonka trucks to playing with real trucks, because then he had the boring company. I want to go dig in the ground in the sandbox, and I want to fly into space on my toy rocket ship, and now I want robots. He's a fucking child.
Take you out in a second if they
With
wanted
billions.
to. They could kill you. You know, like they could turn into a spider
Robot
robot.
dogs would gives me
you know, they're just
nightmares.
pretending to be human. But as soon as they turn on that fucking, now I know we're going down a dark road of, you know, conspiracies. And
People are like, shut the fuck.
There's a Black Mirror episode about it.
It is nightmare fuel. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, you certainly can, and it will terrify you. And yeah, I mean, we're all about to be living in a fucking Paul Verhoeven movie, RoboCop.
Yeah, really.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, that is actually at some point going to be a reality.
RoboCop's
So, I mean, I
coming
hope
for
I'm
sure.
wrong, but
Gavin and I will be the last troglodytes standing. You know, we're gonna start broadcasting the show over radio waves. You know, that's the way it's fucking moving. We're gonna be on a pirate ship off of the coast somewhere. You know, evading bombs.
Yeah, dude.
and trying to broadcast the
That's
truth.
what we're
to
doing over
people,
on this space,
on a
pirate radio.
But that's fucking scary. A good
It
way to
is.
end the show, though. That was a good
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad you pulled up that tweet because it is a really interesting discussion, and I'm glad that, you know, Rokan is leading the way as far as being like, all right, you're not, you know, you're not wrong about the UBI thing, but, you know, are you willing to fucking put your money where your mouth is?
We do need a tech bro whisperer And it seems like Rokan is the guy.
Absolutely. I have to piss really bad, but here's the first one for you.
Shout out to you, Alex. Thanks for the 199. Katie Porter is the Chappelle Roan of politics. That is quite the comparison.
I don't know what you mean by
I
that.
feel like she'd have to be a little bit more popular and successful at this point to earn that comparison, though. But I mean, it's like, you know, I get what you're saying about how she like creates drama and has all this behind the scenes drama or whatever, but it doesn't seem like she has as many fans as Chappelle Roan does.
Yeah.
Katie Porter needs to go to the Pink Pony Club. But shout out to you, George. Thanks for the 499. In case I missed the stream today, I'm gonna come in and
But that
ask you
wasn't
to
me.
drop your most anticipated film from this year's con lineup. All of a sudden for me. Well, shout out to you, George. I'm actually gonna be at the
Hey,
Con
by
Film
the way,
Festival
Edge,
this
I
year for
appreciate
3
you chilling
days.
and
I
watching
applied
all
for
day,
the
man.
3 days in con
I
pass
appreciate
and
you.
was
And I appreciate
miraculously
everybody over on
accepted.
Twitch, too.
I was not expecting
However
that,
you
but yeah, I
come
will
in,
actually
you-
be
you
there, so
pop
that's going to be
out.
super exciting.
I
I'm also
appreciate
very
the people
excited for
watching
all of a
at all.
sudden. I really liked the director's previous film, Drive My Car. Thought that was a real banger. So I'm really excited to see his follow-up. You know, obviously his previous films have been in, you know, filmed in Japan, made in Japan. This is going to be his first French film. So I'm very excited to see how his style translates. And I think it's going to be awesome. So I agree. All of a sudden, it's definitely a major highlight that I'm really looking forward to. I'm also really looking forward to the Nicholas Winding Refn film, his new movie, Her Private Hell, which is actually not premiering in the
gonna take an
competition. It's not.
EMP to
It's
get
not
out of this.
competing for the
Yeah,
Palme
dude.
d'Or. Not really sure why, but it's not. It's
welcome.
not competing
Hey,
for the
of
Palme d'Or,
course.
but it will be premiering at the Cannes Film Festival. Same with the new Quentin Dupieux.
Again, I don't know if I
movie.
could have
I love
played
his work. He's another
Crimson
French
Desert for this
filmmaker,
long today.
who
I mean,
just
I
makes
probably can
hilarious,
because I'm thinking about
great
it right now. And
French
I wanna play it.
comedies. And he also has a new film that's premiering.
But I'm glad
as like
I'm going through
as one
some
of
of
the
these videos I
midnight
wanted to talk
premieres
about.
at Cannes. It's called
There's never
Full
enough time on
Thrill,
my This
and it
Space show.
stars Kristen
I never
Stewart.
think I have enough to
So I'm
talk about,
super
and then I
excited
end
for
up
that as
talking
well.
about
But again,
one
it's not
thing
in
for like an
competition.
hour.
As far as what's in competition, I would probably agree all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can't say I'm like that familiar with the lineup
And
at
then I'm
Con
like, ooh.
outside of what Gavin's told me about it, but
I
as far
missed
as
these
films
other
that
stories.
I for sure am going to see are the
I always
Nicholas
feel like
Winding
I
Refn
ramble
film, which
too
is getting
much.
released, and I've been
Or I-
meaning to
or I
watch Drive
go
My
off
Car
on a million
forever.
tangents.
So I'd like to check out that guy's French film when it comes out. I'll try and make sure I see it on the
But I
big
guess
screen
that's
because
what
I know he's
everybody does.
a visual
That's why we
filmmaker.
talk into
Apparently, it's also
cameras
going to be
all
like
the
over 3 hours.
That was the one thing that got me about Drive My Car. Bruce loved it. I know you said it was really good. So the two like most hardcore film bros I know both loved it. But I was like, geez, 3 hours. I don't know. So anyway,
And it is like true slow cinema. So like it's not a quick 3 hours, but it is a great film. And that's kind of like part of the point of that movie is just like how slow it is. And I think it works, but I can understand why it wouldn't be for everybody.
Shout out to Stakes is High. It's my birthday. Well, happy birthday. I'm watching the Mets and listening to the Vanguard. It's a good way to celebrate. Shout out to the entire Vanguard community. Well, shout out to you, Stakes is High, bro. Always great to see you in the chat. Looking swole in your profile picture. As always, I'm sure you're looking
Yeah, I've seen
swole
them
on
in
your
the majority
birthday.
report.
I appreciate the
Discord.
$5.
Yeah, shout out to you, Stakes Society. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Happy birthday to you. And I'm really, honored that you would choose to spend your birthday listening to the Vanguard. So that's really awesome. I'm really honored by that, like I said. And happy birthday to you, man. Thank you so much for being part of our community. Shout out to you, Zach, back. Why do people keep asking about this fucking Michael Jackson movie? I feel like we've given our answers on it so many times at this point. I'm not that I actually care. I appreciate you being a member for 28 months, Zachback. But you say I saw the Super
have not
Mario
going to see
Galaxy
Michael.
OK film. Will you see
Mario the
Michael?
Galaxy is
Personally, no. I have no interest in seeing
I have no interest
Michael,
in Michael
but I
Jackson
don't judge people that want to watch it.
The hours
I'm
goes
sure
fast
it'll
when
be
you're cooking, yeah.
fun, I guess, if you're like a huge Michael Jackson fan. But and same with the Super Mario Galaxy movie. It's like I personally have no interest in
That's
it.
why
but
I'm like,
again,
let me
if you're a huge
stream
fan
all
of
day
Super
today
Mario,
and get out a
and you
lot
want to
of
go
shit.
see like Mario porn, then yeah, have at it.
I'm gonna see Michael. I've said that. I don't have.
Whoever
To, I
cares
don't.
to
You know.
listen will-
I don't have any allegiances to the guy, but I like the songs, and my girlfriend fucking loves Michael Jackson's music, so I know I'm gonna end up seeing it.
She's like,
I will not see the Super Mario Galaxy. I'm with Gavin on that one.
Yeah, and by the way, I also do like Michael Jackson's music.
I saw Galaxy
in
in
the same way that I
theaters,
like
bro. Me and my
Bohemian
wife
Rhapsody,
got a
but
little
I'm not gonna
lit,
fucking. I
had
didn't see
some
that
drinks.
movie either. I
For
just
sure.
think that genre of movie
Just
is
sitting
like some of
in
the
a room
least
full of kids
inspired
watching this
shit that gets
Galaxy
put into
movie, laughing our
theaters,
asses off.
but
It was a
I
lot
either way. Shout out to you, Zachaback. Really appreciate the.
He's not judging. He just thinks you're really fucking
sad.
dumb if you like it.
He didn't say he's gonna see Michael.
No, I'm kidding, bro.
He
I'm
didn't
kidding.
say he's gonna see it.
I'm kidding. You were just like, I think it's the lowest brow.
It
least
is.
inspired.
It literally
Like,
is.
if people are excited about it, they're gonna take.
It is the lowest common like release, the lowest brow form of entertainment. Just like
A
here's some
biopic?
shit that was approved by his estate. That's a puff piece propaganda film that only exists to cater to people that have nostalgia for that time.
It's
You know what I'm saying?
nostalgia.
Like there's nothing. There's no.
All
artistic
films are
merit to
nostalgia
it.
films right now.
Fair enough. Especially in this case, given the
Because
controversy.
the current world is horrible.
Michael Jackson. I mean, if it was, you know, that's just my opinion on a lot of biopics, though. Specifically ones that are approved by the estate of the person the film is about, whether it's
Or
a
the
musical
person's
figure
still
or not.
alive.
I just think it's basically just propaganda and / nostalgia porn.
Oh, it totally is.
I saw
But,
the,
yeah,
the
I was
Motley
mostly
Crue
just
one.
because you go hard in the paint when you
I saw a
criticize
preview for Michael Movie. I'm
biopics,
actually
That's why people have to keep
I
bringing it
did
up. They're just trying to
trailer
trigger me.
reaction for it on my channel.
Yeah, shout out to
And I
you,
was
Six
like,
Aside. Thanks for the
I mean,
$4.99.
okay.
If the
I'm
Pope
sure there's
excommunicates
enough money,
J.D. Vance and Tom
enough people
Homan,
that
I
will
will
go
take my
see it with
atheist
their
self back to the
families,
Catholic
for sure.
Church. Pope Leo is my
I wouldn't
kind
be
of
surprised
Catholic.
if this was a Tyler Perry production.
I'm not sure what the was
I
about.
think it means like he was my kind of Catholic, but he's not Catholic anymore.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. I mean, I think that that would be sick. I don't expect it to happen, but even if it doesn't happen, I still think it's fair to say that, yeah, as far as Catholics go, and as far as Christianity goes, both Pope Francis and Pope Leo represent the best of it. And I called Pope Francis the greatest religious leader of my life before he died, and I stand by that. I think he genuinely did so much to bring the Catholic Church out of its like sex
Pope
crime
Leo, I'm
era,
like, all right, bro.
and into something
This would
else.
be a
and something
church I wouldn't
better. At least
mind
that was the
having on
image,
the
and that's
planet.
not. I'm a Catholic, but I mean, I can acknowledge that. I can see it for what it is.
Yeah, I agree. Pope Francis was the man, and Pope Leo is following in that strong tradition as well. Really appreciate the $4.99. I didn't mean to skip over the assault weapons answer from Graham Plattner. I just think it was kind of unsurprising. He's a veteran. He's running in Maine, and part of his support is the fact that he has a unique approach to gun legislation. I think that he's talked about his assault weapons position. I think he feels like an assault weapons ban isn't going to meaningfully impact the amount of gun deaths in this country alone, and that's why he feels the way he does. I think it's the correct choice to make as a politician in Maine. I probably have mixed feelings about it personally, but I think he's smart to take the position that he has.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, we didn't skip over, actually. We literally did talk about it, too. Remember? We were like, yeah, he's, this is why he's saying this. He's in Maine. He doesn't want to Beto O'Rourke himself.
Literally.
We did talk about it, but that's not to say I agree with him. I never said I agreed with everything Graham Plattner says. Not even close. Shout out to you, Obi-Wan. Thanks for the $1.99.
Dude.
McLaughlin Group's favors conservative ideology.
The McLaughlin Group is definitely. I mean, it's from the '90s. I remember the McLaughlin Group on Sunday mornings for sure.
It's not like that automatically invalidates the results, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think it is worthwhile.
But also the guns thing. You can have why not have? You're allowed to have assault rifles. You have to keep them in a locker at a gun range. And we need to open up more gun ranges around the country where there's high concentrations of people who own these weapons. And that creates jobs. It's a jobs program. And the guns are safely in a storage facility. You can have a handgun and a shotgun at the house. The end. For home defense. The end. You want to go hunting? It's at the hunting lodge.
I'm glad to hear that.
Or target shooting,
she's
it's
doing
at
well,
the
though,
gun range.
and we'll definitely look into that race and cover it.
No.
Shout out to you, Forbezilla. Thanks for the $5. Y'all get money just for Gavin using the insult ignoramus, which is one of my personal favorites. Looking good today, boys. Well, shout out to you, Forbezilla, and I appreciate you acknowledging that word because it's also one of my favorite insults.
Shout out to you, Forbezilla, one of our favorite listeners from Alaska. Appreciate the $5. The Big Row A member for 14 months says, "Yo, Mija is awesome." That's a huge shock. Yeah, interesting that you're talking about the J Street endorsement of a candidate in New Jersey. I still need to do more homework on her, but I'm glad, according to you guys and Gavin, she is based. So a shout out to you. And Brian Frederick, Friday, here he comes. TYT rightly called out AOC for this response. Yeah, they love to call out AOC. When was the last time they did a video, Brian, where they talked about how good AOC was on something? It's been a while. Shout out to you though, Brian. Really appreciate it.
Do I wanna take
Cosmic
this?
Marauder. I know I'm a broken record, but if AOC actually made appearances on indie media, she would be able to hone her media chops way more. Oh, I mean,
Oh,
you're
I'm
a
not gonna
broken
go
record.
past
We're a
the
broken
end of
record.
this.
Everybody's a broken record. I feel like AOC has to know this. She kind of like Griffin was saying the
I
other
was
day.
building
she has
my build
this
for, like,
idea that she's going to
extended,
control
but
her
this is
entire
gonna
media
end when I beat the
environment,
boss.
and she hopes that works out for her. I have my reservations. I don't think it's super smart, but who knows? Maybe it will work out for her, and it'll be egg on my face instead.
Hopefully AOC
Samantha
gets
Horrocks
better
with the
at
$5 says most politicians are narcissistic, and it's all about them and their ego, not what's good for the progressive movement. Disappointing. Yeah, AOC's lack of endorsement and lack of, I guess, rigor in extending the ladder down for other people to come up into Congress
feel
has
like
been concerning.
she should
We've
be
talked about that a
leading
lot over the
Bernie
years.
across the country, and
We'll
Bernie's
continue to
leading
monitor
her,
that.
You know,
Presley and Khanna passed discharge petitions in this Congress. As members of the minority party, they are much more effective legislators than AOC. Bro, speaking of Ayanna Presley, if you're talking about her TPS work to keep Haitians from being deported. If you guys don't know about this is an excellent work from Ayanna Presley. My sister also worked really closely on this, so I'm extra proud of that. Donald Trump unilaterally was going to deport or make undocumented, make illegal in this country 250,000 Haitian migrants who had been living in this country, been working in this country, been neighbors and community members in this country. And Ayanna Presley and Ruti Louis-Jean and a few other people in the Boston area, they worked together with the Haitian community, and they lobbied every single motherfucker in Congress to extend the privilege of staying in this country to the people who had already been granted temporary protected status. Donald Trump tried to take it away for cheap political points. So yeah, shout out to Ayanna Presley. And we've covered a lot about what Ro Khanna's done as well. I don't think there's any argument they're more effective legislators than AOC.
Yeah, 100%. We've made that point ourselves, and it's another real soft spot for AOC, who again has the Riz seemingly. She has the brand, she has the following. But yeah, you can't actually point to as many actual legislative accomplishments, if any. Shout out to you, the Big Ro. Thanks for the $10. AOC is so afraid to ruffle feathers. She's so good legislatively, but she's going to have to accept, even embrace, being seen as a villain by some people. You can't change shit without being bold. Yeah, I totally agree. 100%. That's what I'm saying. Don't be afraid of saying something unpopular. Just actually explain it and give your reasons for supporting that thing or doing that thing or whatever. But just hiding from it isn't going to work. People actually like it when you double down on or defend a position that they don't necessarily
Yeah, she
agree
could
with.
just go for
You know what I
Senate
mean?
right
That's
now.
actually something
Ayanna
that
Presley
people
would be a good
respond to
fucking
and often
candidate.
respect.
Totally.
Not for nothing.
David Advocate Production says AOC sounds like the establishment spooked her. Yeah. There's that old comedy bit about how your first day you get elected president, they show you the other angle of the Kennedy assassination, and it really makes you walk the tightrope, walk the straight and narrow. Seems like that's what happened to AOC, except she hasn't been president yet.
Shout out to you, Devil's Advocate. Mama Bear took her aside and told her some secrets.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Brian.
Pelosi.
Thanks for the $5. As you know, I am no fan of the present version of TYT, but I agree with Jenks' comments on AOC not endorsing Chakrabarti while downplaying Justice Dims. I thought his crash out over the Justice Dims comment from 3 years ago was completely ridiculous and kind of petty. But I do agree with his criticisms, much like I agree with Crystal's criticisms of the recent AOC statement on Shoykot.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Brian. Great to see you in chat. RMT Watcher says AOC's weirdness with Shoykot makes me wonder if there's some Swalwell-like situation in the background. If it's not that, then the ambiguity is very unfair. Well, I think it's crazy to assume that he would do anything like Eric Swalwell without any evidence. I would definitely assuage you. I don't think that there's any chance of that being the motivator, that he's somehow like a sex criminal. That would be nuts.
Yeah.
That'd be horrifying.
And if that is true, AOC should extra speak out about it. If in that case, she would be complicit in covering it up. If there's some actual issue like that, then she definitely needs to talk about it. But I agree with Zach. I don't think there is.
Yeah, and I think the reality is that the ambiguity is either unfair to Shoykot, or I think it's the fact that AOC just I don't know. Maybe she does have something on the guy that personally upsets her about him, or makes her feel like she doesn't want to weigh in.
She caught him listening to Joe Rogan one time at the headquarters.
Yeah.
You're fired. Fuck
yeah.
you.
I just, to be honest, I think it's a poor reflection on AOC more than anything
on Shaycon.
Shout out to QC man. Thanks for the 199. AOC is a future senator, not president of the United States. At this point, you know, it's tough to say because, I mean, I think that would be the safer route for her. But again, remember those polls? If AOC doesn't run for president, then who the fuck is going to be like it other than Ro Khanna? I don't want it to just be 99% dominated by establishment figures. There needs to be some left flank energy on that debate stage. Again, even if she doesn't win, I do think it would be useful to have a Bernie style progressive, a DSA endorsed candidate on the debate stage, pushing everyone else to the left, you know, playing that role of the left flank. I just think that, like, I hope it happens, you know, even if I agree with you that the senator path is safer for her, I want there to be a progressive DSA presence in the primary.
Yeah. There needs to be.
Chat to UAC poll, thanks for the $20. Really generous of you. Look, call me dumb / a libtard, but I'll still have her. She has 2 years to change, and she does listen, whereas Khanna just announced, more or less, a unity ticket with Marjorie Taylor Greene. If it's between her and that, then it's obvious. Look, I think we're on the same page. If you're a dumb libtard, then we're also dumb libtards, because we've been defending AOC recently. We've been talking about, and even when we criticize her, it's constructive criticism. We're trying to make her better. You know, we're trying to make her a better candidate so that she can better represent the progressive left flank of the party, the Bernie's wing. I want her to be Bernie's successor. I've always thought she has so much potential, and that's why it's frustrating to see her fumble and stumble, and why we're giving her the advice right now so that she can, you know, get all the shit out of her system when no one's paying attention, and when it actually matters, she's on point.
Yeah, I agree. If he does a unity ticket with MTG, I don't think that's quite what he's saying, but I do agree. He's been parading Marjorie Taylor Greene around a lot, and it's within the realm of acceptability to say it's too much, bro. It's too much. So I agree with you on that. And I'd also still get behind AOC. As we pointed out, that list of fucking primary candidates is god-awful without her. B Dax Art says, how much of AOC's hesitance to give a straight answer is based in blue wall mentality, trying to cover disagreement among Dems and present a united front? Potentially that's what it is. I still don't accept that, though. I reject that. AOC herself was an insurgent who unseated a sitting Democrat, Joe Crowley. So she should at least be willing to extend the hand that was extended to her when people gave her endorsements. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see how not endorsing her former chief of staff has anything to do with, like, preserving Dem unity. I don't, like, how's that? I mean, it's a primary. Someone has to win. They all the candidates can't win. Like, one of them has to win. You'd think she'd want it to be her former chief of staff. But shout out to you, B Dax Art. Really appreciate you. And shout out to you, Sir Jervil. Thanks for the $10. I hope AOC isn't keeping quiet about some sort of scandal about boycott. And I can't imagine any
endemic to Congress to be an SA. Yeah, it could be.
Really wouldn't worry about this at all. I don't think that that's why
it's Hollywood. It's politics. It's everywhere.
And again, if there is some crazy scandal like that, then
it's mostly men.
Then like,
I
don't think she'd be quiet about it either. I think she would have leaked that a while ago.
Yeah.
But again, we have Boebert, we have Christy.
AC Poll adds, and look, Hasan and Emma still
some of these
support
are
AOC and would
women,
campaign with her. I don't think Crystal Ball ever said that she doesn't support AOC, and I've also heard Hasan lever some pretty strong critiques of AOC in the past. So I don't know. I would say that they're all just being media professionals and giving their opinion. But I'll stick with them over Crystal on this one. Again, she needs to work, but nobody will follow TYT Khanna strategy and shouldn't. I have my reservations about Ro Khanna being able to break through, but I think you're underestimating the appeal of what he's doing, and I do think you're overestimating the appeal of what AOC is doing personally.
Yeah, and like Zach said, Hasan's been very critical of people like AOC, Bernie, even Zoran, calling him like part of the machine of the Democratic Party at one point. So, you know, I think that's a little bit simplified way to look at it. Shout out to you, Jack. Thanks for the $5. Politics outside. I'd like to have a few drinks with Kamala. She seems like a good time. LOL. Yeah, I mean, low key, based on that clip I played you guys of the turkey thing, yeah, she does seem like when the cameras are off, when she's just being herself, she probably is a pretty normal person. And it's unfortunate for, you know, her that she wasn't able to channel more of that into her political presence. I feel like there's this thing where, you know, the candidates like her, they always like overcompensate because, you know, they know that they're like a woman and people want you to be like a strong, tough leader and like the commander in chief or whatever. So they're afraid to just come off like a wine mom or something. But in reality, that's probably the most appealing thing about Kamala Harris.
Yeah. No, I agree. Shout out to you, Jack. Cyclic Sons, do you guys think you'd be open to interviewing Richard Spencer at some point, given his more lib arg? It'd be interesting given I've seen some of his content talking about how MAGA embraced much of the alternative right beliefs. Honestly, I really don't have any interest in talking to Richard Spencer. If Gavin wanted to, maybe, but I don't fucking think it would be that good of a time.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, it would just be awkward. So probably not. I mean, it would be kind of interesting, but that'll be weird. Shout out to you though, Cyclical Sons. Really appreciate the $20.
Crazy.
Appreciate the question, and I have noticed, some of his libbed up tweets.
No.
Shout out to
You
you,
got
Devil's
punched in
Advocate.
the
Thanks for the $2. The celebs like Dave want an easy off ramp. Yeah, exactly. They want to be let off the hook and face no accountability for their very recent lies and commentary.
Yo. AC poll ads. Dave Smith and MAGA with Trump 98%. Excuse, harass, threaten, destroy. Smith and MAGA when shit
Those were the only
backfires.
two
I'm
I
just
said.
a baby, innocent, stupid. You can't be mad. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to you, AC poll.
Great way to put it. 100%. Shout out to you, AC Poll. Thanks again for the $4.99. Watched a doc in Germany on Hitler's rise. Most German historians say 3 groups were responsible: the elites, the conservatives, and the voters. Yeah, 100%. Again, it's not like I want to voter shame, and I would never just walk up to some random old Republican on the street and start screaming at him or whatever. But yeah, we do live in a democracy. That is the way people get elected to positions of power, is through the public voting for them. So yeah, there should be some responsibility laid at their feet.
Yeah, 100%. Shout out to you. Appreciate the $4.99. Jim Bob says, Dave Smith is stupid as fuck because Biden was and still is 1,000 times better than that fascist piece of shit. We're pro-war because we voted for the opposition to a psycho-fascist who tried to steal an election. Yeah, honestly, a relatable response, Jim Bob. That's how I feel whenever Dave Smith opens his mouth, too.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely accurate. Really appreciate you chiming in with the generous $10. And yeah, I totally agree with that. Shout out to you, Kelvin. Thanks for the $5. Joe Rogan was just shaking hands and grinning like a schoolgirl with Trump at the UFC last week.
Oh shit! My
And
stream
Dave Smith
froze.
copium. Yeah, 100%. That's
My
we
stream go
covered
down?
that, and we talked about how cucked it was. It
says stream is
Joe Rogan,
disconnected,
who literally
attempting
2
to
days
reconnect.
previously on his podcast was talking about how horrible it was that Trump's war resulted in the death of almost 200 innocent Iranian schoolgirls, right? And then literally the next day he's out there grinning and shaking hands with the guy in charge of that operation.
Yep. Really appreciate the $5, Kelvin. Always great to see you in chat. QC Man 2000, I'd almost be okay if they were actually quote unquote Johnny come lately, but most of these right wing grifters knew Trump sucked from the start and rode the wave. Oh, they all knew Trump sucked from the jump, and that's why Dave Smith even gives it away. He says, I didn't vote for him the first 2 times. Well, that's because you knew he's a fucking charlatan madman, you idiot.
Yup, 100%. Thank you so much, QC Man. Really appreciate the $4.99, and yeah, that's 100% accurate, and that's part of the reason why we've identified them as grifters, because they are just going where the winds are blowing and doing what's convenient for their bottom line. Shout out to you, Montessori. Thanks for the $5. So when is the Vanguard getting a soundboard like Hasan and Kyle? The only thing holding you bros back is the lack of fa. Is that a sound effect? Either way, shout out to you. We do technically have some sound effects loaded up on StreamYard. But I guess we should use them more. There you go.
Woo! Shout out to you, Montesaurus. Kelvin, roast Brianna Joy Gray and Dummy Boar Bad Faith episode. Bro, we were thinking about it, but then nobody watched it. It wasn't even newsworthy. So I guess that's the biggest L.
Yeah, that's what's newsworthy about it, is that no one watched it, and then it was a complete flop, proving the irrelevance of both parties involved. But shout out to you, Kelvin. Stay tuned. We might get to that eventually. And shout out to you, Mofo. Thanks for being a member for 7 months. Hasan is woke bae. What are you two? I mean, that's for you to decide. If you're coining Hasan woke bae, what are we?
I believe we've been coined Silly and Billy, but you're going to have to come up with something good to compete with that. Shout out to Samantha Horrocks. I don't think UBI will ever happen, no matter how many people are replaced by bots. I'm full of doom and gloom today and feeling very cynical, though. Well, shout out to you, Samantha. I think it's really tough to tell. I definitely can understand your skepticism that the United States would do something like that routinely. However, we have seen it in Alaska. I didn't ever think they would just issue checks during COVID, so I think the tides are starting to turn on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might get to the point where it's actually beneficial to the corporate American company, like corporate America and the companies that call the shots, right? Because they
But
still
I
want
could
people
also
to
see
have the
them being
ability
like,
to
we
spend
don't
money
care, we'll
on
just
their
put up
products,
fences,
right?
fuck you.
Well, if no one has any money to spend, that's not good for them either.
Elysium.
So it
They'll
is one of
just
those
leave the
policies,
planet
much
and
like
float above
Social
us,
Security,
you know?
where it's kind of one of those things that can like save capitalism. You know how people say like FDR saved capitalism? Well, I think it's the same thing with UBI.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, DHV Smoking Trees. Thanks for the $20, man. Super generous. What do you dudes think has been the MVP during? Who do you dudes think has been the MVP during Trump's 2.0? I would argue Mark Elias is, and that he should run in 2028. I guess I don't even know who that is, but shout out to you, DHV Smoking Trees. I would say Zoran definitely is an MVP. I think he's like he's everything I wish AOC was, you know, in the sense that he has this big presence. He's telegenic. He has this riz. He is really a leader, right?
Yeah,
he
but
actually
she did
delivers
have
on his
that,
promises.
but then it got,
and he's also
beat out of her by the system.
associated with the DSA and stuff. So I would say Zoran, and it's just such a shame he can't run for president.
Bernie Sanders. Let's go. You're not too old, bro. You're not too old. You're actually very young. And age is just a number. No, I think that I looked up this Mark Elias guy. He seems cool, but I think name recognition would be a real struggle for that guy because like Gavin and I cover politics for a living, and we weren't even super familiar with him. I also, as we talked about earlier, I think Graham Plattner offers a lot that the Democratic Party is lacking as well. Tony in Timeout says, please support Paul Ron Cruz for U.S. Senate in Florida. He is halfway to qualifying for ballot. Must qualify by next Friday. I have an interview if you want more details, please. Well, I'll have to look up Paul Ron Cruz. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, a couple people have talked about him in our chat before. We don't do a ton of interviews with candidates these days, but shout out to you, Tony, and I'll definitely look more into it. Really appreciate the $10.
Attempting
Shout out to you,
to
Ada. Thanks for
reconnect
being a
5
member for
minutes
14
ago.
months. That's amazing. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, Ada. TGIF, am I right?
Hell yeah, member for
Oh, like
14
that.
months, and this one's for Gavin.
Shout out to you, some UBI money. Just don't
like I'm still
jerk
live
off
on
on the
YouTube.
street, Gavin. I'll do my best. It's tough out there. I hear, according to Spencer Pratt in LA, he can't even drive down the street without seeing naked meth addicts fucking on the sidewalk. So
It's good for tourism.
maybe I should go join my people in Los Angeles. But shout out to you, Ashid, and not you again. Thank you so much for the $2.
It ended.
Thoughts on big announcement in
stream on
CinemaCon?
Twitch
Haven't been
ended.
following CinemaCon too closely, but that's where they announced the new Sean Baker movie, right?
The new Sean Baker movie. Last night they revealed the first trailer for Avengers Doomsday. They revealed the first 7 or 8 minutes of Dune 3. Wish I could have been in that auditorium. But most importantly, they revealed the first teaser trailer
I also talked to them
for
about Dune.
Godzilla Minus Zero, which looks absolutely fucking epic, absolutely kick ass. I am so excited for Godzilla Minus Zero. And not only that, but they also apparently, it's not been posted online yet, but apparently they also revealed a teaser for another movie that Takashi Yamazaki is working on, which is not Godzilla related, but is still a kaiju film. And it apparently has been described as like his Pacific Rim. Like they showed brief footage and it had like giant kaiju and giant mechs, like robots fighting. So it would be super fucking sick to, get that footage too. I can't wait for that movie. But yeah, Godzilla Minus Zero. It just looks insane. It looks like true peak. Shout out to you, Calvin. Thanks for the $10. George Galloway just had Dan Blazarian on his show. What a fucking loser. If he wasn't good on the Iraq War in Palestine, his job would be wrapping burgers. Yeah, I can't say that I'm shocked that George Galloway would have on Dan Blazarian. That is not at all shocking to me. But shout out to you, Calvin Mendez. And I saw Dan Blazarian's like running for Congress or something.
Yeah.
Like he's going to challenge like Randy Fine or some
Randy
shit.
Fine.
And obviously Randy Fine fucking sucks, but it's pretty hard to root for Dan Blazarian, who's literally a Nazi. So, ugh.
Yeah, and a literal fucking the two kinds of Nazism is a spectrum, right? And you have both guys featured on that. Bannon just pissed himself at the World Economic Forum. That's true. We didn't have time to get to it today, but here's a picture for everyone who wants to see. Sloppy Steve literally pissed himself. At the WEF.
Is this actually true? Because I saw a video of it where it makes it look less convincing. Like it does kind of make it look like the it's like more of a shadow or something. But then in this picture, it does definitely look like he pissed himself. So I don't know if it's been like confirmed or not, but I hope it's fucking true.
Yeah, I haven't seen the video, but I just saw this still picture, and the still picture is pretty incriminating. But yeah, he may have spilled something on himself.
No, it didn't even look like a spill. It almost looked like an optical illusion, like the shadow of his, pants. But I'm not trying to let him off the hook. Like I said, I hope he pissed himself.
Sure.
But if you watch the video, it does look a little bit less obvious.
So I was just thinking, we were here a year ago.
Yeah.
So
I want to thank my agent.
Yeah, it does
so
kind of look like
I
a
was just
shadow.
thinking,
I'm not gonna lie.
We were here,
but I
a year
hope
ago
it's
talking
pissed,
about,
bro.
like,
That
we'll
would be
look
so
into it
fucking
later.
funny.
Yeah, I wish you could watch.
Well, Etch, look, I think you might be the only person watching right now over on YouTube. There might be somebody else. But I think my stream crashed on Twitch. Let's see. You've got key stats from your latest stream. Yeah, so that means that I think it crashed. It's done on Twitch. And that's been a long time for me, so I'm gonna do not Rap Roundtable, Culture United next time. Maybe like Sunday, maybe Sunday or Monday. Let's see about Monday. Maybe Monday. Maybe Sunday or Monday I'll be back on stream. And we'll do Culture United.
AOC run.
But yeah, I'm going to end stream. Thank you so much for watching again. And everyone over at Twitch, I'm so sorry. Matter of fact, I'll make a story on Twitch. Because I forgot I can do that. Create story. Folks, I'm so sorry that that the stream crashed. I'm still live over here on YouTube watching the Vanguard. But I don't know. The stream just crashed. It says it's trying to reconnect, but that was for the last like 10 minutes. Apologies. I'll be back Sunday or Monday. Sunday or Monday. Thank you for watching, everybody. Sorry.
They do a wonderful bagel sandwich. That would be my recommendation.
I haven't tried that place. I like Meshuggah bagels a lot.